Good morning from a surprisingly dry Teesside. The clouds are overhanging us. It is very grey outside, but we are hoping for a brilliant day of action here at Teesside Autodrome, just outside Middlesbrough. Round 3 of the Teesside Owner-Driver Sprint Series. Alongside me is David Sullivan. We are just had the end of Senior Pro Kart qualifying, and we are about to head straight into our first race of the day, which will be the Bambinos. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Tom. So the usual 24 races here then at Teesside Autodrome. Bambino, Junior Pro Kart, Cadets. Then we've got a mix of Minimax and Juniors before we go to Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Kart for your cycle of 6 races, 3 heats and a final for each of our classes here today. As Tom's just mentioned, qualifying has just been completed. The usual large grid of Senior Pro Karts just waiting to go over the weighbridge. They're still queued up well down the start straight here at Teesside Autodrome. Another bumper grid for those there, well over 40. We've got a massive entry here at Teesside. Just having a quick check at the overall number that's signed on, 133, which I believe is there or thereabouts the largest entry we've ever had here at the NRG Cycle Sprint Series. And as Tom mentioned, round 3 of 9 ahead of us here today in this 9-round series. 7 scores from the 9 rounds will decide the champion at the end of the year for the final round at November here at the Teesside Autodrome, running on the national circuit. And here we are with a onboard lap.
So here we go into the D chicane, as it's known, up and over the top. It is cambered on the way in, very much off camber on the way out. Round the northern loop. Hold it nice and tight there, flat out in most karts. That will be hard braking into hairpin 1. Hug that inside concrete section as you round and go right hand turn into hairpin 2. Down the back straight, absolutely flat out. Harry flatters into South Bank corner, the ever tightening South Bank corner. It's just one long right hand turn as you get into hairpin 3. Again, hug that inside line, hold it tight on the exit so that you can get the good run through hairpin 4, down through the dog leg left hander, through the kink on the right hand side and over the start finish line for a fast lap of the Teesside Autodrome.
So first race of the day then will be heat number 1 from our Bambino class. They are already out and making their way round. On pole position, the number 24 of Colby Patterson. He starts alongside the 16 of Austin Oman. Row 2 sees Harvey Bacon and Edward Rye with Freddie Murray and Connor Butler on row 3. Joey Swan and Alfie Watson, row 4. Buddy Hugo and Harris Barber complete the top 10 with Riley Murrow and Daniel Stangerine on row 6. Ethan McClelland and Jake Gibbon round out the 14 kart grid. And Jake Gibbon making his debut here then at Teesside Autodrome. Only turned 5 on Thursday and races for the first time 3 days into his 5th birthday. And he will start on the back of this 14 kart grid. Thank you very much then for joining us here at Teesside Autodrome. Please do get in touch as usual via the social media streams on both the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel and the Teesside Karting Facebook page. And Tom and I will endeavour throughout the day to keep dipping into the socials and keep up to date with everything going on here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yes, please leave a comment, please leave a like, and now while we are just waiting for race 1 to get underway, it is the time to hit that bell icon on your YouTube channel and you will subscribe to the Alpha Live service. Every single video that we put up, every single live stream, which is around 3 or 4 a weekend, will be shown on YouTube and you can get a notification of that coming up. And just watching the Bambinos grid up, what you will see here is the dads or the mechanics or whoever they may be, the helpers that are on circuit with the Bambinos will, as you can see them rocking them backwards and forwards ever so slightly. What you will also then see is they will pick up the rear end of the kart because they're super light, mostly 5 and 6 and 7 year olds in these karts.
All 69 kilos, including driver.
Absolutely. So we'll lift that up. They'll give the driver usually a tap on the shoulder. They'll gun the engine, clear out the carb, clear out the engine and the exhaust and everything. And then they will drop that rear end down and they're good to go. So that's why we have helpers on the grid.
Final few drivers then making their way into position here at Teesside Autodrome, and the first race of the day is moments away. Last few just having a quick swap around from the positions. The 6th and the 23 just sorting themselves out down there towards the tail end of the field. I think it's the 32 as well in front of them. Looks like everybody is now into position, just confirming the final starting positions for 1 or 2. There was 2 drivers, I believe, Tom, that got caught up on the way out at hairpin number 2 on the way out, and as we've seen before here at Teesside, if you spin on the outlap, you do start from the back of the grid, and the hard-working qualifying can come to a premature end if you spin it on the outlap here at Teesside. The grid, though, is being cleared, and the first race of the day is about to be green. Start line marshal then, see making his way forward with the green flag in hand.
And away we go, round 3, heat 1 underway for the Bambinos, and a great start from second on the grid, which was Austin O'Man. The number 16 car had a flyer and is away and well clear at the front as they round the northern loop and come into the wiggles for the first time.
Yeah, made such a good start that he actually went over the timing line in front of the pole position sitter Colby Patterson, and the timing line is only around 4 or 5 metres in front of where we grid up pole position here at Teesside. So fantastic start then from the outside of the front row from Austin O'Man. And remember, here at Teesside we race in our Bambinos to a time limit of 8 minutes. All of our other classes run to a lap count at the top. So as you can see, the timer is counting down from the 8 minutes at the start here for our Bambinos.
And we were 3 wide coming down the back straight, but they have sorted themselves out into single file as they come into hairpin 3 for the first time. We're looking at the number 12 of Connor Butler there. And it was Harvey Bacon in P2 coming round South Bank, but Colby Patterson seems to have taken that back as they went through 3 and 4.
Yes, as they come over the line then for the first time, it's O'Man, Patterson, Bacon, Butler, Murray, Swan, Rye, Watson, Barber and Murrow completing the top 10, with Stangerine, Hugo, Gibbon and McClelland, the runners coming through. No. Our 14 Bambinos then here at the Teesside Autodrome, and the leaders still within a second of each other.
And Colby Patterson, despite that poor start, has actually had a really good run through the second half of the first lap and the first half of this lap, and is already on the back of Austin O'Man. Dropped Harvey Bacon already and is looking very racy and looking to make a move. It looks like into hairpin 4, thinks about it. Austin O'Man has a good look at him and sort of opens the door, really, and it's kind of an after you, Claude, as they go through here, side by side through the kink and into the D chicane. Colby Patterson having to back out ever so slightly as O'Man got the better run into the D and then through the northern loop. Colby Patterson straight onto the back again, onto the back bumper of Austin O'Man, and having a look into hairpin 1, not quite this time. Austin O'Man with that wider line, Colby Patterson holding it tight. He gets a better line through hairpin 2. Will it give him better drive? This has brought Harvey Bacon into the mix again as well.
So Bacon then, who won all 3 heats and the final at the preceding round, and currently leads our championship here at Teesside, has now managed to close right up onto the back of this as Austin O'Man, we're still only 3 minutes in, he's already going somewhat defensive. We saw him go down the back straight and move to the inside early. He's gone to the outside, out of hairpin 4, but that means that Patterson, if he did get alongside, would have to take the long route round. And in a Bambino, it's a very long route round the outside over the curved start-finish line and into the D chicane.
Yes, indeed. that has brought, as we said, Harvey Bacon with here, with the two of these, and Austin O'Man with a rather unorthodox line coming out of hairpin 4. It's certainly not the quickest line, as Colby Patterson for the last 2 laps has managed to get alongside, and again Patterson holding it slightly tighter on the exit. Oh, and that's given Harvey Bacon a look up the inside. They're side by side down the back straight as they weave and straddle the number 23 of the Ethan McClelland, but it is still O'Man, Patterson and Bacon as quick as that. 1, 2, 3.
Already then, Tom, at half race distance as the 3 leaders still manage to battle it out. The 2 AC racing karts there at the front as Harvey Bacon gets into the back of Colby Patterson halfway round the corner. That turned Patterson slightly sideways and looked like Bacon was able to get a run, but in the end Patterson, with a little bit of extra power, managed to close the door, and that has balked Bacon a little bit and has opened up a gap of around about 4 or 5 kart lengths, which still, with these very short Bambinos, isn't a huge amount. 3 minutes and 40 remaining then in race number 1 of the day, and it's still O'Man, Patterson and Bacon, the top 3.
Yes, again, we see O'Man using a more conventional line through hairpin 1 and 2. I said it was an unorthodox line, but I think it's maybe that Colby Patterson is actually just holding it tighter on the exit of these hairpins. And while it gives him the initial shorter line to pull alongside, I think what it's actually doing is giving O'Man a slight overspeed, so he's able to get it back, you know, by the end of the straight. So we'll see it again here. So Colby Patterson up the inside, but of course because he is on the inside of the kink here, he's then the outside for the dog leg and then has to drop back. No, you're right, that Tom. Longer route around the outside, and that's giving O'Man the line. So really, O'Man positioning his kart very well. Yeah, you're quite right. Patterson there, he's getting the drive out the corner, isn't he? He's getting alongside. He can almost just look straight across at Austin O'Man, but then 30 or 40 metres further down the track, O'Man's back within a kart length, isn't he, out at the front. We see it again here. So he was alongside there, and it gives Harvey Bacon a run as well. So he has to kind of follow the Austin O'Man line, and that's going to give him a run in the slipstream of Austin O'Man. Bacon now just really needs to get a nose down the inside, doesn't he, of Bacon Patterson. Pushing Patterson along there into hairpin number 3. O'Man as well, very defensive round 4, which means Patterson's line is even tighter than normal, having to get down the inside of Austin O'Man there into the final corner. 2 minutes remaining, so I imagine they'll see the last lap board the next time they come through, I'd imagine, as we race to that 8-minute time limit. The lap times here at Teesside around about 1 minute for our Bambino, certainly in these current conditions, although we have had one driver dip below the 1 minute mark, with Harvey Bacon, his best lap at 59.977. I think he's the first driver, including in qualifying, to go below the 1 minute. I think Patterson's sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place, really, because O'Man is positioning his kart so well that if Patterson goes on the inside, he gets that initial drive off the corner, but then by the end of the straight, he's lost the pace. If he goes round the outside, he carries more speed, but he's using a much longer line. He's driving much further distance. It's actually... he kind of is in a no-win situation here. O'Man is just placing his car absolutely perfectly. Harvey Bacon is sort of in the same situation that Patterson's in that if he goes inside, he can't get a run on Patterson. It's kind of just status quo as we head into the last lap. But they are nose to tail here, coming into the northern loop. Yeah, it's very difficult, isn't it? Certainly if you're the kart in the middle of the sandwich, having to attack and defend, although none of them really have made a full-blown overtake attempt. Patterson's been alongside O'Man a few times out the final corner. See there, once again, they get alongside each other, but Austin O'Man will now run that his number 16 all the way out. Harvey Bacon. We're going to be 3 wide down the back straight. Oh, and Harvey Bacon's done 2 of them coming out of hairpin 2. Fantastic action. Saved it until the last lap, kept his powder dry. Can he hold it through the last 2 corners? Unbelievable. I don't think there's been a single person here, probably with the exception of Harvey Bacon, who would have put Harvey Bacon down as a potential race winner as they went into that final lap, sitting in P3, although he's gone very wide out hairpin 4. I know, man is taking it back with an up and under switcheroo from Austin O'Man, and he's going to take victory here at heat number 1 at round 3. Fantastic action, fantastic driving from all 3 front runners in the Bambino class. Really, really close. I think that's probably the closest race we've ever had here, David.
Yeah, one of that Harvey Bacon. And on that that was the first time, Tom, that he's actually had to be the leader in terms of where the whole pack breaks into that final corner, into hairpin number 4. And he carried a little bit too much speed into that, ran too wide on the way out. Oman managed to get down the inside, and we know Oman carries a lot of pace by keeping it down the inside because he spent the entire race keeping Colby Patterson behind him.
Absolutely, yeah. Unfortunate for Colby Patterson there. I think he got, as we said, he was kind of between the rock and the hard place, took a gamble coming into hairpin 2, and it didn't unfortunately pay off, but it paid off well for Harvey Bacon. Austin Oman taking full advantage coming through hairpin 4 with the switcheroo. So brilliant action for our Bambinos as they come across the line. So your finishing order was Austin Oman, Harvey Bacon, Colby Patterson, Connor Butler, Edward Rye, Joey Swan, Freddie Murray, Harris Barber, Alfie Watson, Riley Murrow, Buddy Hugo, Daniel Stangarian, Jake Gibbon, and in last place and 14th was Ethan McClelland. So ready to rock and roll already with your junior pro karts, and here will be your grid. So it's Alexander Mallard on pole position from Maximus Shields, Harvey Still, Lennon French, Caitlin Frame and Ben Hogarth round out your top 6. Christian Oblag, Kieran Savage, Sebastian Pereira, Sophie Pawsey, Jacob O'Connor and Joe Arnold. And finally in 13th place will be Lewis Mallard in the 818.
Junior Pro Kart, Tom, whilst it has been a fairly small grid for the early part of the year, 13 runners, which is the largest Junior Pro Kart grid we've had here at Teesside this season, but also one of the tightest championship battles so far. I know we're only 2 rounds in, but Max Shields leads the championship by only 8 points from Lennon French. And when 215 points are available at every round here at Teesside, 50 for a win in the heats, 65 in the final, 8 points is very little. And then when you have a look at the battle from 3rd down into 5th place, there's only 6 points between Caitlin Frame, Ben Hogarth and Kieran Savage in 3 down to 5 respectively. Here are your juniors making their way out. As Tom said, on pole position, the 99 of Alex Mallard, returning to Teesside for the first time in around about 9 months and dropping straight back into the groove, and drops his kart onto pole position alongside the championship leader, Max Shields. And Tom, remember from round 2 how quick Max Shields was off the line. Lennon French started every race that day from pole position, but look, thinking back, I don't think he led into the D chicane at all. So we know Max Shields has got the pace, Tom, off the start, but let's see whether he's got it against Alex Mallard rather than his championship contender in Lennon French.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one, this one, because we're adding Mallard into the mix. So we had Maximus Shields and Lennon French really going at it hammer and tongs throughout the whole of the previous round. So throwing Alexander Mallard into the mix is going to be really, really interesting, this one. I can't wait for this. We've also got Lennon French with a brand new helmet as well. So I have to give a shout out to Dave Cyrus as well for pointing out that we have the Ironman helmet of Max Shields and now Lennon French in his bright green suit and helmet directly behind. So it's like Iron Man and the Hulk going at it, and I can't wait for this one.
Yeah, we caught up with the pole sitter earlier on, Alexander Mallard, so if you stick around during the lunch break, hopefully we'll be able to bring that and a number of other interviews to you on the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel and the Teesside Karting Facebook page. I think he was as surprised as anybody to be on pole position, but there he is with the 99. Row number 3 then rolling into position, Caitlin Frame and Ben Hogarth. Those two separated by a single point in the championship and separated by only 1 position in 5th and 6th respectively. The final few runners making their way in as well. And our 13 kart junior pro kart grid is about to go racing. Race number 2 of the day, heat number 1 for junior pro kart. 24 races then on the card for you today. 4 races for each of our classes. The final runners rolling into position, the 818 of Lewis Mallard in his debut race here at Teesside in the Junior Pro Kart class. And we are moments away from the green. Green is up, green is down, and as expected, Maximus Shields in the O-plate makes a fantastic start. Absolute rocket ship in the O-plate, and he's already round the outside of the pole sitter and leads round the national loop as the rest of the pack make their way through and into the chicanes. They sort themselves out into single file, down into the heavy braking zone of hairpin 1, and Lennon French is already making moves on Harvey Still, up into third place. The top three then, Shields, Mallard and French, as Mallard gets his head down behind the steering wheel. That's going to be a tough job. He's about 6 foot tall, he's only 13.
Yeah, he's a big lad, is Alexander Mallard. He needs to be shrimping, as we call it, as much as he can, getting his head down, getting that airflow over the top of the helmet to try and be as slippery as he can through the air and decrease that drag, give himself an extra bit of speed down the straight. So it is Maximus Shields over the line from Mallard, French, Still, Frame, Oblag, Savage, Hogarth, Pereira, Sophie Pawsey rounds out your top 10, followed by Lewis Mallard, Joe Arnold and Jacob O'Connor. Fantastic move from Lennon French on the opening lap into hairpin 1. Full send on Harvey Still, and that's put him into third, as we said. And now he's hunting down Mallard. As we can see, Mallard trying to duck down behind the steering, behind that Nassau panel on the front of the kart to get as much speed as he can down the straight and try and home in the back on Maximus Shields.
Yeah, good opening lap as well for the second of the two Mallards. Lewis, he makes up 2 places on the opening lap as Alex Mallard leaves the door half open. That's not an invite that you want to send to Lennon French, because as it stands at the moment, French needs to get past Mallard. Mallard, whilst he turned up and put the kart on pole position and is running well at the front, is not in the championship battle. With it being a 7 of 9, he is going to need to attend all the remaining rounds, including this one, and score superbly. And at the moment, this one is just playing in the hands of the leader, Max Shields, who's managing to pull away. And the longer Lennon French struggles to get past Alex Mallard, and Mallard's certainly not going to do him any favours, but this one is just going to hand it to Max Shields unless Lennon French can send that 120 down the inside of the 99.
Well, French had a half look into hairpin 1. As we said, it's Mallard leaving the door open, taking that wider entry, the faster exit, and it's kind of French is in sort of 2 minds as to whether to go up the inside or not. I think he's just a little bit too far back, and then he's compromising himself on the apex because he's essentially going to be 90 degrees to Mallard.
Unknown quantity as well, isn't it? Lennon French and Alex Mallard haven't raced together before, as French, just off camera, sent it down the inside of Mallard. Mallard's held track position. You see them there flashing through the screen. They're going to go side by side down the back straight. Tom, keep an eye on that one as we see here we are on screen.
And that's French, and there's Harvey Still going to freight train through as well, I think. Is he going to have a look into hairpin 3? Yes, he does. Mallard holding it round the outside, and he's going to hold third place. But Lennon French with a fantastic move that started off in hairpin 1 and finally got completed into hairpin 3.
So it took him half a lap, but it also took him a second further behind Maximus Shields and getting that overtake done. You saw the gap at the top. It was 0.8 of a second. Now it's 1.8 with only 6 laps remaining of Junior Pro Kart Heat 1.
And we've got Harvey still looking up the inside of Alexander Mallard now as well. He's going to take the long route on entry, get the switcheroo back to the inside, coming down the back straight and into South Bank. But I think Mallard's got it. Yes, he does. Just have managed to carry the speed down the straight. That tighter exit from Harvey still has just compromised his speed ever so slightly, and it's actually given Mallard a good run onto the back of French. So this battle is really heating up now between the three of them.
It is. Behind them as well, Caitlin Frame and a much improved Christian Oblang are coming to play as well in this battle for second place. There they are, not too far behind, and the battle between French, Mallard and Still. And Mallard, French still hasn't managed to shake him off as Mallard goes down the inside into one. The door is closed by French on Mallard. French has been quite robust in his defence there as Mallard went down the inside. And we've seen on the inside there, Tom, it's not a curb, it's a tyre wall, and you don't want to go too much. There's
there's Mallard again up the inside into South Bank. Absolutely right, David. You don't want to be touching that tyre wall, but Mallard has now got the run, and he's through, is he? French is going to send it back at the inside of 4, the switchback from Mallard. Fantastic action in Junior Pro Kart Heat 1.
Side by side, we know French isn't going to give that one up. Harvey still might get through.
And they're side by side into the D as well. This has been a lap side by side alongside each other. Brilliant action.
And the two as well joining the party. We said that Caitlin Frame and Christian Oblang weren't far behind. Now they're right in the mix as well. It's 5 karts for second place.
And it's as you were at the end of lap 1, really.
Unbelievably as well.
Returned back to normal. We've got a kart stopped on the outside.
Sophie Pawsey in the 77. Her debut race in juniors. Stops on the outside of the back straight on the outside of hairpin 2. We did also have an incident at hairpin 1 earlier on in the race with Joe Arnold and Jacob O'Connor coming into contact. That happened whilst Mallard and French were side by side down the back straight.
We've actually had a contact warning as well for Alexander Mallard pop up. I believe that was for the last lap when they were side by side.
I think that was down the inside into hairpin 1, wasn't it?
Right,
into
okay.
It was a tight squeeze.
I don't know. Pick your contact, David.
There was plenty, wasn't there?
But there's a contact warning for Mallard gone out, definitely. So it looks like Mallard has gapped French ever so slightly now, but Harvey is still there, right on the tail of French. I think he's going to have a look at the inside here into hairpin 3, right on his back bumper. Or he actually got a bit of a swapper on coming through South Bank.
Looked like Christian Oblang there, tried to make a late move down the inside of Caitlin Frame. Caitlin was so far in front though, she felt that she could go wide enough and not have to defend at all. Fastest lap of the race though, Max Shields a 46.731, although the rest of the field as well behind, they all set personal bests, so the track certainly warming up, rubbering itself in here with the risk of precipitation receding somewhat. It drizzled early, didn't it, Tom, in practice, in qualifying as well. It was a bit of up and down. The cadet drivers were some of them considering wets for their session, although in the end it did. The rain stayed away and it was dry. Lap and a half remaining then, and out at the front, Max Shields, after that rocket ship of a start from the outside of the front row, has moved off into the distance as Alex Mallard, Lennon French, and to an extent Harvey Still as well, have squabbled over second place.
Yeah, we saw French having another half look up the inside there of Mallard, and I think to be honest, if he was to take the same line as Mallard, he might actually get a better drive out of hairpin 4 and give him a look up the inside.
Dropped
into
a
the
couple
D.
of kart lengths though, Tom, going through the D and round the national loop.
As I said, he's compromising his own speed by doing that, and that's given Still a run. He's going to try and get the switchback now, coming down the back straight, but not quite enough overspeed there. Going to use the slipstream. We've got Caitlin Frame and Christian Oblag who have switched places, and they're about to switch back. Fantastic move from Caitlin Frame, straight up the inside of Oblag. There was a sniff of an opportunity, and she took it.
Leader is already out of hairpin number 4 though, coming through. Heat number 1 goes the way of the O-plate. Max Shields takes the victory. Alex Mallard's going to get second. Lennon French is going to hold off Harvey Still third and fourth. Caitlin Frame completes the top 5 under pressure from Christian Oblang, Kieran Savage and Sebastian Pereira in 7 and 8. We then await Ben Hogarth to come through in 9th. A complete, Tom, almost reversal of our pack here at Teesside. Savage and Hogarth have really come along this season and we've been battling out for podiums. Hogarth got his maiden podium here at Teesside at round number 2. But he will start heat number 2 of the day here at Teesside from 9th place after a very difficult heat 1. So it won't juniors off, although we do have one collection, the first outing of the day for the recovery vehicle of salvation, to collect Sophie Pawsey from the outside of the back straight.
And that will give us an opportunity to do some shout-outs, I think. So please leave your comments on YouTube and the Facebook stream as well, and we will pick them up and give you a good shout-out. So we have Gemma Still saying, come on Harvey Still.
Kelly Still's been on as well, saying come on Harvey Still.
Okay, so plenty of support for Harvey Still, and also, as per usual, plenty of support for Lennon French coming in. We've got Fred French who said, come on Lennon, do your stuff, and Alex Fleming saying, come on Lennon. Then we have D&K Marsden saying, come on Noel 42.
So thank you very much for getting in touch. Please do get in touch with us via the comment section on the YouTube live stream and the Teesside Karting Facebook page. Catherine Shields has been on saying, well done Max. Max there taking the victory in our junior pro karts. Next race up there will be heat number 1 for our cadets. Cadets then making their way out, and despite qualifying seeing Sebastian Corking and Riley Buckton-Young on the front row, they're both in Micro Maxes. They will start at the back of the pack with a 5-second gap to the rest of the pack. Normally they start with a rolling start in the Micro Max, so the actual pole position on track will be there for P3 will be Jared Fox-Whiteley. He starts alongside Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Absolutely nothing between those two in qualifying. Row 2, Thomas Potter and Tom Holden. Row 3 sees Leon Barlow alongside Lewis Goff in 6th. Ben Adrian, Daniel Minto, Addison Smith and Jensen White will complete the top 10. Amy Peacock starts 11th alongside Larry Price, with Sam Hayes and Melissa Adrian behind them. Joshua Sullivan and Harris Alley. And we have Kian Logan and Mason Dinsdale. The top 20 on track completed by Kyle McLean, who qualifies quite poorly for his usual standards. Expect to see the 12 make its way through the pack and make up some places in Heat 1. He completes the top 20 with Oliver Watson alongside. Row 11 sees William Howard alongside Joseph Yao. Row 12 will have Holly Swan and Ben Robinson, with Zach Turner and Sam Robson on row 13. Row 14 sees Cody Lamb and Ollie Carter. 30 with Mason Webster, Samuel Yeadon and Ethan Charles, who set no time in qualifying, starting at the back of the pack. So 33 runners in total, 31 Hondas and 2 Micro Max. They will start, as I mentioned, at the back. They normally have a rolling start, and we've had issues in the past when they do standing starts. They don't always get the best of starts. Certainly if they move towards the head of the pack, the plug sometimes oils up and that hampers their getaway. So they will start for our race day today here at Teesside from the back of the pack.
I've just noticed a friendly face on the grid as well, who unfortunately missed the last round, but our resident photographer Gordon Welsh is here.
There he is, if you have a look on the screen, behind the 17. Now behind the 15.
Making his way up the grid, camera in hand as always. But yes, a very welcome face back to round 3 here is Gordon Welsh, and his photos are always available on the Owner Driver Sprint Facebook page.
Breaking news, Tom.
Oh, breaking news.
Yeah, we don't normally get this. We've
I do like a bit of breaking news.
We've had a compliment in the comments.
No, we haven't.
We have.
I don't believe you.
Amazing comms guys.
Oh, who's that from?
Ikatosh 23.
Oh,
yes.
Catchy.
Yes.
Catchy name. So thank you, Ikatosh 23. Yes, all forms of bribery are welcome, and praise will definitely get you a mention on the live stream.
We're also playing commentary bingo for Jewel in the Crown of the Pro Kart season. I imagine that's when we mentioned the prestigious British 24-hour race.
Oh, okay. You mean the Jewel in the Crown?
The Jewel in the Crown. Well, the jokes will have to stop because the racing is about to start. The final row has made its way up. The Micro Maxes are positioned at the tail of the field, just to the right of the shot, which you can't see because there's a commentary box in the way. Start line marshal is just waiting for confirmation that the rest of the pack is in position, and we are good to go. The thumbs up, and we are about to go racing in our cadet class.
So both Jared Fox-Whiteley and Isabella Stanswell-Milson looking very keen to get going here. As soon as the starter with green flag in hand even twitches ever so slightly, you will see them lean forward to get that better drive off the line, shift the weight of the kart forward as much as they can to give better drive to the rear wheels.
Yeah, no chicane as well, remember, for our cadets on the opening lap. It's a straight run down to the national loop. The chicane will be reinserted as they come round at the end of lap 1 to start lap 2. But it's a straight run down to what will be a very looping right hairpin at the start of the lap.
And it looks like we're about to go green here. Flag in hand, and away we go. Fantastic start from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Also a brilliant start from Tom Holden as well. He's going to run right round the outside and possibly take second place here.
Thomas Potter's come through as well, Tom, from the second row. He's in second place with Holden. Stansmore Wilson's had a terrible start. Down into fifth off the starts. Holden dives to the inside then of Thomas Potter into hairpin number 1 and moves up into second. So the top 2 in the championship now running 1 and 2 on track.
And Stansmore Wilson with a poor start has dropped down to fifth and actually was having a look up the inside from Lewis Goff, that was, who was having a look up the inside and in fact has gone up the inside of South Bank, and immediately the favour is returned from Stansmore Wilson. Goff with the switchback, and he's going to claim 5th place on the road.
Full F1 style move there, wasn't it? Gave Stansmore Wilson nowhere to go. If she wanted to maintain position, it was to go out onto the bumpy concrete rumble strip on the outside, and she didn't quite fancy that one on lap 1 of the race. But as they come through then for the first time, Fox Whiteley, Holden, Potter, Barlow, Goff, Stansmore Wilson, Adrian, Minto, Price and Peacock the top 10, and Thomas Potter's putting pressure on Tom Holden for second place. There he is on screen at the bottom. The youngster, the very little driver at the front, now up into second place. Holden down to third. Once again, Tom, we see the battle for second raging, and the leader off in the distance.
Absolutely perfect for Fox Whiteley. This is exactly what he wants to see when he looks behind. A gap, not only a gap behind, but also that there's a big pack there and they're all going to be battling it out. Now we have the 42 of Leon Barlow having a sniff up the inside of Tom Holden. Barlow, who's gone with the red wheels this year. From they were fluorescent yellow last year, if I remember rightly. Yes, they were. So slightly less distinctive, but a different set of wheels. And there he goes up the inside.
Yes, Mr. Barlow got some grief about the change of them wheels. We liked them, didn't we?
We did, but as we all know, and as I commented on the W Series driver Sarah Moore, who managed to take a P2 yesterday at Austria, so we should say congratulations to her. And I said to her that she's got the red car, and red, as we all know, is fast. Red is just faster. It's just a fact of life. It's a scientific fact, David.
Worth tenths.
Absolutely. Red wheels are at least a tenth of a second faster than yellow wheels. It's a fact. Much like a red car is much faster than a yellow car.
What colour's your road car, Tom?
Black. But I don't get a choice in that. I blame the company car for that.
So into the heavy braking zone of 1 then. Thomas Potter slides wide. Leaves the door very open. He went into the apex and slid wide. Tom Holden gets into the back down the inside. Comes then red wheels of Leon Barlow.
He's going to have a look into South Bank. I think that he's going to have the door shut firmly in his face as Holden goes up the inside of Potter. And through he goes into hairpin 3, and further back we're looking at the 48 of Ben Adrian as well, who's having a look up the inside of, I think that was Goff.
It was, and up this one I think it looked like Daniel Minto there, chops right across the track to try and optimise his exit. Stansmore Wilson has lost the place trying to get past Lewis Goff. Goff defending quite hard against Ben Adrian. Ben Adrian picks up the contact warning as he slid wide out of hairpin number 3 into the side of Lewis Goff. This battle for 5th place then.
Oh, big late lunge from Potter, and that wheel's very, very late. And round goes Holden at hairpin 1. It's going to drop him back into mid-pack. But that was a very, very late lunge from Thomas Potter. I think we'll see a contact warning at the very least for that.
Wouldn't be surprised as Larry Price goes down the inside of Daniel Minto down the back straight. Minto will return the favour straight away into hairpin 3. And Tom, as you mentioned, that move by Thomas Potter, if this was on-screen poker on the TV, that one would have had a 35% success rate.
I think you're probably right. Yes, he certainly went all in though, despite that. And yes, unfortunately, Tom Holden has come across the line in 13th place because of that. But Potter still holding second place, and he's got Leon Barlow, who's about to go full send up the inside of hairpin 1, and there he does. He goes through. Potter trying to get the switch back, but Barlow's going to have that overspeed with those red wheels, and there he goes. Potter holding the tighter line, and indeed does get the switchback. Fantastic action. It shows what I know, doesn't it?
Yeah, of the two. Ben Adrian as well in the 48. He's really come along in the last couple of rounds here at Teesside. Melissa, the other Adrian, arguably had the measure of him at round number 1. Round 2, they were fairly evenly matched. Now Ben Adrian in the 48, running in 4th place, although it could be 5th if we get a run in the background. Looks like Goff and Stansmore Wilson are side by side. Goff's going to keep the position and chop right across the bows of the 88.
Yeah, fantastic.
Already only 2 laps remaining.
flying through this race already, and it looks like Barlow's going to have another go here at Potter up the inside into hairpin 1, and indeed he does. Are we going to have a repeat performance with the cutback from Potter? Oh, Barlow, nice chop across the bows there of Potter, blocked that run that he got from the last lap, and it shows the pace and the learning ability of Leon Barlow. He learned from what happened on the last lap and shut that move down before it could start. So we're going to come across the line this time for the last lap. It's going to be Jared Fox-Whiteley with a lead of 4 seconds, David.
It's well done. It could even be 5, Tom, with this lot of battling for second place behind them. They'll come over the line. Then this battle for second sees Barlow, Potter, Adrian Goff, Stansmore, Wilson. Pick who's going to get second, because I wouldn't like to put anything on. Seb Corkin in the Micro Max sets the fastest lap of the race. He's come through the pack up into 14th.
Yeah, fantastic effort from Corking to come through this 33 kart grid and make his way all the way up to 14th is a fantastic effort.
So the issues that we had earlier on that with Tom Holden, that's dropped him outside the top 10, which here at Teesside, you start where you finish on your previous heat. Race leader, despite this battle for second, already out of hairpin number 4 and coming through. As Potter dives down the inside, a final corner move for second place. Fox-Whiteley's going to take the win. Here he is over the line, take the checker. Who's going to get second? It will be Thomas Potter from Leon Barlow and Ben Adrian. Lewis Goff, Stansmore, Wilson. Larry Price gets past Daniel Minto on the line. Seb Corking makes up 5 places on the final lap in his Micro Max up to 9. Addison Smith and Tom Holden complete the top 10 in Hondas.
Yeah, fantastic move at the end of the race there from Thomas Potter. I think he made up for the late lunge on Holden earlier in the race with that move, because although it was a late lunge, it was timed perfectly in the respect that it didn't give Leon Barlow any room to come back at him. So fantastic effort there for Potter to take second place. Barlow still taking third, and Tom Holden managed to make his way up to 11th in the end, so that's where he will start heat number 2, and we will look for him coming through and back towards the front.
So as this massive train of cadets makes their way off here at Teesside Autodrome, we'll just dip back into the social feed once again. Joseph Meehan's been on, wants to know when Harry Burrell is racing. He's out in Senior Pro Kart. You've only got 2 more races to wait for our Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax before you see Harry Burrell out in that one. Andy Barlow has also been on saying, let's go Leon Barlow, number 42, and good luck to all the cadets. And the cadets there making their way off. Barlow getting himself into the top 3, although pipped on the final corner by Thomas Potter down the inside. And, big shout out actually for me in that first race there for Jensen White, who finishes the race in 14th overall, 13th in class. That's the best finish for him here at Teesside, and he will start very well with Seb Corkins' Micro Max making its way all the way up from the back into 9th place. Grid then for our Junior Rotax is up on the screen.
So pole position is taken with a 42.191 by Gracie Mitchell, and P2 Bella Franklin. 3rd place will be Isaac O'Shea, 4th is Lucas Jex, 5th is Alfie Wallbank, and 6th Oliver Buckton. 7th will be Harry Pullen, 8th Ben Ficini, 9th James Robertson, 10th Lucas Miles, 11th Vincent Bailey, 12th Lizzie Mentier. 13th will be Catherine Potter, 14th David Mack, and 15th Ollie Poole. So you may recognise a few of these names from last season where they were in different classes. So Catherine Potter, Lizzie Mentier, and who was the other one that I saw a moment ago? Moving up from cadets. Was it Oliver Buckton, David?
Yes, Oliver won the Cadet Championship here in 2019, so he moved up into juniors for the first time last year, and this will be his 2nd year. Last year's cadets, we had an intense championship battle, didn't we, between Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter, David Mack as well.
That was the name I was looking for, David Mack. Yeah. So the 4 of those have moved up, and into the junior Rotax class. Moving from junior Pro Kart, we've had Gracie Mitchell, Bella Franklin and Oliver Buckton have moved over, all from junior Pro Kart, and now into a Minimax.
And 2 green flags in this one. Tom, it's a rolling start for our juniors and our minis. The juniors will go off first, the minis will go off at around about half a lap difference. So we'll have 2 rolling starts for our juniors and our minis. Got 4 minis on the grid, so we'll follow the juniors as they come over the line. Gracie Mitchell dictates the pace with the yellow helmet on the inside, Bella Franklin in the blue on the outside. As they come over, Franklin gets squiffy over the line, and Isaac O'Shea will move into second place. Franklin put the power down as she was still turning, and the kart was sideways even before the start line, and O'Shea up then into second place behind Gracie Mitchell. Bella Franklin down into third behind them. That looks like it's Jex, I think, in the 72. We're away in Mini, and Lizzie Mentia holds the inside line from the second place of David Mack behind, although Mentia goes very wide round the national loop, slides wide, and David Mack comes through into the lead.
Yes, so it's over your line will be Mitchell, O'Shea and Franklin, your top 3, followed by Harry Pullen, Lucas Jex. Harry Pullen with a fantastic start, making up 3 places. Lucas Jex, Alfie Wallbank, Ben Ficini, Oliver Buckton, Lucas Miles and James Robinson and Vincent Bailey. They're your juniors, and then coming over the line just about now will be your Minimax, and that is led by Lizzie Mentia, David Mack, Catherine Potter and Ollie Poole.
Yeah, it looks like, Tom, everybody that was on the outside behind Bella Franklin in second place, as she got slightly sideways, bought the entirety of the outside front row. Lucas Jex was behind her, he's dropped back a place, but as you say, Harry Pullen with a fantastic start, moving up 3 places, and he's right on the back as well of Bella Franklin, as you'll see them flash through the screen there. Franklin with the blue helmet, white helmet
right on the back
Jex.
is Isaac O'Shea, right on the back of Gracie Mitchell. Well, Gracie was pretty much untouchable in the last round. Yeah, but Isaac O'Shea has certainly brought the fire this time, and he's hounding her all the way around for these first couple of laps. Gracie not able to break that toe. He's bringing Isaac O'Shea along. Bella Franklin dropping back ever so slightly, only 6/10 behind. If she gets a good run in the slipstream, I'm sure she can make that up.
Seemed to close up quite a lot actually. Tom went into hairpin 3, and she's still there. The gap now between them is she's chipped away, taken a couple of tenths, and set the best lap of the race.
Yes, Bella Franklin setting the fastest lap of the race so far, closed up a 10th onto the back of this group of 2. Isaac O'Shea hasn't been close enough to make a move just yet, but certainly into hairpin 1 is very close to Gracie Mitchell.
So Mitchell, who, as you mentioned, had most of round 2. It was a 1-horse race, wasn't it? O'Shea and Franklin battled it out over second place. O'Shea did manage to, this is the move down the inside there. Looks like it's that Lucas Jex in the 86, his first time here at Teesside, goes down the inside of Harry Pullen and moves up into 4th place. The customary tap of the helmet. Let's work together and try and close the gap.
I'm just keeping an eye on the Minimax battle that's off screen, but I'm keeping an eye on it out the window and through the live timing, and it is still Lizzie Mentia from David Mack, Catherine Potter and Ollie Poole, but the front 3 are close together. There's only 3/10 between them at the moment.
So it's still Mentia, Mack and Potter as they come over. Nothing between their best times, or on the last lap between them as well. 4/10 between Mentia, Mack and Potter, as Lucas Jex, Tom, has closed right up onto the back of Bella Franklin, who has dropped away. She does set a personal best as she goes over. And
Lucas Jex setting the fastest lap of the race on that lap. So there's now just over a second separating the top 5.
So Jex then reeling Franklin in. You see there on in the background right now on the bumper of the 43.
Yeah, Franklin seemed to have a bit of a poor lap that last lap. Although she did set a personal best, it's now dropped to over a second behind Isaac O'Shea.
So then Jex now then closing right in on the back. O'Shea still keeping Mitchell honest, although Jex goes down the inside into hairpin number 4. Runs Franklin wide on exit, and Lucas Jex moves into the top 3 here at Teesside. Mitchell, O'Shea and Jex then the top three with Franklin, Pullen, Wallbank, Vicini, Buckton, Robertson, Miles and Bailey, your junior runners, as Franklin tries a half move down the inside into hairpin number 1 as there's a slow, Tom, looks, is that it is.
It's Isaac O'Shea.
It's Isaac O'Shea going very slow out of hairpin number 1. He seems to be back up to pace there. I was just having a quick look to see whether they caught up onto the back of the mini class, and that was part of the problem there, but it wasn't. It was the 84. Looks like he had a problem. It seems to have sorted itself out.
Is it a half spin maybe? I'm not sure. I was looking down at the timing screen at the time, David.
Possibly. He could have gone down the inside of Mitchell, couldn't he, into 1. Got himself slightly sideways, and that's compromised him. Now he's down into 3rd place, splitting Lucas Jex and Bella Franklin. 2.5 laps remaining then. Franklin all over the back now of Isaac O'Shea, although O'Shea should have the pace to hopefully pull away down the back straight. It has, though, handed it to Gracie Mitchell. She's now got a gap of almost 1.5 seconds as Mentia, Mack and Potter come through over the line in this mini class. David Mack all over the back of Lizzie Mentia.
And he has been for the entire race so far. That's about the biggest gap we've seen between them so far for this race.
Brand new kart for Mack this weekend as well. He's on the JDR MS kart.
He's got the Jack Dex Racing colour scheme all over that, and also got Lucas Racing on the front of it as well. So it's pretty much going to be the same setup minus the engine that Gracie Mitchell and Bella Franklin are running.
So the last lap, but it will flick to a last lap in around about half a lap's time. It does say 2 laps, but it will be 2 laps as they come over the line for our mini class in a few moments, as Mack has dropped away from Mentia ever so slightly. There is the leader coming through in the junior class. The last lap board out there from the start line, Marshall. Over start finish then for the penultimate time. And Gracie Mitchell now, she might just catch up onto the back of Ollie Poole and just has to safely negotiate the back marker to put another win on the sheet for the driver of the 11. Behind, there's still a very intense battle going on between Lucas Jex and Isaac O'Shea, who would like dearly to get that 2nd place back after the incident earlier on in the race dropped him down into 4th.
Yes, indeed. It would be interesting to see what happens in heat number 2 as well, as they look to come across the line, and it is Ollie Poole who is just going to hold off Gracie Mitchell for being lapped. But Gracie Mitchell taking a win from Lucas Jex, Isaac O'Shea, Bella Franklin, Harry Pullen, Alfie Wallbank, Ben Ficini, Oliver Buckton, James Robertson, and it looks like it's going to be Lucas Miles and Vincent Bailey rounding out your junior Rotax field. And here we have Lizzie Mentier now with a much bigger gap to David Mack. Slightly tight on exit though, it's given David Mack a bit of a run, but not quite enough in the end, and it is going to be Lizzie Mentier taking the win in in Mini Max from David Mack. Catherine Potter crossing the line in 3rd, and it will be Ollie Poole in 4th place.
So some fantastically close racing in both of those 2 classes, Tom. Isaac O'Shea will have maybe some questions to ask as to what caused him to have that, what looked for us to be a half spin, because it didn't look to be anything mechanical, because he was straight back on the pace down the back straight heading towards South Bank, where he got straight back past Bella Franklin, having dropped down into 4th place.
Good recovery actually.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it?
It was a good overtake on Bella as well.
So the first instalment then of our 2 strokes are out of the way. The seniors up in a few moments' time.
And here we have your grid for senior Rotax. We will go through this rather quickly because they do hustle on the outlap, the senior Rotax. So pole position will be Tom Reeve from Dan Kell, Ashley Savage, Tyler Jex, Max Prentice and Max Martin. Lee Bell in 7th, Paul Swan, Emma Brown, Chris Crowther, Jake Simpson and Christopher Stoves. 13 is Lauren Taylor. 14th will be Chris Dark. followed by Zach Bolton, and rounding out your senior Rotax grid is Andrew Freeman in 16th place.
So a mix then between Rotax 162 and 177. That's a weight difference of 15 kilos. And out at the front, for the first time, controlling the pace, a maiden pole position for the 22 of Tom Reeve. So this will be the first time he gets to lead the pack round here in the Rotax class. The back of the pack looks to be with the front. So the 22 will dictate the pace. Alongside him, the O-plate of Daniel Kell. So they come through then. Reeve holding the pace. Steady, steady, steady. The green drops. The power is down. And Tom Reeve will lead them over the line. And can he hold track position for the inside round the national loop? He does. We've got a couple of spinners in the middle of the pack.
Was that Dan Kell?
Tom, let's see if we can pick them out. Let's see who's coming through.
Oh, it's not. Dan Kell has taken the lead.
It could
well have been Tom Reeve.
I think it is, Tom. It is. It's the 22.
So it's our pole sitter, Tom Reeve, and it's the 82. Or was it the 82?
I think the 82 could be
it's Tyler Jex. So they've gone round on the first corner of lap 1, and that's given Dan Kell carte blanche to lead this field and gap the pack.
Doesn't go much more 0 to 0 than that, does it?
No,
you lead your first race over the line, and then within 50 metres, you're trimming the grass for us here at the Teesside National.
So with Tom Reeve and Tyler Jex with it all to do now for the rest of the day, hopefully they can make their way back through this pack, and certainly, we've got somebody off at hairpin 1 as well, just off shot.
Andrew Freeman, I believe.
And has gone into the tyres as well. Oh, we've got a black flag for Andrew Freeman as well. So bad to worse from Andrew Freeman, crashing out at hairpin 1 and also receiving a black flag. Now, do we think that was for the opening lap incident at turn 1, David?
We'll have to do some digging, some sleuthing, and see whether we can find out what that one is for. But as they come over the line then, it's Kell, Savage, Prentice, Martin and Swan leading the 162 class. Leader in 177, the O-plate, Lee Bell. He's in front of Emma Brown and Chris Crowder. Lauren Taylor makes up 4 places on the opening 2 laps, as does Chris Dark in 9th and 10th respectively to complete the top 10. And Savage and Prentice, there is Freeman coming into the pits after the black flag incident on the opening corner.
I'm going to keep an eye on whether he's actually coming back out, whether it will be a drive-through penalty, or whether because of the damage sustained in the crash, that will be it for heat number 1.
Out at the front though, Daniel Kell, he's set the best lap of the race so far. Behind him, Savage and Prentice trying to close in, and Max Martin is there as well in the 126. Ashley Savage, who won a race for the first time here at Teesside at round 2, then proceeded to win heat 2, 3 and the final to clean sweep the day. Now has a second to try and close in on Daniel Kell, who, having spoke to them earlier in the week, would like nothing more than to win the championship here at Teesside. He tried for 2.5 years to win the O-plate, finally got it at the start of this year in the delayed O-plate, delayed from December to March, and is now out at the head of the pack. Behind him though, the rest of the pack seem to be maintaining a fairly reasonable gap to him, Tom.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Max Prentice up there as well. He's struggled a little bit this year with getting right up to the front of this Rotax field, but good to see him there and managing to keep up with Ashley Savage as well. Yeah,
we've seen him win races here, but I agree, Tom, in rounds 1 and 2 I think he's struggled to match the pace of Kell and Savage in rounds 1 and 2 respectively, but he's seems to be maintaining, and the gap really, Tom, only really created that 1 second gap by that opening lap incident. I think without that we'd probably be running 1, 2, 3, 4 nose to tail from Kell down to Max Martin, who really has found a couple of tenths in himself as well.
We've actually had Zach Bolton has lost 3 places on that last lap, been passed by Christopher Soaves, Tyler Jex and Tom Reeve, who are now making their way back through the field.
So yeah, it looks like those two are working together, Tom. They certainly are, because Jex, and I've just seen them go round the outside of somebody at hairpin 2.
That would be Chris Dark, I think, in the 17. Could be Christopher Stoves.
Well beyond half race distance then here for our Rotax class. 10 lap heats and a 12 lap final. We only have 4 remaining. The gap remains at 1 second between the O-Plate Daniel Kell, Ashley Savage, Max Prentice and Max Martin. Then there's a gap back to Paul Swan. He's coming under pressure from Lee Bell, although they are in 2 different point scoring classes.
We look at Kell making his way around South Bank and hairpin 3. Seems to be a class of 1 at the moment from Kell, with that incident with Reeve and Jex on the opening lap, and you can see Kell just opening up that radiator now just to get a little bit more cooling into the engine of that car. 0.8 of a second the gap, and then another 0.7 back to Max Prentice.
The gap, Tom, has moved slightly though. The Prentice I don't think's dropped back, but Savage is certainly moving forward. He took 2.5 out of Daniel Kell on the previous lap. The only issue he's got is he's probably going to run out of laps. Yeah,
I'd agree with that. It's going to be a little bit too much too late, but hopefully he can maintain this pace.
We've seen
to
this
the
before,
end,
though, haven't we?
Sorry?
We've seen this before in Rotax, where drivers sort of set their tyre pressures for them to come in at a certain point in the race, and it takes them a while. And at the very least, Ashley Savage is going to learn something from this, and it's probably take a couple of PSI out and get them tyres in from lap 5 rather than lap 7. Yeah, absolutely. He's closed in only another 0.5, but it was, as you say, 0.2 on the previous lap. So he is still catching up, but not quite at the pace that is going to be quick enough for him. No, so we just looking a bit further down the order. So we had our initial first lap spinners, Tom Reeve and Tyler Jex, who have moved up to 10th and 11th respectively, with Jex setting his personal best lap of the race, and it's only 0.2 off what Dan Kell did on the last lap as well. So despite a little bit of traffic, here we have Dan Kell now moving across the line and taking the last lap board. 0.5 second only now to Ashley Savage, who is certainly coming on pace with Dan Kell. Another 1.5 taken out of him, but as you say, David, I think it's going to be too much too late. 0.6 the gap. Yeah, he is closing in though, so that'll give him some confidence, and they will start, if they finish as they are, alongside each other for heat number 2. 0.6 though the gap between them. I think it has closed up slightly, but the thing that is going to beat Ashley Savage as well as Daniel Kell will be the checkered flag. It's out and they come through. Heat 1 wins by Daniel Kell. Ashley Savage will get 2nd, Max Prentice 3rd. Max Martin will come through 4th. Then there's a gap back to Paul Swan in 5th, and then the winner in the 177, the O-Plate, Lee Bell, takes the win in 177. Emma Brown will get 2nd in that class, with Tom Reeve and Tyler Jex coming over to complete the top 10 in front of Chris Crowther, who is 3rd in the 177s. Another enthralling race there, Tom. More from the fact of what is going to be served up for heat number 2. Yeah, looking forward to seeing Reeve and Jex move through, providing they can stay clean in heat number 2. Just the start of that as well, wasn't it? Between Kell, Prentice, Savage, and then what could be Tom Reeve and Tyler Jex coming through as well. The only issue they're going to have now is a poor heat 1. It means they don't pick up too many points for the grids for the final, so they're going to need a very good heats 2 and 3 to at least be on the top in the front 3 rows for the final here. Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to have a 5-way scrap for the win here, which is certainly going to make it exciting in the final. I'm looking forward to seeing Reeve number 2, as we said. And your final race for heat number 1, as the massive grid of senior pro karts, which is headed with a 46.23 by Aaron Alexander, taking pole position here, finally seeming to find some pace that he seems to have struggled with throughout the entire season so far. Brand new kart, Tom. Ah, well, that would be why. We'll go into that while we get onto the grid. Let's get through this massive bumper grid. So we have Aaron Alexander on pole, followed by Mark Tate, who's had a brilliant run in qualifying with a 46.253.
Perennial front runner Connor Lucas is actually only in 3rd place so far, but we'll see what he does during the race. Sam Tugwell taking 4th, Asher Blythe in 5th, and Connor White in 6th. Mason Barker in 7th, 8th place is Thomas Braid, 9th is Kieran Lambert, and 10th the GP plate of Jess Alexander, who had a very good run in qualifying, but unfortunately was only good enough for 10th. She was hounding Connor Lucas all the way round with some clean air as well. Brandon Truman Reddish in P11 and Jack Morris P12. 13th Joe Grinsell, 14th David Brown, 15th will be X30 world champion Connor Jupp. 16th Isle of Man resident Dan Bugard has come over for this one and the number 1 car. 17th Simon Doughty, 18th Jake Richardson, 19th will be Joe Burrell, 20th Danielle Gardner, 21st Josh Yeadon, 22nd Darren Lowe, 23rd Steve Nichols, 24th David Brewis, 25th will be Brandon Jennings, 26th Callum Booth, 27th Paul Turland, 28th Harry Burrell, 29th will be Craig Harris, and 30th Philip Pavlik. 31st Dan Fulsham, 32nd Thomas Lowther, 33rd Gary Hall, 34th Josh Mitchell, 35th Scott Blackburn, 36th Jordan Guy. How many more have we got, David?
Keep going.
37th Jonathan Allen, 38th Paul Rye, 39th Stuart Smith, 40th will be Adam Wood, 41st Ross Jordan, 42nd Andrew Bayliss, and breathe.
Massive grid, but just to give you an idea of how close this grid is, the top 17 split by half a second in qualifying, the top 27 split by less than a second. Unbelievably close. On pole position, Aaron Alexander. One person that will be pleased with that will be his granddad Peter, who is his birthday today. Happy birthday, Peter.
Just looking at the final few places gridding up, you will see the X's on the back of these carts, most of them with a 66 plate. We'll go into that a little bit later, but most of them with a 66 plate, but the X meaning they are a novice, either very early into their racing career at Teesside Sprint Series. So here we go. Green flag in hand from the start. It is Aaron Alexander on pole position and gets a good start. Mark Tate chopping straight across the bow of Connor Lucas. He drops him into his 3rd place. Single file through the northern loop for most of the front runners, but we've got the 112 around and we've got the 66 around as well. So that was Dan Fulsham and Paul Rye, and we've got more going round in hairpin 1. That's the 12 of Thomas Braid, who had a fantastic qualifying.
Josh Mitchell is off there as well, I think, at the hairpin 1. And Tom Braid at one point, Tom, was provisional pole position early on in that quali session.
And we've got a contact warning for Kieran Lambert as Connor Lucas takes 2nd place on lap 1 into South Bank.
Still got that 100% record, hasn't he, Tom, in the senior pro karts? The opening 8 races all won by Connor Lucas.
Also a contact warning for Connor White there, so we'll see what Connor Lucas can do from here, because Aaron Alexander has gapped the pack ever so slightly. He's half a second clear of Connor Lucas. Mark Tate in 3rd, followed by Sam Tugwell.
Oh, big incident, Tom, coming through the chicane section. Connor Jupp and Jess Alexander, neither of those two wanted to back out. Connor Jupp got air.
Oh, did he? I was just looking through. So your clubman leader is Asher Blythe, followed by Connor White, Kieran Lambert and Mason Barker. Connor Jupp, crossed the line in 9th, and Jack Morris in 10th.
I think he was across the grass in 9th as well, as Jess Alexander picks up a contact warning for that incident. Asher Blythe managing to get down the inside, up into 4th place at the expense of Sam Tugwell. He's a leader in our clubman class.
I hate to be the voice of doom here, but Connor Lucas is closing right up on the back of Aaron Alexander here. This could be curtains. We could be on for another clean sweep from Connor Lucas. Looking very racy at the front, and we've got, who is that coming up the inside?
He's through, Tom, at hairpin number 2, down the inside of Aaron Alexander, and once again, the Connor Lucas show is on.
Stinking up the show, as they say in NASCAR.
Down the inside then of Aaron Alexander, and he's moved through then from what was, by his standards, a fairly poor qualifying on the 2nd row. He's down the inside of Aaron Alexander, and Mr. Teesside is on his way. Can it be a 9th victory from 9 races past Aaron Alexander? Mark Tate, though, sticking to the back of them, the top three,
He was
moving
a full
away.
half a second quicker than anybody else out there on the previous lap.
Look at the train, Tom, though, for fourth place, headed by Asher Alexander. Where does it stop? There's only a small gap from Asher Blythe all the way back to Jess Alexander in 12th as Kieran Lambert goes down the inside of last year's Junior Pro champion Jack Morris, and he's going to try and get past Connor White down the back straight as well, and he does, down the inside into South Bank. Jack Morris is going to come as well, and Connor White loses 2 places in the space of the back straight.
Yeah, a little tap on the rear then as well as they came through hairpin 3.
Oh, Brandon Truman Reddish runs Connor Jupp very wide onto that bumpy tarmac, and Connor Jupp's going to lose 3 places. He's gone behind Truman Reddish, Jess Alexander, and it looks like Mason Barker as well.
All action here in Senior Pro Kart, as always. Such a bumper grid, it makes it action all the way through the field, and there's so many of them, it's genuinely difficult for us to keep up. We've got somebody round in hairpin 1.
Josh Yeadon, the 4, he spins at hairpin 1. The yellows came out, but he's back going again.
He was inside the top 20.
Yeah,
We've got
rejoined in front of Darren Lowe.
We had a contact warning as well for Jess Alexander. We missed that off screen, but there is the warning. And that's Connor White up the inside of hairpin 4 and touches the inside barriers, and we've seen that before at hairpin 1. I've never seen that happen at hairpin 4.
No, got very lucky actually. That kart wasn't fully turned round into the following pack.
Absolutely, and they all did a very good job to avoid him. The Connor White dropping 6 places on that lap. We've had another contact warning for Mason Barker as well, so that's his first warning.
Cumulative as well here at Teesside as Simon Dougherty goes down the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish, and there's contact between the two of them. They run out of the same stable, and that, Tom, is not what the driver of the 41 wants to see on the screen. Black flag for Mason Barker. It comes up on the screen. It was a contact warning to start with. We're not seeing the start line marshal holding anything at the moment, but it has come up on the screen as a black flag for the 41 of Mason Barker.
And we've got Dan Bugard going up the inside of Jess Barker at hairpin 4, but Jess Alexander managing to hold the pace through the dog leg and keep in position.
The black flag of doom is out.
So that will be for Mason Barker for what has been deemed ABC, which stands for advantage by contact, basically punting somebody off and then nipping up the inside.
That may potentially have had something to do with the Brandon Truman Reddish incident. They were running very closely together on the previous lap as Jess Alexander goes down the inside of Jake Richardson, forces the 113 wide, and she moves back inside the top 10. Fastest lap of the race, though. Would it be anybody else?
Connor Lucas, half a second clear now of Aaron Alexander from Mark Tate. Asher Blythe is your clubman class leader in 4th place from Sam Tugwell, Kieran Lambert, Jack Morris, Connor Jupp, Mason Barker and Jess Alexander now in 10th place.
So a real mixed bag here at Teesside then. The drivers with the blue background there, your pro runners, clubman is there's another spin. Simon Doughty and Brandon Truman Reddish have both spun. Again. At hairpin number 1.
And we've got the black flag continues to be shown for Mason Barker. I think he's going to get it again coming across the line. Just looking out the commentary box window. And we have, that's the 199 of Joe Grinsell overtaking, that was Dan Bugard as well. So Bugard has lost 2 places on the lap. David Brown and Joe Grinsell have both gone through. We've got Brandon Truman Reddish with a contact warning. Simon Doughty's dropped 7 places at that with the spin at hairpin 1, and that was Brandon Truman Reddish as well, who's also dropped 9 places on that lap.
So Simon Doughty, last year's clubman champion, who's moved up to pro. We've got another spinner, Tom, at hairpin 1. That looks like it could have been Callum Booth. He was inside the top 20. Certainly won't be now. He was facing the wrong way.
I'd just like to point out we've got the last lap board coming out for Connor Lucas, but Aaron Alexander has brought that gap down to just over 0.3 of a second, and he's bringing Mark Tate along as well.
Still less than a second then. And Connor Lucas, Tom, felt the need to have a look over his shoulder. We don't see that one very often.
No, we don't. It shows that Aaron Alexander is putting the pressure on here. So your pole sitter, Aaron Alexander, with great pace in qualifying. hounding now Connor Lucas, who started third and made his way through very quickly to his usual lead of the race. And we believe he will come across the line as your Heat 1 winner as a round hairpin for the final time in Heat 1. It will be Connor Lucas continuing the clean sweep. 9 races here at Teesside this season and 9 wins for Connor Lucas. Sam Tugwell there feeling the need to go straight on and not take the D as they come over the line.
So, result then from our senior Pro Kart class. Connor Lucas, Aaron Alexander and Mark take the top 3. Asher Blythe, Kieran Lambert, Jack Morris, Sam Tugwell, Connor Jupp, Jess Alexander and Jake Richardson, the top 10. Asher Blythe taking the winning clubman, David Brewis in our 40s class. And the leading novice, the number 59 of Craig Harris. He's also in the 40s class. Novice clubman goes to Gary Hall, our current novice championship leader. That he finishes in 31st of our well over 40 runners here at the Teesside Autodrome. It might take us a short while to get all of these pro cars over the weighbridge, but when we do, we will be back for the first of our second heats, which will be our Bambinos, and we'll have another cycle. So we'll go Bambino, Junior Pro, Cadet, the 2 Rotax classes and Pro Kart, before we have a short interlude for the lunch break. Don't go too far away though during that time. We have got a number of interviews that will go out during the lunch break on the live stream, and then we'll be back for Heat 3 and the final. So next up, as we get all of these Pro Karts through and over the dummy grid, will be our Bambinos.
So here we go with Heat 2 of Bambinos, who gave us a fantastic run at the front in Heat number 1. The front 3 of Austin Oman, Harvey Bacon and Colby Patterson, with Oman just pipping Bacon on the last lap. So your pole sitter will be Oman, followed by Harvey Bacon, Colby Patterson, Connor Butler, Edward Rye and Joey Swan. Freddie Murray in 7th, 8th will be Harris Barber, 9th Alfie Watson, 10th Riley Munro, 11th Buddy Hugo and 12th Daniel Stangerin. Finally it will be Jake Gibbon in 13th and Ethan McClelland in 14th. Well, fingers crossed, David, for another fantastic Heat number 2.
Yeah, and let's see whether Harvey Bacon from the outside of the front row can move that one extra space up. And Tom, you see on the screen the brand new timing screen here at Teesside Autodrome, courtesy of our kind sponsors at NRG Cycles, who sponsor the series here at Teesside, and some of our race sponsors as well there, MS Karts, Lucas Racing and HRS Racing Engines. You'll see their logos appearing in the top right corner throughout the classes for the day. And we'll thank NRG very much for the provision of the timing screen here at Teesside. We had a film on that last night. Kids were all sat on the grass watching it.
What was the film, David? I was busy in the hotel at that point, watching the footy. I'm not going to lie.
I can't remember. I was busy trying to figure out how to put bodywork on a kart for the first time. It was full-on amateur hour until about 4 people chipped in and helped me out. One of them being my dad, and the rest of the team down there helping out.
Well, that's just to bring us on to that point. It is one of the most fantastic things about the Teesside paddock is the amount of help that everybody is willing to get here. There really is a good community here, and if you haven't ever raced at Teesside and you are watching, thinking about coming down, please do. Please get your entries in, because there is, in my opinion, no finer paddock in the country.
Yeah. We could add the home of family racing to the David Sullivan bingo card, and I'll just reel that one out for the rest of the season.
Yeah, well. Absolutely. Have we got much on the bingo so far?
Well, we're 2 for 2 so far.
Are we?
Yeah. Only because it comes up on and we just repeat it.
2 fat commentators.
Well, that's not as nice as the Baldilocks and the 3 hairs.
Oh, here we go. Sorry to cut across you, David, but we've got the Bambinos are back underway. Austin O'Man with another great start with... it looks like Bacon, Harvey Bacon has dropped into P2. Poor start again from Colby Patterson. We saw that in the last race as well. So he's dropped back into 4th place. And we have the 12 of Connor Butler has now made his way into P3. Colby Patterson already looking racy as they come out of hairpin 2. And looks like he might get a good run around the outside and chops the nose off of Connor Butler and moves his way up into 3rd place. So good run from Colby Patterson. As we said, poor start again, but immediately straight onto the pace. Yeah, and already onto the back of Harvey Bacon.
So he's side by side then with Connor Butler. Looks like Colby Patterson's just got a lot more straight line speed than out of hairpin 4. He's going to try and run around the outside of Harvey Bacon. Can he come through? He's going to keep his foot in as well.
Oh,
fantastic move from Colby Patterson all the way around the outside of Harvey Bacon and up into 2nd place.
Yeah, great move from Patterson. Got the overspeed coming out of hairpin 4, and they were side by side and just wasn't going to let up, was he? So up into 2nd place. Is he going to bring Harvey Bacon with him as he starts to claw back onto the tail of Austin O'Man?
Looks like we've had some issues on the opening lap, Tom, for 2 of our drivers, Daniel Stangerine and Ethan McClelland on the opening lap. They're just going to come through on an overstart finish in a few moments' time. So, as Harvey Bacon carries a little bit too much speed into hairpin number 3, almost runs straight into the back of Colby Patterson, but Patterson's managed to ride that one out quite nicely, and is now closing in on the back of Austin O'Man. The gap on the previous lap, 9/10 of a second. They'll come through this time at 2/10 of a second. He's taking chunks out of the lead, and now he's right on the back of O'Man round the National Loop.
He is, and he's brought Bacon with him as well. He's brought Harvey Bacon along for the ride, and now we're going to have a resumption of Heat 1.
So Patterson elects not to do anything at hairpin 1. And Tom, we don't really see that as a prime overtaking spot really for the Bambinos, do we? They like to do out of hairpin 2 and the run down to South Bank, and out of hairpin 4 and try and run it over start finish as Patterson did on the previous lap.
Yeah, absolutely, and Patterson taking that wider entry into South Bank. It leaves the door open for Harvey Bacon, and I think if Harvey Bacon was another 2 or 3 feet alongside, that could have been a bit nasty. I'm not sure how he knew, but Patterson knew that Bacon was there. Oh, and Patterson, we saw him there snatch at the steering wheel a little bit, and that's given Bacon a run up the inside.
Exactly what you were saying, Tom, might happen down the back straight.
Yes, indeed, and so he got you can see he had his nose chopped off essentially coming through the dog leg, and that had made Harvey Bacon jump out of the throttle. And as we've seen time and time again here, the second you have to lift, it costs you huge amounts of time in these Bambino karts. Once you lose the momentum, it's so difficult to get it back again.
Yeah, so Patterson will once again run round. O'Man actually this time takes a wider line round hairpin number 3, hairpin 2. Patterson's going to try and get to the inside. O'Man sees him, gives him a kart length, and then chops across as Patterson gets out off the throttle and allows Austin O'Man to take the corner. Both of them there really being very courteous to each other as they go down that back straight towards the hairpin number 3 and 4.
I think Patterson didn't want to do to O'Man what Bacon did to Patterson on the previous lap, which was chop across the nose and cut both of your momentums out.
So we are beyond half race distance then in this 8-minute heat number 2. And it is 3.5 minutes then for Colby Patterson to try and find a way past Austin O'Man, which he hasn't been able to do so far. O'Man's held it fairly firm at the front.
Yeah, I think part of the issue is, as much as it is about momentum with these Bambinos, and as we say that, Patterson is now very much up the inside, but O'Man with that wider line is going to keep the drive going and carry the speed and maintain the lead of this race. Now, what I was about to say was part of the problem, is much as it is about momentum, is that there is no braking points for these Bambinos. They don't actually get out of the throttle, as far as I'm aware, throughout the entire lap. So there isn't really an opportunity to sort of send one up the inside, if you like. It's all about just carrying as much speed as you can through the corners, and of course that will aid them as they get a little bit older and move into cadets, where that very much is the case, where it's about momentum and carrying the speed. I should also point out that Harvey Bacon, with these two battling at the front, has now caught right up onto the back of Patterson, and we saw him with that opportunistic move at the end of the heat number 1.
Oh, did Patterson get into the back of O'Man there,
He
Tom?
did, and there we go. As we said, Harvey Bacon with that opportunistic move moved into second place. Is he going to keep the run going on Patterson to hold it into South Bank? I don't think he is. Patterson moves immediately back into P2.
So Patterson, who bulked his own X in, as you were saying, Tom, it's all about trying to, in this Bambino, just the nature of this Teesside Autodrome circuit here is that they don't really brake here. There's no really incredibly sharp corners, certainly for karts that are obviously the slowest on the track here at Teesside in terms of the smallest drivers that we've got. They'll come through. I think they'll get 2 more laps here. They'll see the last lap board next time round. And Patterson and Bacon now on the back of O'Man, who's looking to make it 2 from 2. Looks like, well, once again, I'm just going to see whether Patterson can get that run down that back straight. We know he's got the straight line speed. It's whether he's got enough of it before they get to South Bank. Very, very evenly matched, O'Man and Patterson.
Yep, we've got a minute and a half to go, so that means 2 laps here remaining, or a lap and a half now at Teesside before the end of this race. O'Man has slightly gapped Patterson, but we've seen it before, and especially with Harvey Bacon as well, where you can get in that slipstream. Even though these karts are so small and the drivers are so small, there is a definite slipstream effect. And there goes Patterson up the inside, coming out of hairpin 4. Is he going to get the drive? Oh, good move on the inside from O'Man. Held it as we start the last lap. Up and over the curb of the dogleg there, but managed to keep his foot in. Brave driving from O'Man. Yeah,
got some air there over the curb on the larger karts. They wouldn't even lift over there, but these very lightweight Bambinos with only 69 kilos, including the driver, saw Austin O'Man bouncing up and over the curves, but he's still at the head of the pack with Colby Patterson, as there's a spinner on the outside of hairpin 2. None of them, the yellow flag will be out, but that won't matter our leaders, who are already past it and heading towards the checkered flag. And Harvey Bacon,
it's right there,
pushing, isn't he, all the way round. Colby Patterson all the way round as O'Man takes a defensive line to the inside. Patterson's going to try and go all the way round the outside as he dived inside. In doing so, opened the door and handed it to Bacon, and there's contact between the two of them. They've both managed to get going again, and it will finish with Austin O'Man taking the victory. Patterson and Bacon will get 2 and 3, so it hasn't really been too much of a problem for the no retirements for the two. Connor Butler will come through then in a few moments' time to take 4th place from Edward Rye. But what a final corner. It looked like Harvey Bacon was going to come through, then Bacon spun himself.
I'm very much enjoying the Bambinos today,
Fantastic,
David.
Isn't it?
So, yeah, final corner. It was Harvey Bacon had a great run through hairpin 3, managed to take 2nd place. As we've said, opportunistic as ever. And just carried a little bit too much speed through there, got into the back of Austin O'Man. I think it surprised Bacon a little bit how much speed he actually carried through there, because when he got to the back of O'Man, he then sort of checked up a little bit, lost the rear, and that unfortunately fired Colby Patterson into the back.
Yeah, carried
Bacon.
so much speed, I think, that when he ended, he just checked his steering wheel because he was probably going to run into the back of Austin O'Man.
I think
he did. He was carrying so much speed,
he was going to run over him
yeah.
if he didn't turn that wheel a bit harder. So, yeah, it was fantastic action again from the Bambino. So I'm really looking forward to it. Heat number 3 now.
Yeah, fantastic from our Bambinos. Next up will be Junior Pro Kart. Pole position then will be Heat 1 winner Maximus Shields. He'll share the front row with the day's pole sitter Alexander Mallard. Lennon French and Harvey Still will be on row 2. Caitlin Frame and Christian Oblang on row 3. Row 4 sees Kieran Savage alongside Sebastian Pereira. Ben Hogarth and Lewis Mallard complete the top 10, with Joe Arnold and Jacob O'Connor on row 6. Sophie Pawsey, who retired from the opening heat of the day, she will start in 13th place. As they make their way around to grid up, just have another dip back into our socials. Dave Lillywhite's been on, saying, come on Freddie. That would have been Freddie Murray, who finished the second Bambino heat inside the top 10 in 10th place. And one man who has been on is Stephen Janikowskis.
Oh, has he?
On, yes. Wishing Paul Turland all the best. He was out in the Senior Pro Karts, his first entry here in the Teesside Sprint.
Yes, I've raced with both of those in BPEC, and both of them lovely, lovely people.
So juniors then making their way up into position. Maximus Shields then on the inside, alongside him, Alex Mallard.
In fact, going back to our jewel in the crown, it was actually Stephen Janikowskis who we had the onboard lap with last year. Gave us the footage for the onboard lap, so thank you for that, Stephen. Hopefully we can get a repeat of that for this year's race.
Juniors then making their way into position, the 13 runners. Final one will be Sophie Pawsey. She's just going to roll into the 77 into position, and then we should be away and racing in Junior Pro Kart for heat number 2. After that, 4 more races before our lunch break. Start line marshal has his green in hand. We're all in position. The green is down and we're away and racing. It's a good start actually from Alex Mallard. He's managed to jump across. It's Ben Still. So it's Harvey Still. And there's issues in the middle of the pack for Sebastian Pereira and Christian Oblang. And Oblang is out of his car. It looks like he's had a problem with that. Some issue with the steering. He's got back in it. I think he's given the thumbs up to the marshal. And we're back to a full complement with Mallard chasing down Max Shields, with Lennon French going down the inside and runs very wide, both of them onto the grass on the outside, and that's going to open the door. Mallard needs to get his hands back on the steering wheel. There's still 10 laps of racing to be done here in Junior Pro.
Oh, and he's straight up the inside of the 79 of Kieran Savage. So obviously the tyres weren't too dirty there, and again up the inside of Caitlin Frame as well. So 2 places in 2 corners. He's now hunting down Lennon French.
Still shaking his head as well. That's not going to do the aero any good.
No, French has picked up a contact warning for that, unsurprisingly. But yeah, certainly didn't have much dirt on his tyres, so they must have been quite cold, those tyres. Still coming round hairpin 2, because he didn't pick up much dirt and managed to get 2 places back in 2 corners.
Shields, French and Still then the top 3 as Mallard tries to move himself back in front of Harvey Still. Down the back straight, Still has a look over his shoulder. I don't think Mallard's close enough to make a move into the South Bank corner. One person that is close enough though, Ben Hogarth behind as Caitlin Frame leaves the door open round South Bank, closes it by hairpin 3 though.
Indeed, and didn't have the best of heat 1s, didn't Ben Hogarth, so making his way back through now. Max Shields again with a big gap at the start of this race. Fantastic starter, as we saw in the previous round. absolutely flies off the line. Lennon French 1.1 seconds behind, and we got Mallard up the inside of Still.
Don't often see that round the national loop, but Still carried quite a lot of speed into the D chicane. In fact, I think he ran into the back of Lennon French, and that compromised him round. He went very wide then round the national loop. Alex Mallard up into third place.
It's amazing what a bit of red mist will do for you, isn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Now he's behind Lennon French. It's time for a resumption.
Well, he's got to catch him first. There's a gap between them of, well, over the line it was about half a second, and we've got a contact warning now for Mallard, so maybe that's how Harvey Still got a little bit wide coming through the national loop. Was he got a little bit of help there?
I think so. He did certainly run very quickly into the D chicane, onto the back, but certainly as he probably rejoined, there was maybe a little bit of contact.
Could have been the old bump and run.
Down the back straight they go then, 3 laps in to this 10-lap heat number 2.
Max Shields set the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap as well, so he has increased the gap now to 1.3 seconds, but there's only a 0.6 of a second gap from Mallard, from French to Mallard, but I think that's coming down as well now that Mallard is very much in the toe of French, and I'm looking forward to this. This is going to get spicy, David.
Certainly is, as they try and get themselves now. I think this one, Tom, is going to be a fairly personal battle between the two of them rather than a Max Shields. And what, Tom, you just put in a chunk of time he took out on the previous lap.
Yeah, half a second quicker Mallard was on that last lap than French. I was half expecting him to full send it up the inside there and push French straight onto the track.
Off Shields, though, who set the fastest lap of the race on the previous one. The only driver so far to dip into the 46ers in this race, as French goes very wide round.
There we go, Mallard up the inside.
Mallard gets down the inside. I don't think French is going to give this one up. This is going to rumble on round hairpin 4 and potentially over start finish as well as Mallard gets alongside. Those side pods have seen each other before, haven't they?
Absolutely, and Mallard is through.
Fantastic racing. That was a good move there by Alex Mallard. Down the inside of 3. French returned the favour back into 4. And then managed to get the run over start finish. French, though, will be straight back down the inside as Mallard left the door open very, very wide there, actually, into the first hairpin of the circuit. And Lennon French is back up. And now we're back to a 5-kart battle as French defends to the inside of
there he
goes. Goes wide again, Tom.
Lost the back end going in, I think. Whoa, and that was never going to be on from French there.
Very racy.
Stuck his nose in where it wasn't welcome, I think you'll find.
So it's Mallard, French, Still, Frame and Hogarth all battling it out over second place. The flash of Max Shields, he's down the road. The gap, 3.1 seconds again.
And off camera, Frame has got back in front of Hogarth as well. Oh, full send again from Lennon French. We see this almost every lap.
Mallard is leaving the door open, though, isn't he, into the hairpin 1? You can see why
he is.
French is having a nibble.
That seems to be his line. And what it does is it leaves the door open for Lennon French, who thinks, oh, I'm going to have a look, and then ends up almost T-boning him every single lap. So we'll probably see it again here into hairpin 4. Yes, indeed. So you can see that wider entry from Mallard, the much tighter entry from French. It's just their particular lines through the hairpins.
It is, isn't it? It's to an extent, it's like a wet and a dry line, isn't it, in the Pro Karts, where they just take, one's very tight, one's very wide in there. There is a big gap now, actually, between Mallard and French as they come through towards hairpin number 1, so I don't think we're going to have anywhere near the issues we've had on the previous 2 laps.
Well, speaking of big gaps, the gap from Max Shields back to Alexander Mallard is now 3.2 seconds. So while these have been battling, Max Shields has just disappeared off at the front.
I think we're having some handling issues, actually, Tom. For Lennon French, he's going very wide round South Bank, and he's struggling to keep it on the concrete rumble strip round the inside of that corner. And it's opened the door now. Harvey Still's going to get a run, although Lennon French will have the track position as they come over start finish. So expect French to retake that position, although it almost handed 4th place to Caitlin Frame, who is right on the back of Harvey Still. 2 laps remaining here at Teesside Autodrome for round 3 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Junior Pro Kart, sponsored by MS Kart and Lucas Racing. and this one is going to go right down to the final lap in this battle for second place.
Whatever Lennon French has changed between Heat 1 and Heat 2 is not working out for him, as you can see him going very wide through South Bank as he's wide on entry again, just in the foreground of that shot.
He's struggling. I imagine the first thing he'll say when the helmet off is let's put it back to Heat 1 settings.
Yes, absolutely.
Last lap boards out then, Max Shields 3.1 seconds down the road, although Alex Mallard, who's broken away in second place, was quicker on the previous lap, but only has one lap to try and reel in a gap of 3 seconds. I think that one's mission impossible as long as Maximus Shields can keep the O-plate facing in the right direction. There is Mallard, and the battle now, Tom, is for third, and Harvey still looking very racy, and Lennon French is going to have to defend this down the back straight, still goes to the inside, forced to go round the outside as French defends venomously to the inside. That's the only time actually he's been able to stick it on the inside round that corner. Leader is already out of hairpin number 4 though, 3 seconds down the road. Max Shields will come through and take the checkered flag over the line. We're going to be side by side for third place. Mallard's going to take second.
Either way.
So
it is going to be French, but Harvey still did have his nose in front at one point. I think it was just that dogleg right-hander being the difference, and Lennon French being on the right-hand side of it and the right side of it. Managed to get him the run through and takes third place. But as we say, I think he will be having a look at what they've changed between Heat 1 and 2, because he's actually ended up almost 5 seconds behind Max Shields in the end, and a full over 1.5 seconds behind Alex Mallard.
Yeah, fantastic then once again from our junior pro karts. It's 2 for 2 so far for Max Shields, who dominated round 1 to an extent that he won them all, although was kept very, very honest by Lennon French. French returned the favour at round 2, taking all 3 heats in the final. So far today, it's been the Max Shields show, as Lennon French and Alex Mallard have been battling it out for second place. Next one up, though, will be our Cadets. Remember, there'll be 2 Micro Maxes. They'll start at the back of the pack and work their way through. Hondas will start at the front. There'll be 31 of them, so it's a 33 kart grid for our Cadet class, and they'll be up in a few moments' time.
So pole position in Cadets will be taken by Jared Fox-Whiteley, who won heat number 1 by quite some distance from Thomas Potter. Third is Leon Barlow, 4th Ben Adrian, then it's Lewis Goff and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Larry Price, Daniel Minto, Addison Smith and Tom Holden round out your top 10, with Melissa Adrian and Sam Hayes. Then Jensen White, Kyle McLean, Joshua Sullivan, Amy Peacock, Harris Ali, William Howard. 19th will be Ben Robinson, and 20th Kian Logan. Then it's Mason Dinsdale, Sam Robson, Oliver Watson and Zach Turner. 25th Ollie Carter, then Cody Lamb, Holly Swan, Joseph Yao, Mason Webster and Samuel Yeadon in 30th place. Finally is Ethan Charles will be your final cadet runner, with Sebastian Corking and Riley Buckton Young in their Micro Maxes starting 32nd and 33rd. Sebastian Corking, it should be said, actually finished well inside the top 10 in 9th place in heat number 1, so it would be really interesting to see them coming through the field again. Just taking his place on pole position, Jared Fox-Whiteley.
Please do remember to get in touch with us via the social feeds. And we will endeavour, as always, to read them out throughout the day on both Facebook and on YouTube. The Teesside Karting Facebook page, Alpha Live Productions on the YouTube. Give those a like, subscribe, press the bell notification as well to be told when everything goes live here from Alpha Live. Next week it will be Super One from Clay Pigeon on the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel. The midfielder making their way into position now. And just have a quick look then at the social feed and have a quick nibble over onto the Facebook, Tom, because had a couple of nice ones on there. The juniors who will be out in a few moments' time for our Rotaxes after this. Vincent Bailey in the 111. First time they've been out and not been lapped, Tom, for the first time in the juniors. So fantastic for Vincent. And certainly a nice building ground for the driver of the 111 in heat number 2 in around about 10 minutes' time. Final few cadets then making their way onto the grid. Looks like we just see Cody Lamb rolling the 93 into position on the left side of the grid here at Teesside. Final few other runners making their way in, and then obviously the Micro Maxers at the back with their 2-stroke cadet version. So final of the cadets are making their way into position. Looks like we have got Ethan Charles back with us, who didn't start heat number 1. And, he is back with us in the 46. The 2 micros at the back, they'll get their own green flag in due course. Start line marshal then has his green flag in his hand. Green is down, we're away in racing. It's a good start from Thomas Potter. It's even better start, I think, from Leon Barlow on the inside of the second row, and he's going to get alongside the 38 and gets through into the opening corner of the circuit. The micros are going to get their own green flag, although one of them, Riley Buckton-Young, fails to get away from the line and struggles. He's still stationary on the outside of the dogleg section as we've got 2 drivers round at hairpin 1. One of them's Joshua Sullivan. I think Jensen White in the 85 is the other. They'll drop all the way down to the back of the pack.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for both of those drivers. They were just caught up, I think, a little bit as they were going 3 wide into hairpin 1. And speaking of 3 wide into hairpin 1, we've got 2 wide into hairpin 3. That's the 87. Tom
Holden coming through. He had issues, remember, with that spin in heat 1. He's already going to be up. I think he's going to come through in 7th place. It's Fox Whiteley, Barlow, Potter, Adrian Goff, Stansmore, Wilson, Holden, Price, Minto and Smith, the top 10. Sebastian Corking, he's trying to make his way through in the sole Micromax now as Riley Buckton-Young fails to get away at the start, retires from the 2nd heat of the day.
Yeah, Fox Whiteley again has managed to gap the field at the end of lap 1. It was half a second over the line. It's looking like closer to a second now to me, but Leon Barlow, and then we've got Thomas Potter up the inside of Barlow in hairpin 3. Barlow's going to try the cutback here, so gets a good run out of 3. Going to try the cutback on the inside of 4, but couldn't quite make it. Good move from Potter. And it's 3/4 of a second as they come over the line to Jared Fox Whiteley, and these guys are going to have to work together to catch up to Fox Whiteley.
Oh, Tom, there's an incident in the background. Joseph Yao is round. We just saw the drivers coming together in the middle on the camera shot there. One of them was Joseph Yao in the 888. I think there's a couple of others involved as well. I think somebody got over the curb a little bit on the inside.
And Tom Holden up the inside of hairpin number 1 on Goff has made up another place, so he's up to 6th now after the incident in heat number 1, making his way back through the field.
Ben Adrian there looked like he was going to try and make a move down the inside. Leon Barlow chops across the bows there. Lewis Goff and Isabella Stansmore Wilson behind. Once again though, let's see whether the top 2 or 3 failing to work together sufficiently, and Jared Fox Whiteley has pulled another 2 tenths on the chasing pack. The battle for 2nd place, also making this one quite a comfortable one as Holden goes down the inside of Ben Adrian, who goes very wide behind them. Stansmore Wilson goes down the inside of Goff. So 2 place changes in the background there.
It was a late move, but actually it worked out perfectly there for Holden.
Just going to have Ben Adrian then right into the number board of the 87. So now it's effectively with 2 by 2 by 2 as Potter and Barlow battle it out. Then it's Holden and Adrian, Stansmore Wilson and Goff.
And all of this battling is just helping Fox Whiteley get away again as they cross the line. The gap is now 1.1, another 2 tenths faster. Tom Holden has actually set the fastest lap of the race, but of course he is in 4th place at the moment. Sebastian Corking in his Micromax is already up to 15th, and there's Tom Holden on Leon Barlow for third place on the road. Leaves the door open slightly, allows Leon Barlow to come back. I thought he'd have chopped across there and blocked that off.
I think he's going to carry the revs though down the back straight, Tom, and he is, and he's through. Up into third place then from Tom Holden, who dropped down into 12th in the previous race. I think he managed to get up into the top 10, started this race on row 5, and is now up into third place as Stansmore Wilson gets down the inside of Ben Adrian. Adrian should carry more speed out of that corner and run through over start finish, still in 5th place. So it's Fox, Whiteley, Potter and Holden, the top 3 laps remaining. Through hairpin 3, Adrian was knocking on the back door of Leon Barlow. There was almost Morse code saying I'm coming through, and in the end it was so much that it gave Isabella Stansmore Wilson the run. So we're going to have 2.5 remaining. Then down the back straight, Thomas Potter with his head down behind the steering wheel. The 9-year-old from Boburn, County Durham, doing everything he can and more to keep Tom Holden behind. Out at the front though, he's not managed to get away quite as much as he had in the previous race, but still Jared Fox Whiteley is being handed the victory by the chasing pack. Not that he hasn't earned this, because he's pushed out at the front. His fastest lap is still half a second quicker than anybody else in class until they went over that line the last time, and then it closed up the pack down to second, all the way down to 9th, all setting personal bests. Yeah, now they seem to be working together a little bit with 2 laps to go, although I say that, and Tom Holden goes up the inside of Thomas Potter. Lovely clean move. Potter really made that one easy, didn't he? Went very, very wide into the hairpin, goes wide out of hairpin 2 as well, and bounces over the rumble strips. On the outside of the corner, they'll get the last lap board when they come round this time. And Potter's back up the inside into hairpin 3, used a tighter line on the exit of the South Bank, and that gave him that run up the inside into hairpin 3 and retakes second place. So the last lap board is out then for our leader, he's already through. Then we've got Potter, Holden, Barlow, Goff. Stansmore Wilson's dropped a number of places on that lap. She's falling away, Tom. Where has she gone? In fact, she's still there. I just don't think the transponder's picked up, because she's still between Ben Adrian and Lewis Goff on track. There she is with the and that's Barlow up helmet. The inside as well. Barlow up the inside of Holden and immediately repays the favour. And that's Adrian now back up the inside of Barlow. So that hasn't worked out well at all for Barlow, who was up 1 place, and now he's going to get freight trained by Stansmore Wilson and Goff. So he made a move for 3rd, and he's actually going to drop back into 7th. Unbelievable then here at Teesside. He's going to try and get down the inside of Lewis Goff. That was a naughty move down the inside on the last corner. Expect to see maybe a contact warning for that, because it was a very robust move down the inside of Lewis Goff. Lewis Goff's going to return the favour, which is fine. Looks like, I think you're quite right, Tom, there. It looked like he's actually given him that one back, which is a good gesture actually from the cadets to hand that one back. Didn't look like he was defending too much, did he, over the line? And certainly looks like he handed that one back round hairpin number 4. So as they come through then, the top 10 of Fox, Whiteley, Potter, Holden, Adrian, Goff, Barlow, Seb Corking this time manages to come through up to 7th place in his Micromax. Minto, Price, Smith and McLean complete the top 10 in Hondas. Just had a thought, David. I wonder if Leon Barlow has actually been really, really clever there by handing that place back, because of course we know that contact warnings here are cumulative. So at the moment, with nothing showing up on our timing screen and him handing that place back, he hasn't received a contact warning for that, so it means he's still got 3 in hand. Not that he's going to want to use them. No, of course, but you know, better to, with it being the last lap and only 1 position, you know, the last corner of the last lap, handing that place back, he's not received a contact warning for that, and I think that's been the smart move. Yeah, very smart from Leon. He's one of the more experienced drivers in this perhaps he's class. Wise beyond his years. Perhaps he just got a poor run out of the final corner. I'm not sure. we can ask him, I suppose, during the lunch break. Let's go with the benefit of the doubt. Please. 3 more races then for you here at Teesside Autodrome for the morning's session. We'll have junior Rotax in a few moments. Then it's going to be seniors and our senior Pro Karts to complete the morning before our 20-minute lunch break as the Hondas make their way off. it's time for Junior Rotax. Cadets are clear. Juniors will be making their way out onto the grid in a moment's time. It will be a split grid once again of Junior Rotax and Minis. The Juniors will see Gracie Mitchell on pole position alongside Lucas Jex. Row 2, Isaac O'Shea and Bella Franklin, Harry Pullen and Alfie Warbank on row 3. Row 4 sees Ben Ficini and Oliver Buckton. James Robertson and Lucas Miles complete the top 10 with Vincent Bailey, the final of our junior runners. Pole position in the mini class goes to the 50 of Lizzie Mentius. She starts 12th overall. Pole position in the minis. David Mack shares the front row with her, with Catherine Potter and Ollie Poole behind, completing the 15 runners. 2 green flags, remember. The juniors will go first. The minis will go half a lap later. The front minis will probably need to slow themselves down a little bit as the back of the junior pack just needs to get back on. Looks like we're about to go racing. That isn't all over the shop at the start for our juniors. Honestly surprised, Tom, that we actually went racing there, because the outside of the front row was an absolute mile away from the inside on pole position, and that will see Jex, and I think also who was behind as well.
It could have been,
yeah. Ficini's come through because he was on the inside, but Jex, who was the pole position on the outside, is dropped right down the order.
And likewise, single file for the minis as well.
So minis making their way through, the chicane being put back in, but we'll see as they come over just how many places the front rows drop there. But certainly Jex, now there he is coming back down the inside of Ben Ficini. Not the cleanest start we've ever seen there from our juniors. So as Gracie Mitchell gets it very sideways going through the D-shaped chicane. Isaac O'Shea closing right up as Mitchell sets the fastest lap, but you'd expect that as the pole sitter on the opening lap, which was very sideways coming through the D-shaped chicane. And now has O'Shea and Pullen, Jex as well. And then you've got Bella Franklin, who was now down in 6th.
Yeah, a bit of an odd one there, David. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how we were able to go green for that race, but clearly the starter thought that was okay to go. As we look at the 66 of Oliver Buckton,
I mean, it is very difficult here. Obviously, it's not a straight start, is it? So the outside do have to go a little bit quicker than the actual front row, or sorry, the inside, in order to maintain the same sort of speed. But there was a huge disparity between the inside and the outside start there. And I'm in agreement with you there, Tom. Quite surprised that one actually went green.
Well, hopefully they'll get it right for the next heat, as Bella Franklin is now up the inside of Ben Ficini coming into South Bank. It's a good move from Franklin, nice and clean. And that has also allowed Oliver Buckton to get right onto the back.
Jex as well going down the inside of Pullen there for 3rd place.
So Jex is now making his way back through the field.
Once again, he came through the pack in heat number 1 and will need to get past Isaac O'Shea if he wants to get anywhere near Gracie Mitchell. And O'Shea, whilst he does have the pace to stick with Mitchell, hasn't really had the chance to get close enough to get past. There's Jex now right on the back, down the back straight. Will we see him duck out of the slipstream as they go down towards South Bank? He doesn't. Stays with the 84, although the 84 goes very wide into hairpin number 3. Oh, looked like there was almost going to be contact between the two of them. Jex had to get on the brakes, but he will go down the inside into hairpin 4. It's a favoured move for him. Will they be side by side over start finish, or is the job done for Lucas Jex? Straight across the front of the 84 up into 2nd place.
Yeah, lovely driving from Jex. Now made his way up to 2nd place from that poor start. It's almost a second behind Gracie Mitchell. It's going to be very difficult to catch up, and that's Franklin up the inside of Harry Pullen as well. So Franklin now making her way back through as well, up into 4th place on the road. And in your Micromax, just to go back through the field into the Micromax class, it is still Lizzie Mentier from David Mack, from Catherine Potter and Ollie Poole. But once again, there's only just over 3 tenths separating the Micromax, and you can see them on screen now. So that's Mentier at the front, David Mack behind, and Catherine Potter in third. All three of these moving up from cadets in the last season, moving up into the Micromax class.
Mac opens up the radiator then on the on that Mini Max, the first one to do so of our front three.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra cooling into the radiator. So on their steering wheels they have a lap timer, and on that lap timer will be the water temperature of the radiator, and it's trying to keep a constant temperature into that engine to maintain I'll put my teeth in a minute, David. Maintain the best amount of power that they can possibly get. So you adjust that. You can open it fully, as David Mack has done. You can keep it fully closed, as Lizzie Mentier has, or you can open it around about halfway as well, just to adjust that temperature.
Seems to be working well. The gap on the previous lap was 3/10. He's closed back in, certainly in the opening part of the lap.
Oh, he's right on the
Lizzie
tail
Mentier,
now,
and now he's right on the tail out of hairpin 4.
Whoa! And
right
Mentier,
on the tail out of hairpin 4.
Yeah, Mentier with a poor run actually into hairpin 1. David Mack carried so much more speed through, and I think it just surprised him.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't think it was Matt carrying too much speed. You're quite right. Mentier was quite tight about out hairpin 4 and scrubbed off a little bit too much speed. No harm done though for our three front runners then in the Mini-Max class.
There was certainly nothing deliberate about that one, but I would just like to point out that Gracie Mitchell has just banged in the fastest lap of the race in our junior Rotax class and is now 1.3 seconds clear of Jex.
Yeah, opening the gap up then. Jex not able to make any inroads on the our current race leader.
And Franklin now looking very racy for the final podium place, looking like she's going to make a move on Isaac O'Shea, and indeed holds it tighter there, but scrubs off a little bit too much speed, got the back end loose through hairpin 3, cost her a little bit of time, and couldn't get the run into hairpin 4.
Over they come then, 2 laps remaining. Our leader still has a gap of 1.2 seconds, although Lucas Jex sets his personal best time of the race. The battle really on track though is this one for third place between Isaac O'Shea and Bella Franklin. We've seen these two battling out in round number 2. The resumption of that here in round 3 as O'Shea gets slightly sideways round the South Bank corner, throws the back end in round South Bank. We'll see whether Franklin takes that tighter line again. She doesn't, allowing the kart to keep its natural pace around hairpin 4 and over the start line. Last lap board is out there. You see the flash from the orange marshal holding the last lap board out as Franklin closes in round the D and round through the national loop as well. But I'm not sure she's close enough to make a move unless she can get a good run out of hairpin 2.
Yeah, it's super sticky tyres on these Rotax karts mean that when you do scrub off a little bit too much speed, it's very difficult to get it back, even with the superior acceleration that these engines have. They kind of bog down a little
the
bit.
inside,
Wow,
then into 4, sorry, on the last lap. Side by side over the start finish. Looks like O'Shea will hold it at the line, but went very wide into 4. Fastest lap of the race on the final tour from Lucas Jex with a 42.192. But O'Shea, Tom, obviously thought he had enough of a gap back to Bella Franklin that he could go wide round hairpin 4. And as we've seen many a time, Franklin doesn't need a second invite to try and get down the inside.
No, absolutely, and she did eventually have a good run around the dogleg at the end of the race, but not enough to get past O'Shea. So your top 10 were Gracie Mitchell from Jex, Isaac O'Shea, Bella Franklin, Harry Pullen, Ben Ficini, Oliver Buckton, Alfie Wallbank, James Robertson and Lucas Miles. Vincent Bailey finished off the junior Rotax field. Your winners in Mini-Max were Lizzie Mentier won that race, held the lead from start to finish, followed by David Mack, just a quarter of a second behind. Catherine Potter ended up 2 seconds back from the front 2, and Ollie Paul finished off in 4th place.
2 more races then for this morning. Next one up will be Senior Rotax.
So your grid for Senior Rotax, heat number 2. The O plate of Daniel Kell. Second plate, Ashley Savage. Third will be Max Prentice, and fourth, Max Martin. Fifth is Paul Swan. Sixth, Lee Bell. Seventh, Emma Brown. Eighth, Lauren Taylor. Ninth will be Tom Reeve, and 10th, Tyler Jex, recovering from their Heat 1 incident on lap 1, turn 1. 11th is Chris Crowder, and 12th, Chris Dark. 13th, Christopher Stoves. 14th, Jake Simpson. 15th, Zach Bolton, and 16th will be Andrew Freeman. So heading round for the rolling start. So the ones to watch in this race will be whether Dan Kell can hold the lead from start to finish, or whether Ashley Savage has made some adjustments to his setup and can put some pressure on earlier in the race. And then also we have Tyler Jex and Tom Reeve as well. See what they can do coming back through the field.
Out of hairpin 4 then. Dan Kell will control the pace. The green flag is up. They are side by side. Green is down. We're away in racing. Savage makes quite a slow start actually, and Max Prentice may well come down the inside into the national loop and into second place. He does. Ashley Savage manages to slot back in into third place. It's going to be Kell, Prentice and Savage the top 3. Let's see if they can all make it round hairpin number 1 this time. Looks like they can.
Whoa, but not hairpin 2. We've got 3 spinners round: the 98, the 97 and the 23.
23, Chris Crowder, he's stopped on the outside. The other 2 have managed to get themselves going.
So that was Emma Brown, Andrew Freeman, and who was the other one, David?
I think it was Chris Crowder. I think he's got 65 on the back, but I think he's actually... Oh, that Jake Simpson actually, no.
65,
so
yeah.
It wasn't Crowder, it was Simpson. And that car is stationary on the outside of hairpin 2. And we need to get a yellow out there. It's getting moved out of the way, but it's on the apex as well, which means that that car is not in a good position, certainly as our drivers are going to make their way round. Marshall's gone over there with a yellow. That cart's going to be dragged well out of the way, which is good to see. But at the time when our leaders were coming through, that cart was in quite a precarious position. You can see it there in the background shot as Lauren Taylor gets down the inside of Ashley Savage. She's on a fantastic first lap. And also the 82 of Tyler Jex. Ashley Savage, our race winner from last time, is going backwards.
He's just looked down at his left rear wheel. Has he got a problem here? Is he going to come straight into the pits? No, he's carrying on, but it looks like...
That's a puncture, Tom.
Has he got a puncture?
I think it's the tyre. I think it's certainly losing air. You could see when it was coming over, it's not fully pancaked yet, but the left rear of Ashley Savage is considerably down. He's getting quite a lift on the way in. I think he might have a problem with that. He's certainly losing places, and he's certainly looking down to the left rear as Jex comes through down the inside of Lauren Taylor in round the South Bank corner.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, David. He's fine going through left-handers, but as soon as it comes to a right-hander where you've got to put that grip onto the onto that tyre, and he's really struggling, and he stayed out. But you're right, I just come in front of the commentary box. I've just seen it out the window, and you're absolutely right. That tyre is very low.
What he needs is whether he can get to half race distance to get the points for this first heat. If you don't get to half race distance, you don't get any points from the race. Let's have a quick look. There he is. Look at the left rear on that one. It's certainly still got some air in it, but I certainly don't think it's enough.
I think he's really going to struggle in a moment. There we go. Look, you can see crabbing as he comes round South Bank, and it's his foot. It's just right.
Can't turn the right-handers, can he? Where you're putting all the load through that tyre that's just not got enough in it.
Absolutely, and he's holding it well through the left-handers, as you can imagine, because the weight and the pressure is on the other wheel. And you can see him thumping the steering wheel there, really unhappy. And because the reason for that is that he knows that whatever position he finishes in this heat is where he's going to start heat number 3.
Which, at this sort of rate, is going to be fairly near the back. He's only got 3 more karts behind him. And mainly, Tom, they're doing him around these right-handers. We'll see as Tom Reeve gets down the inside of Lauren Taylor. That's the battle for 6th place. Ashley Savage, the mechanical, flags out. But more importantly, he will cross the line 5 laps in. So he will pick up the points from the race. So we've had the confirmation the mechanical flag's out. He's dropped to the back of the pack anyway, and I think he is going to come in to the pit lane.
Yeah.
He does. So the mechanical flag out for Ashley Savage, and it's pancakes for dinner for the number 79.
So I'm sure he'll have a look into it to see whether it is a puncture or whether he's actually just lost pressure in that wheel, and he can pump it back up and go again, because going through a whole 4 set of tyres is going to be a bit of a...
The side-on contact just takes the bead away, doesn't it? And it can just lose a little bit of pressure, and then it can just, back under load, it's fine. But
it didn't look to be dropping down through the other 3 laps, did it? It seemed to just maintain the same pressure as it was. So, as
didn't look to be handling very well, though. Like a pig on roller skates, as they say.
Yes, absolutely. So, back to the racing, and we have this fantastic battle here between Lauren Taylor and Tom Reeve, going back and forth.
I think that's Lee Bell, actually. I think Reeves got through and moved off, so that's between Taylor and Bell for 7th and 8th. Bell running the O plate, which is because he won the O in the 177, so we've got 2 O's running here, 162 Dan Kell and 177 Lee Bell.
And just off camera, we've missed a change of position here between Tyler Jex and Paul Swan.
Oh, what a move right all the way round the outside then for Lee Bell. Moves up into 7th place, got the run out of hairpin 4 and just carried all the speed through.
Oh, and Lauren Taylor
Bell
really looks like she's struggling through the national loop as well. Head almost rolling off her shoulders.
Brand new kart actually for Lauren this weekend, and she missed round 2 because at round 1 there was not enough in the ribs.
Oh, right.
Had some rib issues, got a new rib protector, a new seat and a new kart for Lauren Taylor.
Really looks to be struggling with the neck. I'm just looking at her coming through hairpin 3 as well, and yeah, really looks to be struggling. Dropped a long way back on this lap.
And the thing is, though, Tommy, at Teesside, is that there's not really, with the exception of the back straight down to South Bank, even over start line, you're not straight, are you? You're always turning, so it's always a problem. It's very... I always found that when I raced here, it was almost like at the end of heat number 2, it was almost like you'd done a full race day already. Yeah, I know the feeling myself. It's that South Bank into hairpin 3 is just one constant right-hand turn, and yes, it's very, very hard on the neck, very hard indeed on the neck, especially in these Rotax with these super sticky tyres, as we mentioned before. Last lap board is out then for our leader. So we'd almost forgot about him to an extent with the issue with Ashley Savage having his problems. 3.2 seconds clear of this battle for second place between Max Martin and Max Prentice. So it is Prentice in front with that red helmet with the Sol tyre on the front of it, making the trip. Here we have right behind Max Martin in the 126, and he's up the inside and pushes him wide. Smoke off the tyres, but it is going to be Prentice who holds the inside into hairpin 4. Max Martin with a better drive out of hairpin 4 and takes second place over the line from Max Prentice, who doesn't seem particularly happy with that. But I've got to say, he did leave the door open going into hairpin 3. Yeah, Max Martin then goes down the inside. There was a bit of contact, and also that's another puncture. It is a puncture for Max Prentice, so that's what he's saying. That's why Prentice wasn't able to defend his position, and also maybe part of the reason why there was smoke off the tyre. He's certainly got his arm in the air, gesticulating to the start line marshal, although I'm not entirely sure how quickly they were supposed to react now with that incident happening on the final corner and over the line. But the confirmation of results: top 3 in the 162 class, Dan Kell, Max Martin and Max Prentice. Top 3 in 177 is Lee Bell, Christopher Stokes and Chris Crowther. One more race for you today then in the morning session. It will be Senior Pro Kart, then we will have a 30-minute break for lunch, and the cafe is open for burgers, fries, coffees and cakes. Do you like a bit of cake from the Teesside Cafe? We love, not going to lie. They do have the Karamak cake is back in, as well as a Kinder Bueno cake. Max Prentice there, you just saw him in the screen, kicking the cart over the weighbridge. Oh dear. Probably with that flat tyre as well, but just kicking it over onto the weighbridge as the rest of the pack making their way off. Next up though, Senior Pro Kart.
Having just watched it again on the back on the live stream that we have here, which is about 10 or 15 seconds behind, it was a bit of a Nelson Piquet kick, wasn't it? More than it didn't exactly punt it over the weighbridge. Let's put it that way.
I'm not sure I'd want to kick my nearly 100-kilo kart though, but the next up, the final race of the morning session, Senior Pro Kart. We might as well make a start on the grid because it's going to take us 20 minutes to get through it anyway. The front row, race 1 winner Connor Lucas. He starts alongside the 38 of Aaron Alexander. Row 2 sees Mark Tate alongside the leading clubman Asher Blythe on row 2, Kieran Lambert and Jack Morris on row 3. Row 4 has Sam Tugwell alongside Connor Jupp. The top 10 completed by Jess Alexander and Jake Richardson, with David Brown and Joe Grinsell on row 6. Row 7 has Dan Bagard in 13th alongside the 2019 Clubman champion Danielle Gardner in 14th. Joe Burrell and David Brewis will share row 8. Row 9 has Steve Nichols and Connor White. Top 20 completed by Thomas Brady, who had a spin in Heat 1, having qualified inside the top 10. He's alongside the 71 of Brandon Jennings. Josh Yeadon and Philip Pavlek are on row 11. Row 12 sees Brandon Truman Reddish and Simon Doughty, who came into contact twice in heat number 1. They start alongside each other in race 2. Tom Lowther and Darren Lowe, Callum Booth, Craig Harris, Scott Blackburn and Adam Wood complete the top 30. Gary Hall is 31st alongside Paul Rye, with Jordan Guy and Paul Turland 33rd and 34th respectively. Harry Burrell and Ross Jordan in 35th and 36th. The top 40 completed by Stuart Smith, Jonathan Allen, Andrew Bayliss and Josh Mitchell, with Daniel Fulsham and Mason Barker, neither driver completing the first heat of the day here at Teesside, rounding out the 42 runners. And as we've mentioned, Tom, Senior Pro Kart, they are the largest grid here, but also staple of the BPEC series, staple of the British 24-hour race, which will be held over the weekend of the 7th and 8th of August at the Teesside Autodrome National Circuit. Looks like we have got a problem though for the 64 of Darren Lowe.
Looked like he dropped an engine there, but he's got it fired up again, and away he goes and will retake his position in line, ready to be gridded up.
Yep, looks so his grid position hasn't been called forward yet, so he will be allowed to take his position. We're still only halfway through. David Brewis is going to roll in behind Danielle Gardner, so that's 14th and 16th respectively. And as we mentioned earlier, all of the some of the karts running a yellow board with a black cross on it. There are novice runners, drivers that have completed in not very many races. We've got a fair few of them here at Teesside on what is, once again, for the 3rd time this year, a grid over 40 karts, which is just unbelievable, really. And we expect to see around 45 of them at the British 24-hour, along with somewhere in the region of 60 hire karts as well. A grid over the 100 here, which will run on the international circuit, so it's not like we're going to have 100 of them on the national. I think that might be just one or two too many. Only 2 though.
Yes, indeed. I'm interested in perhaps organising a sweepstake for how long it's going to take the leader of the owner karts to get through the entire grid of hire karts and lap them. I reckon about 5, maybe 6 laps.
Yeah, I think maybe 8.
You think 8?
Yeah,
okay,
we'll put a slice of cake on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We'll have a little sweep.
Oh, the stakes have risen in the commentary box.
Let's have a look at whether Aaron Alexander can get a decent start here and try and stop
Thumbs
Connor
up
Lucas'
from the back of the grid, Tom.
Sweep. Here we go, away we go, and it is Connor Lucas getting the run out of P1 and clean away.
Asher Blythe forces his way through as Connor Lucas goes wide round the national loop. Aaron Alexander tries to get the nose down the inside, that balks him, and Asher Blythe, who's moved up past Mark Tate, is going to go down the inside as well into hairpin 1. We've got 2 karts on top of each other, the 27 being one of them, and we've got Callum Booth round. Couple of novices as well around 168's round at the first hairpin. I think that could be Stuart Smith.
Asher Blythe has now moved into second place there, coming out of hairpin 3. Bit of contact with Aaron Alexander as well, and Alexander straight back up the inside.
Just having a quick watch back in the com box of one driver kick another car off of him when they were parked on each other on the outside of the D chicane. Connor Lucas off in the distance, the battle for second though.
He's already got a 1.3 second gap as Connor Lucas, so very much stinking up the show here in the senior Pro Kart field. However, the rest of the field is nose to tail still. It could be any one of about 15 taking second place here at the moment.
Asher Blythe, Tom, we're only 1.5 laps in. He's defending round hairpins 1 and 2 and down the back straight. This will be a career best for him. He's only just stepped up into the senior fold, races as a junior in the BPEC series. This is his first race meeting. Certainly at a sprint level as a senior, as Mark Tate is round and Connor Jupp runs into him as well. Who's that in the background? Looks like this Joe Grinsell has spun. David Brewis as well. They spin out of sympathy.
Yeah, that all started with Mark Tate going up the inside with the old phrase of ambition ahead of adhesion, and just carried too much speed, and the tyres just lost grip and round he went.
Yeah, Connor Jupp, the innocent party there, running straight into Mark Tate, who is currently going round with a side pod doing a bit of a Nemo. It's up in the air.
Flapping away. Now, unfortunately, that has created a gap between these four as we look at Aaron Alexander up the inside of Jack Morris, and it looks like Kieran Lambert is going to follow him straight through as well. So Jack Morris losing 2 places in a single corner there.
Third down then to fifth for Morris.
And that's given a slight gap to Asher Blythe as well. So big gap now between second, third, fourth and fifth, down to Sam Tugwell in sixth. Followed by David Brown, Jake Richardson and Dan Bugard and Jess Alexander in 10th place. So that's your top 10.
This battle for second place, Tom, just to give you an idea of how quick these youngsters are. Asher Blythe, 15 years old. Behind him, Aaron Alexander, he's 16. Kieran Lambert is 15. Jack Morris is 16. Got some really exciting youngsters coming through here at Teesside as Asher Blythe continues to hold off Aaron Alexander. Round the South Bank corner, goes defensive into 3 as Alexander closes right up, but he's not close enough to send it down the inside into 4.
No, he certainly made that gap up that Blythe had created over the previous lap. That's closed right back up now, and with this slipstream effect, it's brought the other 2 with them as well. But Connor Lucas, 2.9 seconds clear at the front of this race. Asher Blythe as well, we should say, he's actually running in the clubman class, so he's not even in pro.
Tom, this is his first race weekend as racing as a senior, and he is absolutely flying. Aaron Alexander does get down the inside of him into hairpin 3. Hairpin 2 comes across an Asher Blythe, and Asher Blythe will lose at least 2 places. Jack Morris is going to try and do them both into hairpin number 3. Down the inside of Kieran Lambert. What an opportunity for him. Asher Blythe's going to try and get back in the mix. Morris leaves him enough space down the inside to maximise his exit, but that has allowed Aaron Alexander to gain at least 10 kart lengths away, with these 3 battling it out now for third place.
Yeah, 0.8 of a second, just because those 3 were fighting over 2 corners. And that shows how much the battling does affect you here. And that is Asher Blythe up the inside of Jack Morris, and that was a little bit naughty.
Naughty, naughty, very naughty.
And Kieran Lambert now with a run up the inside of Jack Morris. So these 3 are just switching places every time we come to a hairpin. Although I say that, it looks like Asher Blythe is now, well, although he did receive a contact warning, and so did Kieran Lambert as well.
I do like it when we're correct on the predictions.
But Blythe is now gapped again, these 2 ever so slightly. So the field becoming a little bit more strung out as the race goes on. Your top 10, Lucas, Alexander, Blythe, Lambert, Morris, Tugwell, Brown, Richardson and Jess Alexander.
Yeah, Bugard actually moving into the top 10 over the line as well at the expense of Truman Reddish. So Dan Bugard moving up then into the top 10, running the number 1, having won the Isle of Man Championship last year. And he's got a good weekend of racing ahead of him. He's here today, he's here tomorrow on the international track, practicing for the 24 Three Sisters on Tuesday before returning home to the Isle of Man. And he's running well now into the top 10.
Mark Tate has already made his way back up to 12th as well. Thomas Braid recovering from the Heat 1 incident. He's into 14th.
Shame for him because he qualified, I think, 8th place as Mark Tate once again, and Tom Braid both make up a place.
So they're starting to make their way back through. They've still got Heat 3 to go as well. So maybe getting a decent position for the final. And that's Jack Morris up the inside of Kieran Lambert as they swap places once again. Morris feeling the need to go very defensive and not leaving a gap up the inside, but
Sam Tugwell's right on the back now as well, and who's that on? That's the 55 of David Brown.
Yeah, and Lambert just forcing his way through.
Tugwell down the inside of Morris then. Wouldn't surprise me if he got through past Lambert as well. The youngsters battling it out, although Morris has managed to keep his foot in. David Brown's going to try and get his nose down the inside. 2 laps remaining. Jess Alexander briefly set the fastest lap of the race, snapped straight away by Mark Tate.
Yeah, Mark Tate flying back through now the field after that ambition ahead of Hartesian.
Morris, sorry Tom, to cut you off, straight down the inside. He was sideways in that overtake, down the inside of Kieran Lambert. I don't think we're going to see a better one than that all day. Down the inside, Lambert complied though and left him enough space. Returns the favour into South Bank. That one's probably not quite as clean as the one we saw about 20 seconds ago.
No, and Lambert already having one contact warning in this race. I wonder whether that will be another one. Tugwell again up the inside of hairpin 4, and as we said, this group battling it out. That's brought Jess Alexander right into the mix as well.
Yeah, Jake Richardson, they back themselves in as Jess Alexander gets straight into the back of Jake Richardson, who really had to slow down as he carried a lot of speed through the D chicane. We're on the last lap though. They're here at Teesside. Connor Lucas well down the road, 4 seconds almost the gap as Sam Tugwell makes a late dive to the inside of Jack Morris. Down the back straight they go, so it's Lambert, Morris, Tugwell and Brown. Then there's a gap back now to Jessica Alexander. And Brown looks like he's lining this one up. Is he going to try and go down the inside? Well, Tugwell parks the 1-1 in the middle of the track. Connor Lucas is going to come through to take the checkered flag and the victory. We're going to stay with this battle because it's got Dan Bogard getting in the mix as well, right on the back of Jake Richardson. They're going to come through the line, nose to tail, absolutely nothing between them. So it's Lucas, Alexander, Blythe, Lambert, Morris, Tugwell, Brown, Alexander, Richardson, Bogard, the top 10. Tate, Truman, Reddish, Braid, Gardner, Jupp recovering to 15th, having run into Mark Tate in his spin on the second lap. So then winners in our classes, it's going to be Connor Lucas outright. Asher Blythe wins the Clubman. The 40s class is won down there in 20th with the green background from Steve Nichols. And then we're going to see if we can find out if we've got time. Can we get down there to see who's got the win in our novice class? Let's have a quick look. A quick dabble into the... see if Tom can get across there on the timing. It looked like Paul Rye actually picks up the victory in the 66, the first weekend that we've seen that car out there practicing as well for the 24 hour. So they are out. Just having a quick look. Tom, we've had a development from the from that senior Rotax race that preceded this one. Driver of the 126, Max Martin, picking up a 5-second penalty for gaining an advantage via the contact with Max Prentice. And I think that will reverse the positions back to see Prentice in second place. Martin will drop down into third. We'll wait for confirmation for that, although I imagine they came over the line that 5 seconds will be enough to see Max Prentice up into second place. So the contact, the penalty given there to the 126 of Max Martin will drop him out of the top 2 in our senior Rotax class. Does unfortunately bring a close to the morning session. The first 12 races in the bag already, 12 to come though this afternoon. We will be back in half an hour's time here from the Teesside Autodrome circuit, and we'll be back with our Bambinos. joined by the driver of the number 1, Dan Bagard. Dan, first of all, where are you from and why the number 1?
I'm from the Isle of Man, and the number 1 is because I won the Manx Championship last year and I didn't fancy spending a load of money on new stickers to race here because I've watched the coverage.
And Dan, you've come over, you're racing here. What's the plans then for the whilst you're over?
Go-karting. Plenty of go-karting. Racing here tomorrow, testing for the 24 on Monday, and then Three Sisters on Tuesday.
Full, and as you said, you've seen the coverage over here. It's quite a big grid in the Senior Pro. What are your expectations tomorrow?
Survive. Yeah, if I can survive and not... I don't know, I'd like to think maybe, yeah, top 5, top 6, but I've honestly no idea. We'll wait and see for tomorrow.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Joined by the driver of the number 44 Senior Pro Kart, Jordan Guy. Jordan, can you just talk us through how you got into karting to start with?
Yeah, the family were into it. I came down, enjoyed it, I thought I'd get myself involved. So I went over to Red Racing, I hired a kart there for 2 rounds, enjoyed it, finished reasonable. And then I thought, you know, take the leap, get my own kart, supported by the family, which I'm very grateful for. And yeah, first time out this weekend, so far so good.
So, was it always the intention to go out and buy one, or did it just happen?
It was kind of a, didn't know what to expect. And yeah, like I say, the family helped me out, and all of a sudden opened the garage door and there she was. So yeah, it's I didn't expect it, but very grateful. And hopefully I can put some good lap times in and make people proud.
So how are you finding it setting up yourself rather than running with the rest of the team?
It's easy just to watch, I'll say that. It's not as easy to set it up yourself. Made a few mistakes, done okay, made a setting, gone out, not done so good, gone back, but it's all a learning curve day by day. We'll get there. Yeah, so far so good, enjoying it.
Joined then by the driver of the number 66 Junior Rotax, Oliver Buckton, and the rest of Team Buckton. I noticed that you've got a new sticker kit on this weekend. Will you have to tell me a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, the AIM Motorsport racing team, it's we self-fund, so we buy all the bits, but it's to try and promote autism in motorsport. So it's to allow kids with autism and all sorts of other minor problems to be able to come racing and in a safe environment, basically. And people like Oliver who's got all those problems.
So can you just explain to us then a little bit about Oliver and how he's got himself involved with autism in motorsport?
Well, Oliver has got autism, he's got selective mutism, which is why he's unable to speak. He's got dyspraxia and all sorts of other problems. The motorsport bit helps him really a huge amount because it's all connected. All the people that are here don't take any notice of him. They're not bothered that he's got autism. He's just another driver here, and he's just accepted as such. So at all circuits, not just Teesside, all the tracks we go to, nobody would even know. Nobody would even know, which is a reason that we've got the AIM Motorsport sticker kit on, so that other people can see that there are people with autism in motorsport.
joined by Sophie Pawsey, driver of the 77. Sophie, new car, new class this weekend. Tell us how that came about.
Yeah, well, it was my birthday and I was expecting to see my kart, but I turned around and I saw a Pro Kart, which was quite surprising.
So stepping up into juniors, you've had a practice day yesterday, your first practice session this morning. How's it gone?
It's gone quite well. I got like my quickest lap of what I've ever done here, so that's really good.
So, and expectations for today out there racing? Stick with the pack, or do you expect to be mixing it with those in front?
I mean, I'm hoping to do well, like midfield maybe. I'm not sure, but yeah, hope.
Brilliant. Thanks, Sophie. Good luck today.
Thanks.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos. Welcome to Wilton Mill. We're here today to talk to a man that's going to be taking part in something that most people wouldn't even dream about doing. We're going to be talking to Ian Williams. Ian's going to be taking part in a world record-breaking attempt at driving a kart solo for 24 hours during the British 24-hour at Teesside in early August. This is all in aid for charity, of course, and let's see what Ian had to say when we caught up with him earlier on today.
So we're here at Wilton Mill today to get used to the Haas kart, which is very kindly been given to me by Adam Nichols for the 24-hour. Just here to familiarise myself with the kart and get myself physically fit, because there's only so much you can do in a gym. You need to be in the kart, get the seat time. Yeah, that is it. Well, obviously everyone's been a bit sort of tucked away for the past year and a half or so. I've done a lot of 24-hour races with teams, in teams of 3, 4, 5, maybe even more. And I really enjoy endurance racing, and it's a bucket list thing. I've always wanted to do a 24-hour on my own and just see how we get on with it. Obviously for charity. And try and beat a world record in the process. The last time I was competitively in a kart was here at Wilton Mill in the Daniel Ricciardo series, which was 2018, and I landed on my head at Parker. Since then, I've been out, done a couple of test days, but yeah, competitively I've not done anything since about 2018 now. Okay, so I'm supporting 3 charities. I've got Papyrus, which is the prevention of young suicide. That one's quite close to me because I lost a friend back in 2014 to suicide, and I just feel it's right to, support them and try and give back in a way that I can. I felt bad about what happened, and I just want to be able to give back something to them. Shelter is another one that I'm supporting. Obviously, the times have been difficult recently with COVID. I feel the homeless may have been forgotten a little bit at the moment. Not as many people out on the streets, and yeah, they need looking after. People that are struggling with housing, with, people that haven't been working. I feel that was one that I really wanted to give to as well. And my third one I'm supporting is the Links and Knots Air Ambulance. Obviously, we all know how important the air ambulance is. They're not government funded. They're all funded by people who donate to them. And they provide such a service, especially to places like this, the kart track. We see the air ambulance at circuit sometimes, and it's just another one that I'd like to support. So.
It's going to be really hard. I think for the first sort of 12 hours you'll probably be fine, but then it's at night when you'll normally be asleep, say from 2 AM onwards. That middle sort of 8 hours is going to be very, very bad. I can assure you that. But the thing that kept me going, at least, was knowing I'm doing it for charity. So there's a reason why you're doing it. You can't really stop if you're doing it for charity. There's a good reason to carry on. So that's mentally what is going to keep you going, and once you get past that bad stage in the middle, then it'll be all right. Obviously, when I did on a sim, I don't feel the bumps around Teesside. Teesside is very bumpy, so I didn't have that problem to contend with. So the physicality of it is going to be a lot harder, probably, or definitely, I would have thought. But maybe a bit easier on the eyes. Doesn't have to look at a screen for however long.
So I've got a Just Giving page set up for all 3 charities. You can donate via the website, which is www.justgiving.com/team/British 24-hour solo.
With the world record currently set at just over 945 miles, it's going to be an incredibly tough challenge for Ian to overcome. Let us know in the comments below what you think your predictions are for how long he's going to go for, his distance or anything like that. We'd love to know. And of course, make sure you don't miss out on watching the British 24-hour. You can catch all the action live here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And of course, if you're feeling generous enough, please use that link in the video description to donate to any one of the 3 chosen charities. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Teesside Karting for round 3 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Myself, David Sullivan, Tom Butterworth alongside me, and the afternoon is about to commence with the first of our 3rd heats. It will be our Bambinos, and on pole position will be double race winner Austin O'Man alongside the 24 of Colby Patterson, Harvey Bacon and Connor Butler on row 2, Edward Wright and Joey Swan on row 3. Row 4 sees Harris Barber and Alfie Watson, with Buddy Hugo and Freddie Murray completing the top 10, Riley Murrow and Jake Gibbon on row 6, with Daniel Stangerine and Ethan McClelland completing the 14 karts. And, Tom, Bambino so far today have put on a show. Certainly the top 3 running nose to tail for the first 2 heats.
It's probably been the best racing we've had so far today, really.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. The dinner's gone down nicely. It might be time to break out the brownies.
Oh, it might be. As we've said before, we accept all forms of bribery here in the commentary box.
And this
so would you like to give a big shout out to how we managed to get these brownies?
Yes, Daniel Bogard's brought them over, courtesy of Mrs. Bogard. Ruth has provided the brownies. To be fair, it was arranged midweek that he was going to provide the brownies, and we're about to tackle them.
Well, thank you, Ruth. These are very much appreciated. And as we say, all forms of bribery will get you a mention on the commentary box. Yeah, we are rather cheap.
We should really put a price list on the com box window, shouldn't we? Harry Bowes will get you 2 mentions.
Absolutely. So it's normally me who provides the Haribos, to be fair.
Bambinos then making their way around. They'll get stopped and then be called forward 2 by 2 into position. See the parent-son helpers making their way down. Each one will have a helper and they make their way down into position. Front row already making their way in, and Austin O'Man with the blue helmet already won both heats here today. Colby Patterson will start alongside him, not for the first time. The 2 AC Racing team drivers. They're followed by Harvey Bacon and Connor Butler. That's the second row.
So as we've said before, what you will see is helpers come out onto the track for these Bambinos. They will lift the back end of the car up and clear out that car by the driver just accelerating, putting their foot down, as you can see there with the 8 of Harvey Bacon. So that will clear out the carb and then they drop it back down and they will be ready to go. And this is the only grid that actually has this procedure. Also, it just gives a little bit extra support for the young kiddies as well. all drivers aged between 5 and roughly 8 years old. Most of them are between 5 and 7.
Looks like the live stream's been good. Well, the comments, Tom, have been good. There's been a couple of people having a discussion with themselves whilst we've been out on lunch, just discussing how to get into karting. Some people didn't start until well into their 20s and are going
myself
racing.
Included. I have to say, myself, I didn't even, never been, well, I'd been to indoor karting, but I'd never been outdoor karting until I was 30, I think I was, when we first started.
Plenty of ways into karting. There's a hire kart series here at Teesside. We see a number of drivers doing that before progressing into the owner categories. The youngsters, though, are about to go racing. The green flag is in the hand of the start line marshal. A couple are creeping in the midfield, but they've all stopped before they go, as Joey Swan bobs his head to try and get himself moving forwards into position, and he's going to cut in from his sixth place start, I think, into the top 5. He does, as Harvey Bacon tries to get down the inside of Colby Patterson, and does. Patterson's gone very, very wide. He's going to give up 3 or 4 places. Joey Swan's going to come through down the inside, and Colby Patterson drops from 2nd down into 5th. So Bacon, Butler, although Patterson does come back down the inside of Swan into hairpin number 1. That's going to give this one certainly. Austin, in a minute, Austin O'Man might look over his shoulder, and he's going to see the rest of the pack are a bit of a trek behind him as Patterson gets down the inside of Butler, then down the back straight. Yeah, as we see Austin O'Man, Colby Patterson again with another poor start. It's certainly been a bit of a trademark through the day that he has dropped back off the start, but he has always made it back up to the front pack. However, what was really happening there was Harvey Bacon was desperate to try and get through initially and just squeeze Patterson, or rather Patterson squeezed across the front, and Bacon's nose was on the inside already, and 2 into 1 doesn't go. So Patterson was pushed wide, but is already straight onto the back again of Harvey Bacon. Now it's a case of whether he gets through or whether he just tries to push him onto the back of Austin O'Man. Yeah, well, what we've seen is Patterson has actually probably been the fastest driver here today, but has had real struggles actually overtaking people. So managing to have the speed to, if he gets past Harvey Bacon here, I don't think it'll be too long before he's on the back of Austin O'Man. But the problem is, first of all, he's got to overtake Harvey Bacon, and then he's got to overtake Austin O'Man, and that really has proved tricky for him today. No, I'd agree with that. He's been very, very quick, hasn't he? But it's just a case of getting through. It's not easy to overtake in these Bambinos, certainly at the front, where they're all very, very evenly matched out at the front. And the gap on the previous lap was 1.8 seconds. It doesn't look like that now, but we'll get confirmation to go over the line. No. 0.9 of a second, so they've taken half the gap as Colby Patterson sets the fastest lap for the race. Tom does the point at the timing screen to the left. Colby Patterson was the best part of a second faster than Austin O'Man on that previous lap. So 0.996 to be precise. Very much so. The top 10 then as it stands: O'Man, Bacon, Patterson, Butler, Swan, Hugo, Murray, Watson, Barber and Rye. And some good performances, Tom, from some of the drivers that are fairly new to this series. Buddy Hugo in the 11, running 6th. Freddie Murray, the 91. Alfie Watson, the 20. All drivers that have raced here only 2 or 3 times at most. And really starting to increase in confidence. And there's a good battle going on between those karts in the background. And here we look at the front 3. And the reason that we're focusing on this front 3 is because that gap is really closed up. So it was 0.9 of a second, it's now 0.2, as again Harvey Bacon takes 7/10 out of Austin O'Man on the previous lap and is right on the tail now. But again, we see once he gets right up to the rear bumper, it's actually overtaking is extremely difficult here. It's a lot like Formula 1, isn't it? It's quite easy to get close up, but it's not easy to overtake once you get right in the back, as there's a spin in the background as now Harvey Bacon does try and get to the inside of Austin O'Man, although he was tight out of hairpin 2, so O'Man, as expected, will have a little bit more speed down the straight line. Yeah, it seems to be the old Murrayism, doesn't it? The catching is one thing and getting past is a whole nother. It is, and they'll try and get side by side again, but we would expect here Austin O'Man to have a bit more speed, although yeah, as expected, he comes through. It's a shorter run on the inside down towards this D chicane. as the track rises up, then drops away again round the national loop. We are beyond half race distance, 3:45 remaining in this 8-minute race for our Bambinos here.
And instantly, now that Harvey Bacon is on and Colby Patterson are on the back of Austin Oman, they've instantly dropped their pace by half a second a lap. So it's amazing how they can catch so fast, and they are half a second to 3/4 of a second quicker than Austin Oman, but they just cannot overtake him. Now, is this a brilliant driving? Oh, that's the 66 of Edward Rye coming in.
So
but what I was trying to say there is it brilliant defensive driving from Austin Oman, placing his car exactly where he needs to stop the other two getting that run and getting that overspeed? Or is there just something going on with the aero, or what are we looking at here, David?
Part of it is sometimes, I think, what these drivers, when they're on their own, they get their lines, and they are really, really accomplished drivers with good lines. But then when they start following somebody, and obviously Austin Oman's going to be a little bit more defensive in that first place, is that when it comes to certain corners, the youngsters, obviously they're still learning, they just follow the lines of everybody else round the corner. We've seen them come round South Bank. Nobody really goes to the inside of hairpin 3. Everybody follows the line. So Oman's going to go tight there down the back straight this time as Bacon chops right across, elects not to go into the slipstream.
Oh, it's got a good run now.
Just chops all the way across, and we might have a change for the lead.
Oh, that was good driving from Bacon. He worked it out. You could see him trying to figure it out over the whole course of the day, really. And finally, he's managed to make that pay off. Now, can Colby Patterson do the same thing? And Bacon...
Oh, Austin Oman tried to get back down the inside there of 4, didn't he? And he's going to get alongside. No. Door closed by Harvey Bacon.
So Harvey Bacon takes the lead, and this is probably the longest he's led all day. Austin Oman seems to have had the measure of both of them, and you can actually see now that Harvey Bacon is gapping Austin Oman, or he was, certainly until they had to work their way around the back marker.
Good driving there from the back marker, maintained his line. The blue flag was there just to notify him that there was the faster drivers coming. Maintained his line on the inside, and all of the faster drivers making their way round the outside as Bacon goes defensive into hairpin 2, but runs wide as a stationary kart. Tom in the middle of the track, the 23 of Ethan McClelland.
And Oman straight back through.
So it looked like Bacon had to go wide round the stranded cart. That cart is actually still stationary, so it looks like the engine's stalled on that. And with Bacon having to go round the outside, Oman saw it a little bit later and went back down the inside, and now Harvey Bacon's got it all to do again with 1 minute 10 remaining. They will potentially see the last lap board as they come over this time. They will.
So here we go, last lap, heat number 3 for our Bambinos. Who's your money on for this one, David?
I'd like to say Harvey Bacon, Tom, because I think he's done it once already, but I think now it sees how it pans out with this back marker. We've seen Austin Oman in the past get caught up with a back marker. They're having to work their way through. And now it's who's going to get the run out of this second hairpin onto the back straight. Oh, there's a little bit of contact between them as Bacon runs into the rear bumper of Austin Oman. He will get alongside, though, down the back straight, but will he be alongside enough, or will Oman close the door? Oman does close the door, but Harvey Bacon gets alongside and forces his way through round the South Bank corner. Keeps it tight to the white line round hairpin number 3. He won 4 races here at round number 2. He hasn't managed to win any so far. Oman's going to try and chop back to the inside in a repeat of what happened earlier in the day. Harvey Bacon, though, has got in front. And Harvey Bacon, will he come through? Oman's going to try and get alongside. They're going to be side by side over the start-finish line. Patterson's going to come through as well. It's Bacon, Oman and Patterson. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, just over a tenth between the top 3.
Could have thrown a blanket
racing
over them. They were that close. 0.116 between the top 3. Brilliant racing again in Bambinos. This is superb.
Just proves that you don't have to be going like stupidly quick to have a really close and intense race. And Harvey Bacon will take the victory in heat number 3. That should give him a front row start, Tom, I believe, for the final. Austin Oman should start from pole position, having taken 2 heat wins and a second place. So the running order then for the Bambinos, the top 10: Bacon, Oman, Patterson, Butler, Swan, Hugo, Murray, Watson, Barber and Murrow. The top 10.
Yeah, really enjoyed that one, David. very much
been really good so far today.
Yeah,
Bambinos.
And I hope it continues through into the final as well. I do have to wonder what would happen if Colby Patterson gets a good start. He's not had the best of days so far in terms of starts, and we've seen, as we've said before, he looks like one of the quickest drivers out there, just unable to make the passes at the moment.
So Bambinos are their heats are done. The next one up will be Junior Pro Kart.
And heading into Heat 3 of Junior Pro Kart, we will have your grid momentarily. And here we go with Maximus Shields. 2 heats, 2 wins so far, and won them by a fair distance as well. So all eyes on him in the O plate. Alexander Mallard in the 99 will go from P2. Lennon French P3. Harvey Still P4. Caitlin Frame P5. And Ben Hogarth in 6th. Kieran Savage, Jacob O'Connor, Sophie Pawsey, Joe Arnold, Sebastian Pereira and Lewis Mallard round out your top 12, with Christian Oblag in 13th.
And, let's see how this one goes, Tom, in Junior Pro Kart. Can anybody stick with Max Shields off the line? He's been making some really good starts. He did so in the opening race of the day, moving his way through from 2nd place. He got away well in heat number 2, and then it left Alex Mallard and Lennon French to squabble over 2nd place, which in the end involved Harvey Still, Caitlin Frame and Ben Hogarth as well.
He's, in fairness, Max Shields has had really, really good starts, all the way going back to the previous round as well. He was rocket off the line.
He was, wasn't he? And to be fair, when we were down there doing interviews after qualifying, he looked really disappointed actually with his 2nd place in qualifying. But really for Shields, if he's anywhere on that front row, you know that he's got a fairly good chance of leading into the D chicane.
You could even say in the front 2 rows as well.
Yeah,
he's that fast off the line.
He came through from 3rd, didn't he, last time at heat number 2 from one of them. He just got such a good start. He just got down the inside, because there is a kart width on the inside of those drivers rolling themselves into position on the inside of the circuit. And our 13 runners going to make their way into position at the far end and be bookended by Christian Oblang, who had some problems in heat 2. Looks like he stopped on the outside of the D, had a problem with the kart, managed to fix it and got going again, but wasn't able to get on the back of the pack. So So, grid into position. Start line Marshall makes his way to the start with the green flag in the hand. Alex Mallard and Harvey Still have their carts pointed aggressively towards the apex of the D chicane. We are just awaiting confirmation that everybody is where they need to be. They are, and I think we're about to go racing in Junior Pro for the third time today. Green is down, we're away and racing. It's a good start from Alexander Mallard. He's going to try and get alongside. And once again, he closes the door on Lennon French. So they are nose to tail round the national loop then for the first time. No early squabbles in this one.
No, these two need to work together if they're going to catch up with Max Shields, because he's had the flyer all day so far.
It's now whether Alex Mallard decides he wants to try and tag on the back of Max Shields, and if he thinks he can, there's everybody with a little tap of the helmet.
They're saying, let's go, 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 and don't overtake. Well, we'll see how long that lasts as they come into South Bank.
It's not Monaco, is it? It's not going to be nose to tail for the next 10 laps, that's for sure. There's a move already. That's Jacob O'Connor down the inside, holding off Christian Oblang, who's coming through from the back of the pack.
So what was making me chuckle about that little helmet tap was that Max Shields gave one as well to Alexander Mallard, and Mallard saying, come on Lennon, help me along here, let's go and get him. And Max Shields is saying, well, let's work together and work our way away at the front. And everybody behind Max Shields is saying, it's got completely different ideas to that, saying no chance.
Mallard obviously wanting French to try and push
and there
him
he goes
along.
again.
There it is.
There is no way on this earth that Mallard is going to help Shields here. He is going straight up the inside if he gets a shot at it.
Well, it's a case now then of whether they can just try and move away at the head of the pack and sort it out. The same way that, to an extent, Max Shields and Lennon French have done in the opening 2 rounds, where they've spent laps 1 through to 4 just pulling away from the pack. And then as soon as half race distance, it's almost like it kicks in, and that's when they go and sort it all out. The top 3 have pulled away ever so slightly, although Max Shields does feel the need to go defensive into hairpin 1 with Alex Mallard taking his normal, which we see it as unconventional, but it's a very, very wide line round them corners because he's confident in his own pace of turning in into hairpin 1. It's the same with 3 there. He's a lot wider than some of the other drivers, but he's carrying a lot more speed and closing in.
Yeah, he does carry a lot more entry speed, doesn't he? And as we see again, look, Lennon French, that gives French the opportunity to get up the inside as they get to the apex. It's kind of like Mallard takes a kind of a C, where a letter C kind of line through the corner, what we would consider the conventional line, whereas French takes more of a V, comes in tight, gets it stopped, gets it turned, and then fires his way out again.
You see, having a look at that, Mallard does have a very aggressive turning style, doesn't he? Sort of goes wide and then just jacks the wheel to the right, probably a little bit more so than all the other drivers who are driving a lot smoother. I wonder if that's got anything to do with the experience he's got racing in the BPEC series as part of the junior team that races in the BPEC. As to whether that sort of experience is just sort of with that far more aggressive driving style in terms of his turning of the steering wheel. We'll notice it hopefully if we can follow him all the way around to hairpin 1, that he seems to be, when he gets to a point, like you say, he's going in a little bit later, but then he just try and turn that kart very aggressively round into hairpin number 1. You see there, he's going to cut across now, and it is closing him up by a couple of kart lengths in the braking zone.
Yeah, he does seem to lose it on exit though, as we say. It's just different lines. It's many ways to skin a cat, as they say.
Did we have I wasn't sure if we had a spinner there, but it looked like Christian Oblang was cutting across on Sophie Pawsey. Looked like he just shot across the screen. There he is in front of the 77. With Christian making his way through after the incident in the previous heat. Sophie Pawsey, she retired from heat number 1 with a clutch issue, but she's running well inside the top 10 in her debut in the junior class, acquitting herself very well with the more established runners in this class.
I was about to say, I'm a little bit disappointed that Harvey still hasn't been coming to play with the top 4 in this particular heat, and then he goes and sets the fastest lap of the race.
Closes in, doesn't he? And it's only 2 tenths faster than anybody else, but it has brought him into play. Down the back straight then we see Christian Oblang going defensive. Sophie Pawsey's going to try and get down the inside of the back straight into the South Bank corner with Jacob O'Connor and Sebastian Pereira behind. Pereira, who had the spin in one of the previous heats now, normally would be running around about 7th or 8th, but he's struggling to make his way through the pack as the leading quartet are over the line with 4 laps remaining. Shields has managed to open up a gap of 4 or 5 kart lengths as Lennon French reels in Alexander's Mallard. On the previous lap, Shields took an extra 2 tenths, and that wide line from Mallard sees French get down the inside of him into hairpin number 1. Caitlin Frame picks up a contact warning there in the bottom right-hand side of the screen in her battle with Kieran Savage or with Ben Hogar. As Lennon French goes down the inside, down the back straight, round the South Bank corner. Mallard will try and return the favour straight away, but Lennon French in that new all the green with the Scottish flag helmet on top chops across the bows of the 99 and moves up into 2nd place.
Yeah, good move from French there. It has bulked them ever so slightly though. The gap has gone out, well, it's doubled in fact. It went from 4 tenths to 8 tenths, but Lennon French on the previous lap was the quickest car on circuit, which is why he managed to make that move on Mallard. He just got the run and got the pace for that particular lap, but it hasn't helped them in their quest to stop Max Shields sweeping the day so far.
So Shields well on his way then to making it 3 from 3 and cementing his berth on pole position here at Teesside Autodrome.
2nd contact warning for Caitlin Frame there, so that's 2 in 2 laps for Caitlin Frame.
Racking them up. That's only going to be 1 away from a black flag here with the cumulative punishment system. That's 2 warning flags and then it's going to be a black flag, and that is not what you want hanging over you going into the final.
No, absolutely. So Lennon French and Alexander Mallard setting their personal best laps of the race, and they were actually quicker than Max Shields on that last lap, only by a 1/10 and a half.
French went a bit wide round the national loop and then has to defend in there. It looks like Alex Mallard might have tagged the tyres a bit on the inside. He's lost a couple of kart lengths down the back straight from Lennon French, and he did seem to have it sideways. There is a bit of disappointment there. You can tell his head goes back.
Like slight shake of the helmet as well.
Yeah, and it looks like Alex Mallard, I think French was too far in front. I think he's tagged the tyres, it just takes a little bit off you. Just skimming the inside. Basically it's a tyre wall with a belt round it on the inside. Sometimes there's one or two bits that jink out. We've caught a number of drivers out here, some very experienced drivers actually, in the past here at Teesside, as Maximus Shields sets his personal best lap of the race.
Gap out to 8.5 tenths now.
And also,
Mallard another 6 tenths back from that.
Last lap board is out as well. It's almost as soon as we've started, we've been greeted by the last lap board.
Yeah, that's a shame. I was just getting into this.
Warming up, isn't it? Down the back straight they go then for the final time, and as the last lap board is out, the field has actually started to spread itself out ever so slightly, with Shields, French, Mallard and still the top four. There's an intense battle behind them between Hogarth and Frame that's seen Frame pick up 2 warning flags so far in this race. Max Shields will come through though, 3 from 3 for the O-plate, a fantastic win for him. That will see him on pole position for the final. Lennon French gets second. Alex Mallard sets the fastest lap of the race over the line, a 56.550 for him. Still Hogarth, Frame, Savage, Oblang, Pawsey and O'Connor complete the top 10, with Sebastian Pereira and Joe Arnold rounding out the 14 kart grid here in the junior pro kart class. Fantastic race once again. There we go. If we
Good bit of sportsmanship between the two.
Yeah, they're only juniors though, aren't they? So they struggle on the senior frame. They struggled to get their fist over the side pod to do the fist bump. Just having a quick look then at the social media feed. Thank you very much for getting in touch with us. Vicky Carr has been on saying, come on son, the flying farmer. That'll be for Lennon French in the 120, and a fantastic result for him in second place in that one. That'll see him at the very worst in third place on the grid for the final in around about an hour's time. Thank you very much for getting in touch via the live stream on Facebook, same as well on YouTube. Please do get in touch with us throughout the day, certainly on YouTube as well. Do give Alpha Live a like and a subscribe. There's live motorsport coverage from out the country almost every weekend, from 2 and 4 wheels, tarmac to loose surface stuff as well, and all the very best motorsport. Next week we'll be live from the Super 1 Series down at Clay Pigeon, so give us a like and subscribe. Press the bell icon, stay notified, and you'll get a message every time Alpha go live. Next class out there for you is our cadets, and they are making their way out onto the grid now.
So here we go with round 3, heat 3 of cadets. Pole position, Jared Fox Whiteley. 2 from 2 for Fox Whiteley today, so we'll see if he can make it 3 from 3. Thomas Potter P2. On row 2 will be Tom Holden and Ben Adrian. Row 3, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Lewis Goff. Row 4, Leon Barlow and Daniel Minto, and rounding out your top 10 will be Larry Price and Addison Smith. Row 6 is Kyle McLean and Amy Peacock. Row 7, Ben Robinson and Harris Ali. Row 8, Kian Logan and William Howard. And row 9 will be Mason Dinsdale and Melissa Adrian. Row 10, Ethan Charles and Oliver Watson. Row 11, Jensen White and Cody Lamb. Row 12, Holly Swan and Sam Robson. Then we have in 25th, Joshua Sullivan. 26th, Joseph Yao. 27th, Zach Turner. 28th, Ollie Carter. 29th will be Mason Webster, and 30th, Samuel Eden. And finally, in 31st, we have Sam Hayes. He will be the final runner in your cadet grid. And then we have the 2 Micromaxes starting at the back of Sebastian Corking, who has made fantastic progress through the grid every single race so far, and he's been inside the top 10 both times, so watch him coming through, followed by Riley Buckton Young.
There's your grid then. Just having a quick one or two more looks on the social media field. Bernardo84 has been honest at wishing Tom Holden and Leon Barlow good luck. So it's going to be Holden coming out of P3. Barlow is 2 rows behind, starting in P7. It always catches me out as well when David Brown says, "Come on, David Brown." I think it's his uncle. But it's almost like he's giving himself a pep talk on the live stream comments. And he'll be out in our senior pro kart class
Maybe
in
I should
about
do that.
half an hour's time.
Shall I send myself a message?
G yourself up. Come on, Tom. I think we've got 4 or 5 more of the Hondas to roll into position. Then the 2 micros will make their way as well, and they'll get their separate green flag. Hopefully Riley Buckton-Young in the 66 can make a start this time. His kart was stationary and he didn't get to make a start, so Sam Hayes rolls the 11 into position. He's in the final spot for our Hondas, having retired from heat number 2. He'll start from the back. There's a couple of other drivers that got caught up in spins as well in that heat. They're starting a little bit out of position. We'll see whether they can make their way through. Final drivers are into position now. Start line Marshall has the green flag in hand. And we're away in racing. You see the back of the pack there making their way. The front as well. Lewis Goff makes a really good start. He's going to try and go right round the outside of everybody else. Round the national loop. Let's see if we can. He's going to keep his foot in as well. Lewis Goff there in the blue and yellow kart will slot back into position. He's up into 5th place. Fantastic start for him as they head down towards hairpin number 1 for the first time. Everybody making their way through there cleanly so far. Can they do the same at hairpin 2? This might be the first time on the opening lap that everybody's got round the first half of the circuit. Well done to our cadet drivers, and they go 3 wide down the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, fantastic action at the start as well, and really great to see them all make it through unscathed. Oh, Thomas Potter getting leery coming into hairpin 4. Fully sideways on the lock stops as well, holding off the 87 of Tom Holden. But as per usual, it's Jared Fox-Whiteley at the front of the field, clearing off into the distance. He's got a half-second gap. It already looks like it's more than that.
I wonder, Tom, whether any of the cadets have had a chat on the grid and decided that we need to work together to try and keep that gap to Jared Fox-Whiteley somewhere near close. And haven't so far seen any of them sort of overtake each other. So maybe the cadets have had a little chat and decided that laps 2 and 3 are just going to be called push, 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 try and get onto the back of Jared.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see whether Tom Holden does indeed have a look down here. Thomas Potter makes his kart very, very wide. Certainly, as we see there on the entry into hairpin 4, that looked like Larry Price going up the inside.
Didn't it? He's battling it out with Addison Smith, who's going very, very well today. And he's got in front of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. So the top 10 as they come through for the first time. Fox-Whiteley, Potter, Holden, Adrian, Goff, Barlow, Minto, Smith, Price and Stansmore-Wilson. Melissa Adrian's coming through as well. She was out of position at the start, having had a very difficult heat number 2. She's up into 13th place. I think she started down near 20th as they are 3 wide down the back straight. Harris Alley's going to try and get down the inside, is he, of the number 12 of Kyle McLean. Good driving move from the 76, and it also behind them, that's Melissa Adrian joining in as well. See if she can get down the inside. She takes the wider line into hairpin number 4. She's trying to see if we can get a good run out of that as McLean gets back alongside Harris Alley. They're going to go side by side. Over start finish. There was a bit of contact off screen, but the gap, Tom, look at that.
Yeah, Potter's really closed up on the back of Jared Fox-Whiteley, and like you say, it does seem to be that they're working together to try and reel back in Fox-Whiteley, all of them using the slipstream to good effect and bumping each other along as well to try and close that gap to Fox-Whiteley, because if they don't do that and they start battling, it's going to be all over again.
It is, but they certainly have got a lot more.
Oh, and here comes Potter.
There is a move then. Thomas Potter down the inside, and for the first time today, Jared Fox-Whiteley doesn't lead in the cadets. Thomas Potter goes down the inside into hairpin number 3, closes the door coming out of hairpin number 4. They're going to come over the line, and the 38 will lead for the first time.
Yeah, great move from Potter. Came from not a long way back, but he made that decision early to go up the inside, and Fox-Whiteley probably didn't think it was coming, to be honest. But here he comes straight back up the inside of hairpin 1, and retakes the lead, and Holder follows him through.
So Jared Fox-Whiteley punched the hole, and Tom Holden threaded the needle, but Thomas Potter is going to come straight back through. Ben Adrian's going to try and get down the inside again as Holden has to chop to the inside to close the door. Leon Barlow will get down the inside of Ben Adrian in the 42. He desperately like to get on the podium. He's been ever so close in two attempts this season, but he's still trying to get onto the final step of the podium here at Teesside. Lewis Goff's going to try and run round the outside as well. He's performing considerably well this weekend. We caught up with him earlier on after qualifying. He was pleased to qualify 6th overall in the class, and he's currently running in 6th place.
Yeah, and what we've seen is a little bit of the status quo has been resumed, because immediately, as soon as Fox Whiteley got through, Holden and Potter were side by side, and that just gave Fox Whiteley that 3/10 gap that we can now see on screen, and it's just held there. So they're going to have to work together again just to get back onto the rear end of Fox Whiteley.
Yep, still got to close in, but still, already, we're going to be 3/4 through this race as they come over the start-finish. We're only going to have 2 laps remaining. It's still going to be nose to tail, though. The top 6, very little between them. But Jared Fox Whiteley still has a bit of a gap to be comfortable, as all of the top 7 or 8 set the fastest laps. Seb Corkin sets the overall fastest lap of the race, but that's to be expected. He's in a 2-stroke Micromax that is around about 1.2 seconds a lap quicker than the standard Hondas that are going round here.
And even with 2 laps to go, he's already moved himself up to 10th place, so it'll be interesting to see how far he can come through.
I think it certainly Stansmore, Wilson and Price in front, who is right in front of him, are within striking distance for the 52 of Sebastian Corking. The last lap board will greet our leaders, and for the first time today, I imagine Jared Fox Whiteley will be quite thankful to see it as he comes over the line. This is the first race he's really been put under any pressure, with Tom Potter getting past him, and Potter is starting to close in. He's opened up a gap to Tom Holden, with the gap now under 0.2 of a second. He took a 10th out of him in the previous lap, and he's incredibly close through the chicane section. He's going to go in the 3 or 4 wide through there in the background as well. But Jared Fox Whiteley went very defensive into hairpin number 1. I think Thomas Potter might have played his hand though, as Fox Whiteley's opened up a gap down the back straight, does go defensive to the inside, but then pops back out to get the optimum line round South Bank.
He was just trying to break the toe, I think, and here comes Holden up the inside of Potter. And through, taking 2nd place, and Potter's going to return the favour straight away. Oh, lovely switch back from Tom Holden. Saw the move coming a mile off, switch back and got that 2nd place, but it is Fox Whiteley again, the clean sweep. 3 heats, 3 wins for Jared Fox Whiteley, although this was, as you said, David, the closest he's come to not taking a win so far today.
Very much on. What a battle at the end there between Holden and Thomas Potter. Thomas Holden, if he'd drawn that picture himself, he couldn't have drawn it any better, could he? Scouted the move from Tom Potter, knew Potter was going to come back down the inside. Once again, fist pumps and thumbs up from everybody down there from our cadet grid, and that top 6.
I wonder what Roy Keane would have to say about these fist bumps between the drivers. he's not known for his friendliness when it comes to competitors, is he? But I think it's really good to see. I personally love the fact that they're out there racing hard and really enjoying themselves.
I love the fact as well that once the visor's down, it's intense, and then once the checkered flag goes, it's just all back to being friends again.
And respect, I think, more as much as friends. It's they all respect each other out on the track, and that goes right the way through the classes as well. It's not just limited to Bambinos, Cadets and Junior Pro. It goes right the way through to Senior Pro as well.
It's 2-stroke time.
2-stroke time?
Juniors
I thought
and
it was brownie time.
Up next. Well, it can be as well. You're taking the grid on this one, Tom. I'm eating brownies.
Okay, so Heat 3, Round 3. Junior Rotax. We have on pole position Gracie Mitchell, followed by Lucas Jex, Isaac O'Shea, Bella Franklin, Harry Pullen and Ben Ficini. Oliver Buckton, Alfie Warbank, James Robertson, Lucas Miles and Vincent Bailey round out your junior Rotax field, with your Minimax headed by Lizzie Mentier. Then David Mack, Catherine Potter and Ollie Poole. So far today we've seen a clean sweep for Gracie Mitchell and Lizzie Mentier in the 2 respective classes.
Tom, do you fancy commentating on this on your own? Because these brownies are a different gravy.
I hope there's no gravy in them. That would be
one down.
A bizarre brownie.
Mate, I'll take the opening lap. You take one of them.
Yes, I'll have one in a moment. Thank you, David, and thank you, Mrs. Bugard, as well. God, the smell from them is incredible.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Juniors then making their way round. Minis as well will follow once again around half a lap later.
And we just had a little wave from our resident photographer, Gordon Welsh, as well, who's here. There he is on the start-finish line.
We might just catch him if the camera pans wide enough.
And a great start on the inside line again. Gracie Mitchell, followed by Isaac O'Shea. Whoa, and up the inside. Who was that? Was that Jex?
Pullen, I think, coming from about half an hour back.
Yeah. Almost in Yarm, he was that far away, but made the move.
Tom, on the opening lap for the 43 of Bella Franklin. She's pumping the throttle pedal of the 43. Not sure whether what's happening with that one, but there is zero power coming out of that 43. I think we're about. I think we've just
got going again now.
Going again, but she was pumping the throttle pedal.
I think it oiled up.
Possibly so, but it was still quite a quick opening, a rolling up lap, wasn't it? It's not like the leader backed them up. They were quick round that opening lap.
So Gracie Mitchell, your leader from Isaac O'Shea and Harry Pullen. It was indeed Harry Pullen making that move on O'Shea. Lucas Jackson 4th, Alfie Warbank, Ben Ficini, and then down in 11th place is Bella Franklin, but she is, well, 4 seconds back nearly of Vincent Bailey in 10th. Lizzie Mentier still leads the Minimax class from David Mack and Catherine Potter and Ollie Poole. Oh, there we go, a bit of contact there between, that's Jex and Pullen, and Jex takes 3rd place on the road.
Good move that actually from Jex, but I think Pullen got balked because Jex had enough time to go round one side and then chop straight across to the other as well to get down the inside into hairpin 4.
Yeah, up and under again. We've seen that be quite powerful here today. Normally it is a standard Teesside move, but I think today for some reason there must be some grip on that particular line, because as they're coming back to hit that late apex, it's just giving them superb drive. And for the first time in Minimax, Lizzie Mentier does not lead. David Mack has taken the lead from Lizzie Mentier. We have missed it off camera, but he now leads in the Minimax class. And we have it here on screen. So Lizzie Mentier now hounding David Mack for the first time today.
Tom, do you think the extra grip's got anything to do with the amount of drifting that's being done here at Teesside now?
Possibly. Has there been a lot of drifting on?
A lot of drifting on here at Teesside at the moment.
Okay.
Certainly in terms of coaching days and stuff like that, and I've got a feeling that the extra bit, certainly around that bottom end of the circuit, which they use for drifting down round the south bank and hairpins 3 and 4, the extra bit of grip, potentially what is off the normal karting line as well, that you're finding drivers managing to chop across, that might have something to do with it.
Oh, it could well do, yeah, and hadn't even thought of that, David, so good thinking there. As we focus on David Mack in the JDR colour scheme, brand new kart for David Mack, followed by Lizzie Mentier and then Catherine Potter in 3rd.
He's very occupied with those behind him though, isn't he? He's quite looking back quite a lot, certainly down that back straight. I can assure him that they're going to be right there or thereabouts for the 6 laps that are remaining here at Teesside Autodrome. 10 laps for our 2-stroke classes, and then it's going to be 12 in the final, but the minis come over the line with Mack, Mentier and Potter still nose to tail. Behind them as well, Ollie Poole not losing ground either.
I was just going to say that, David, actually. This has probably been Ollie Poole's strongest showing so far today.
Certainly is. He's managing to stick with the cadet runners in front of him from last year, the 3 cadets who've all made the move up, all of them running in the top 4 in the cadet championship last year.
I'd just like to point out that Lucas Jex as well is starting to make inroads into Isaac O'Shea.
And it's his first time here as well, Tom, and obviously he's just growing into this circuit here at Teesside, and at the right time as well with their final.
Yeah, so we saw him pass Harry Pullen a couple of laps ago, and he's now gapped him by 1.4 seconds. And it's starting to make inroads into Isaac O'Shea in second place.
So, before laps remaining then as they come over the line, and it's whether Jex can get past O'Shea and give himself enough time to catch up with Gracie Mitchell,
who has just set the fastest lap of the race. Isaac O'Shea with a personal best lap, but still not fast enough to outpace Lucas Jex, who closed in about half a tenth. So now very much in the slipstream of Isaac O'Shea, who is also now right in the slipstream of Gracie Mitchell.
So Mitchell has a look over her shoulder down the back straight with O'Shea and Jex all within 7 tenths as they continue to close up. There's a spinner off camera. I'm not sure who that is.
Lucas Miles.
He's been battling it out with Vincent Bailey, Tom. You're correct, it is, as Lizzie Mentia goes to the inside. David Mack sees the move coming and gives her enough kart length. Jex sets the fastest lap of the race. Good driving there from David Mack, who saw Lizzie Mentia coming, gave us plenty of space and just maintained his speed all the way around the outside of hairpin 1, closed the door into 2 and continues to lead with 2.5 laps. Wait, it's 3 laps remaining already on the line. It's going to be 3 for them. It's still 3.5. I keep forgetting there's half a lap distance between them as they started half a lap behind.
Yeah, so Mack from Mentia having a good battle here, really enjoying this one. And we've got Lucas Miles as well, who is now running 13th on the road, but behind these two Mini-Max drivers. And Mentia's up the inside and holds it and takes the lead back from David Mack.
Exactly the same move she tried 1 lap ago, and Mack was able to hold off on the previous lap. Can't do it this time though. 2 laps remaining for our Minis, and now Lizzie Mentia is back at the head of the pack. Is there anything David Mack can do? Because Lizzie Mentia gifted him the lead at the start by going very wide, and can Mack try and get through now under race conditions? Seems to be close. This is going to be a 2-kart race though, because now with Lucas Miles having spun and then rejoined the fray, chasing down these 2 Minis behind him, it's opened the gap then to Catherine Potter, who's about another second behind. Max close enough here to make a move as he down the inside. Mentia very defensive into 1, and he's not going to be close enough, I don't think, into 2 to get a run down the back straight into South Bank. The last lap board is out though, and our leaders have already seen that as they go into hairpin 1, and they are nose to tail now with Jex right on the back of O'Shea, who in turn is right on the back of a very defensive Gracie Mitchell.
I'm not sure Gracie needed to go quite that defensive. It's really cost her as they head into South Bank for the final time. Is O'Shea going to be able to get close enough and go up the inside? No, not so far. Is he going to go up the inside into hairpin 4?
No, but Jex is.
Oh, but Jex has had a good look. Sticks the nose up the inside, gets it chopped off very roughly by Isaac O'Shea, but it is Mitchell from O'Shea, from Jex. And in your Mini-Max class, we had Mentia in front of Mack, and that is still the status quo. She's actually gapped him ever so slightly, and I think that's going to be the end of this race as well, as they come through South Bank and into hairpin 3 for the final time of heat number 3.
It's going to be 3 from 3
David
for Mentia.
Mack. Very sideways on the entry into hairpin 4. And that's your top 3 in Mini-Max. Lizzie Mentia, David Mack and Catherine Potter, with Ollie Poole finishing 4th. But good showing from Ollie Poole.
Very much so. A lot closer to the 3 in front of him than he has been here at Teesside. And also, just looking at his lap times from that, he managed to get within half a second of Lizzie Mentia, who has won all 3 races here today. So I agree, good showing from the 94 of Ollie Poole. And, obviously the Minis still having to make their way around from their half a lap deficit as well. There's Oliver Buckton. We caught up with him yesterday with his new Autism in Motorsport sticker kit on, and that's a nice little interview that we did with all of their team yesterday. As the rest of the pack make their way through and off. The next one's up though, Senior Rotax.
So heat 3, round 3 of Senior Rotax. Pole position will be your O-plate of Dan Kell. Second will be Max Prentice. Third, Tyler Jex. Fourth, Tom Reeve. Fifth will be Max Martin, and sixth, Paul Swan. Seventh, Lee Bell. Eighth, Lauren Taylor. Ninth, Christopher Stoves. 10th, Chris Crowther. 11th, Emma Brown. 12th, Zach Bolton. 13th will be Chris Dark. 14th, Ashley Savage, a recovering Ashley Savage after the puncture that he received, or that he sustained in Heat 2. And Andrew Freeman in 15th and Jake Simpson 16th.
So Freeman and Simpson, neither of them completed the previous race either, along with Ashley Savage. Rolling start once again then for our Rotax class. Daniel Kell will control the pace, puts the power down when he sees the flag. It's a good start actually, Tom, from the inside from Tyler Jex in the 82, and he will come through into second place. Gets the kart stopped as well as the runners make their way down for the only time where they go round the national loop at full chat, because the chicane's back in for when they come round at the end of this first lap. And now it's Tyler Jex who's got to try and reel in Daniel Kell, as opposed to Max Prentice and Ashley Savage from the previous races. So it's going to be a different ball game, certainly for Daniel Kell, if he's got Jex on the back. It's not a driver that he's used to racing. Jex with his first outing here at Teesside, very, very close to the front. I'm just keeping an eye out of the commentary box window on Ashley Savage. He's already made up 5, possibly even 6 places on lap 1. So the top 10 then, it's Kell, Jex, Prentice, Martin, Reeve, Bell, Swan, Crowther, Stoves and Savage, who does in fact somehow make up how many places on that opening lap? I think it was 5. 5 places on the opening lap. So it's that 6 now. He's gone down the inside of Christopher Stoves into hairpin number 1, so he's picking them off and closing in then on the front of the pack already. There he is. He's going to flash into screen now. There he is, closing in, and not too far away from Chris Crowther in front, the 23, running in the 177, does run all the way around the outside. Not too far behind, he's already in front, David. I think Crowther saw that coming and realises that it's a different race for him. He's in a battle with Lee Bell and Christopher Stoves over the 177, the drivers with the green background down the left side of the screen. And now Ashley Savage already up onto the back of Paul Swan, closing in at hairpin number 1. Will he make a move into 2? Well, that's Chris Dark, is it? It is. Chris Dark's got a problem. He's having a look down towards it, and I get the feeling the chain's come off. He was having a quick look there down at the chain guard. There's no power, and he has stopped on the outside of hairpin number 3. He's climbing out of the car, and it's into retirement. So we've got Max Prentice and Max Martin resuming hostilities here. We're looking at, this is the battle for the final podium place, currently headed by Prentice in the orange, fluorescent orange helmet, with Max Martin directly behind. They've been close today already, haven't they? Once it caused Max Martin to get a 5-second penalty in heat number 2. That dropped him from second place down into 5th at the end. Yeah. That's where he started, but he's already moved himself up a place. He's on the back of Max Prentice. Behind them, the day's pole sitter, Tom Reeve. Yeah, Max Prentice sustained a puncture as well in that on the final lap after contact with Max Martin in the previous heat. So yes, this is definitely a resumption of hostilities, and enjoying this one. Yeah, it was. Lauren Taylor's come into the pit, so I've just noticed as well. So it's not a fantastic race then for the Rensport team, with both Lauren Taylor and Chris Dark heading into retirement. Another one of their stable, Andrew Freeman, hasn't had a great day either. A black flag in heat 1, a retirement in heat 2, but he is running well in heat number 3 in 12th place, 5th in his class, behind Christopher Stoves. And, just looking back towards the battle at lead, Tom, we're still only half a second between Kell and Jex. Yep. And we've got Max Martin now very much having a sniff up the inside of Ashley Savage has got through, as the fastest lap of the race does go to Jex. Savage is through now up into 6th place, but he's got almost 2 seconds to Tom Reeve, and we know Tom Reeve's got the pace, having taken a maiden pole position at the start of the day. And Ashley Savage is already up to 6th place. So the top 10 as it stands: Kell, Jex, Prentice, Martin, Reeve, Savage. Then the leader in 177, Lee Bell. Swan, Crowther and Emma Brown complete the top 10, and also complete the top 3 in our 177 class. Tom Reeve, Tom seems to be closing in actually on Max Prentice and Max Martin. What was the gap on the previous lap? It was 6/10. Let's see what it is this time. It's still 6/10, but it does look a little bit closer.
Yeah, and Jex has actually just set the fastest lap of the race again, so he's brought that gap down now to half a second. He was only slightly quicker than Dan Kell on the previous lap, but definitely was quicker, and he's bringing that gap down. And yeah, we're still focusing on the Prentice and Martin battle here, which is a bit like it was with the Bambinos. It seems that Max Martin is a bit quicker than Prentice, but just can't seem to find a way through. Has a look up the inside into hairpin 3, thinks about sending the lunge and decides against it. Yeah, perhaps having a bit of a practice run for a couple of laps' time.
Doesn't want to repeat performance of the previous race either.
Absolutely.
3 laps remaining then over the line. This is the battle for third. It's nose to tail between Prentice and Martin.
Fastest kart on track that lap was Ashley Savage in 6th place, bringing that gap down now to 5 seconds.
Oh, Max Martin does have a nibble at Max Prentice down into hairpin number 1. Prentice gives him a little bit of room. Behind them, though, it certainly looks like now Tom Reeve is within striking distance should these two get hooked up with each other, which isn't beyond the realms of possibility after heat number 2.
No, and
certainly, as we head towards the business end, as Prentice leaves the door open, that was an invite, and Max Martin didn't need a second invitation. Down the inside they go, although back into position, but now a 2-kart race for third place has become a 3-kart race. Tom Reeve right on the back now.
And I think Dan Kell's had the hurry up as well, because he suddenly pulled out half a second on Tyler Jex, and that gap has gone up to a 1 full second. So, whoa, there we go. Oh, dear me.
They've come together as well, and that's going to allow Ashley Savage through down the back straight.
Oh.
Max Martin and Tom Reeve come together around the outside of hairpin 2. They almost came to a standstill. They're still together as they get to hairpin number 3. As Reeve goes down the inside, Martin returns the favour into 4. The last lap board is out. Probably for the best as well. As Max Martin,
oh, we've got a black flag.
That's probably, Tom, a culmination of what happened in the previous race as well. The black flag is out. We've not had a confirmation in the commentary box who it's for just yet. It's not come up on the message board, but it would not surprise me if it was for Max Martin, because we know he's already picked up one earlier on in the race. We still do await confirmation in the com box, but the last lap board is out. The leader already making his way round hairpin number 4 with quite a comfortable gap once again. It's 3 from 3 so far for Daniel Kell in the O-plate. Wins this time from Tyler Jex. We await third place. It's Max Prentice with a comfortable third. Savage comes through from the back of the pack for 4. Max Martin and Tom Reeve in 5th and 6th. Lee Bell 7th. Paul Swan's going to get 8th. Then we await Emma Brown, Chris Crowther and Christopher Stoves. All of those will move up a space when we get confirmation of who that black flag's for. It was either Tom Reeve or Max Martin, because they were racing closer together, came over the line together, and we just await confirmation as to which one of those two it was.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would just like to give a shout out to Ashley Savage as well, who, as we said, did come through from the back and managed to finish 4th, so kept the nose clean all the way through, and fantastic effort.
Yeah, fantastic racing once again from the 2 strokes. The final heat of the day then is upon us. It is the largest grid of the day, of course. It will be our senior pro karts, but before then we have to recover the number 17 of Chris Dark, who I wonder whether he's just going to push that one back home now, Tom, once the rest of the field has made its way through, or whether he's going to wait for recovery via quad, but we'll find out in a few moments. Next up though, senior pro kart heat number 3.
So I'll let David run you through the grid for Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3.
Thank you. I'm here to work, and work I'm going to do with the 42 runners for Senior Pro Kart. On pole position, double race winner Connor Lucas. He's alongside the day's pole position starter Aaron Alexander. Row 2, Asher Blythe and Kieran Lambert. With row 3, seeing Jack Morris and Sam Tugwell. Row 8, David Brown and Jess Alexander. The top 10 completed then by Jake Richardson and Dan Bugard, with Mark Tate and Brandon Truman Reddish on row 6. Tom Braid and Danielle Gardner will share row 7. Connor Jupp and Mason Barker, row 8. 17th is Joe Burrell alongside the ever-improving Josh Yeadon in number 4. Philip Pavlek and Steve Nichols complete the top 20. The first half of the field rounded out by the 757 of Simon Dougherty in 21st. He's alongside the 52 of Connor White. David Brewis and Darren Lowe share row number 12. Brandon Jennings and Tom Lowther in 25th and 26th respectively. Joe Grinsell, Paul Wright, Jordan Guy and Callum Booth complete the top 30, with Gary Hall, Craig Harris, Dan Fulsham, Ross Jordan, Scott Blackburn and Stuart Smith on row 18. Harry Burrell, Jonathan Allen, Josh Mitchell, Paul Turland, Andrew Bayliss and Adam Wood, who failed to finish heat number 2. Complete the 42 runners here for our senior Pro Kart class. This, the back of the pack, they're held there and then just sent through the barrier on the outside of hairpin number 3 down into a straight line for the grid. They'll then be gridded up down there as well. So the back of the pack on the dirty tarmac. And we saw in heat number 2 down that back of the field Mason Barker, who retired from the opening race of the day, having to cut round some of the and onto some very, very dirty tarmac out there, because it's rarely used, with the dogleg section being the primary track here at Teesside. It's only normally used for car test days, where they go round South Bank and then run up towards the D chicane. So we are still only at Darren Lowe, who is just outside the top 20. And, everybody else then making their way up. Callum Booth rolls in. He's had a difficult day. He's been normally has run most of this season well towards the top 10. He's had a difficult day, and at times that number 13 hasn't been facing in the right direction. He's had a spin in at least one of the heats and issues in the other one. And he starts just off the camera down there towards 30th place. The final few runners are making their way in. Once again, 4 classes for you here in senior Pro Karts: the Pro class, the Clubman, the 40s class and our novices as well.
I was just having a look at Connor Lucas, though. It looked like he'd fallen asleep in pole position there. He's that relaxed.
It's probably my voice.
He was just super chilled, head down. I genuinely thought he might have nodded off for a moment.
He's had plenty of sleep. He never does morning practice on a Sunday because he's very difficult to stir.
Likes to lie in, I can't blame him.
Final few runners then are into position. I'm not sure the start line marshal can see the marshal down the back there because he's that far away, but we have 21 rows of racing and we're about to go for it. Green is down then, we're away and racing. It's a good start from the second row by Asher Blythe. These straight lines to start forces Aaron Alexander, who can't turn in, and Asher Blythe from 3rd place in the second row up into 2nd place. Lucas then, Blythe, Alexander, Morris, Lambert, Brown, Tugwell and Richardson, with Bugard coming under pressure from Jess Alexander. This is a couple getting caught up in the midfield. Can we all make it round the first 2 hairpins for the first time in senior Pro Kart? We just await the tail to go round hairpin number 2.
Unbelievably,
the miracle has happened.
Phone it in. Aaron Alexander taking 2nd place from Asher Blythe. Battle commences, however, as usual. I hate to say it. Connor Lucas is checking out at the front already.
And now
that gap is already up to half a second.
I wonder now whether Asher Blythe will sit behind Aaron Alexander and just try and push him onto the back of Connor Lucas.
I've got a feeling if these two do start battling, it's going to be game over again, and that will be it.
Yeah, the young guns then from 2nd down to 5th with Alexander, Blythe, Morris and Lambert. Couple of spinners, that's Jordan Guy. Joe Grinsell's gone off at hairpin 1 as well, and that cart has just gone in a straight line. He's climbed straight out of it. I get a feeling that's a brake failure on that one. Unless somebody sent him off there and he's just got out of that cart in disgust. We're about to find out. He's walking off towards the barrier.
We're looking at here side by side.
Jess Alexander.
Tugwell, Jess Alexander and Jake Richardson. All 3 of them were side by side at one point. That's Jack Morris, who is currently in 3rd place, being followed by Kieran Lambert and David Brown. The 55 of Brown has just got in front of Kieran Lambert, in fact.
Grinsell has moved. He's left the kart and moved off to safety. And Tom, and the way that kart went straight on there at hairpin number 1 looked very much like that one was a brake failure on the 199. It's being moved now by the marshals to sanctuary behind the tyre wall. But quite thankful if that was the case, that there's plenty of runoff here at Teesside to get that kart stopped before any harm came to him.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. She's brought it to a nice safe standstill.
Jake Richardson dropping like a stone in water out of the top 20 as well. Haven't caught on camera what happened there, but the 113 has dropped well outside the top 20. I think he's dropped outside the top 26, and that's all we can see on the timing screen in the com box. Dan Begard, I mean, he's here for the weekend. He might as well explore the rumble strips as well as the tarmac as well. Goes very wide out of hairpin number 2. Looks like Connor White's going to get down the inside of him into 3. So Begard hampered then by the curb on the exit. Now has Connor White up the inside.
Connor White, a nice nudge out of hairpin 3 as well. I think he might actually be quite thankful for that, because rather than going side by side, he's pushed him into the general direction of Mason Barker.
So we are almost at half race distance as it stands. Connor Lucas leads once again. Blythe, Morris, Lambert, Brown, Alexander, Jupp, Tate, Tugwell and Braid.
Actually, in the middle of that, we've got Aaron Alexander, whose transponder doesn't seem to be picking up.
No, quite right. He's still there in 2nd place, Tom, and as close as he has been all day to our leader.
Yes,
Sam
absolutely.
Tugwell tries to go down the inside of Tom Braid. That's the battle for 9th and 10th. On screen it shows Tugwell in front down the left side. It's certainly Tom Braid in front of him as they come over the line this time. Expect that one to switch round. There it does, as does the battle between Mark Tate and Connor Jupp.
I was just going to say, Mark Tate working his way back through the field after his half spin in heat number 2. He's already up to 7th place. Mark Tate showing really good pace today. Probably the fastest he's been all season.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. The only problem was he had that spin earlier on, didn't he, which actually saw Connor Jupp T-bone him at hairpin number 3. And,
we're looking at Lambert and Morris here, the battle over 3rd place on the road.
David Brown.
Well, actually, it's 4th place on the road, isn't it? Because Aaron Alexander's in there.
He's there, his transponder isn't.
Yes, and he is right on the tail now of Connor Lucas as well.
Each cart has a small box on it, that size of a matches box. That tells us every time they go over start finish. That's how we get the live timing, which you can find at live.alphatiming/SGP. But on there at the moment we can't see Aaron Alexander. He's certainly there because that's the flash of orange that you saw of his helmet on the screen, and once again you'll have to trust us, but he is getting closer and closer to Connor Lucas.
Oh, look at that inside rear wheel lifting up from Jack Morris, really jacking that front end into the corner to get the grip through hairpin 3. We've got a contact warning for Brandon Jennings down in 20th place. He's in a battle with well, everybody from Darren Lowe.
Mark Tate, fastest lap of the race, snatched away almost immediately by Connor White. So the pack still very evenly matched. Tate in 7th, White in 11th, both setting the fastest laps of the race as they come through
Jack
in
Morris
their battles.
shrimping now, really trying to eke out every millisecond down the straight to try and close up on the back of Asher Blythe. You can see again that rear wheel just pawing the air as the weight transfers over into onto that front left tyre.
So 2 laps remaining then as they come over. About half a second between the 2 leaders. Asher Blythe showing in 2nd place is actually in 3rd with Aaron Alexander on the back of Connor Lucas. It's been a fairly steady gap actually. Lucas is managing to hold it at 3 kart lengths between the 2 of them as Asher Blythe is in 3rd place, and he has got a gap of around about 8 kart lengths, which is night and day in pro karting here at Teesside. You see down the right hand side, 13 seconds splitting the entirety of the top 20 here at Teesside.
Last lap board is out now.
Lucas will see that in a few seconds as the rest of the pack come out of hairpin number 4. David Brown there in.
Connor Lucas just pumping in the fastest lap of the race as well. So that gap has increased ever so slightly to Aaron Alexander, but it's certainly it's not a big gap. It's probably the closest Alexander's been all day. So whatever he's changed settings-wise between Heat 2 and Heat 3, he needs to keep those.
And then just needs to get off the line, doesn't he? Because he spent the first 2 laps battling it out with Asher Blythe as Kieran Lambert goes defensive down the back straight and round South Bank. David Brewis in the 80 has pulled off and into retirement 1 lap before the checkered flag. Leader though out of hairpin number 4 as Brown's going to try and stick it down the inside of Lambert as Lambert parks it. They'll be side by side out of the final corner. Connor Lucas makes it 3 from 3 at the line. Aaron Alexander's second, Blythe third, Morris fourth, Lambert fifth, Brown, Alexander, Tate, Braid and Connor Jupp round out the top 10 with Tugwell, White and Barker behind. Winners in class then will be Connor Lucas in the Pro. Asher Blythe will take the Clubman victory in 3rd place. Steve Nichols holds off Darren Lowe for the win in the 40s. And just having a quick look for the leader in
good
our
result for
novice.
Steve, actually.
Fantastic,
Well done,
isn't
Steve.
it?
And Darren as well. Well done.
Craig Harris picks up the Novice Cup trophy for in 29th place. Plenty of novices on the grid on the down there with the crosses on the back. Certainly 9 of them making up part of this 42 kart grid here at Teesside Autodrome. That is the final of our heats out of the way. 6 more races for you today here at Teesside. Bambinos will be up when we finally get all of these Pro Karts cleared off the grid. I know yesterday, Tommy, we were filming some stuff, watching all of these come out of the dummy grid, and it was just a train, and then there was more, then some more, and then a couple more.
It was about 10 minutes of karts streaming past the camera, and then you gave me the shout of there's about 25 more to come. Because the juniors are out with them as well, so there's well over 50 on circuit.
The recovery quad's out, and it's got Joe Grinsell in the passenger seat. He's coming to collect his cart.
He's had a long walk around
with the
there,
quad, so he's walked from his cart all the way up, and now he's getting a lift back to it in the background there, in the recovery quad.
We'll see if we can get to the bottom of what happened with Joe Grinsell there, but like you say, it did look a bit like brake failure.
It certainly did, and to be fair, it was lucky they actually managed to get that stopped on the grass. There he is in the 199, and Marshall there gave the pedal a little bit of a thing. I think he's going to get him to sit in it, although if it's got no brakes, I don't think it's going to do much. He might just have to hold the front wheels. We'll see. I think he has put his foot on the brake pedal, so I'm not entirely sure what thing that could be, that the throttle cables could snap, Tom. As a possible, we will see if we can pick anything out on the way past.
No, couldn't see anything as he came past us, but that doesn't mean there was nothing wrong with it. Very odd. Bit of an odd one. We'll try and get to the bottom of that. Meanwhile, we will have your Bambino final. So making their way onto the grid for today's first final, round 3 of Teesside Sprint Series. Austin Oman will be your pole sitter from Harvey Bacon and Colby Patterson. Connor Butler, Joey Swan and Edward Rye. Freddie Murray, Harris Barber, Alfie Watson and Buddy Hugo round out your top 10, but followed by Riley Murrow, Daniel Stangarian, Jake Gibbon and Ethan McClelland.
Tom, it intrigues me when I see all these helpers walking down, why we don't actually just race them. Why we don't just start them in a straight line and race them down to start.
I would like to see that myself, but in all honesty, I think they've got more important things to worry about. They're there for a reason, aren't they? Maybe we could have a mascot race.
Bambino's then making their way round and into position. And hopefully it shouldn't take too long to get them sorted. What we do have, Tom, is one of them on the grass over there, but I think he's still got the engine running. I think he might have just braked a bit heavy when the pack was there. We'll have a quick look. That's the number 6 of our Bambinos.
So we've got Harvey Bacon has been angled very aggressively at the inside. It was the number 6 off circuit. But yes, Harvey Bacon has been angled very aggressively at Austin O'Man. Got the line to go directly in a straight line at the D chicane.
Which we've seen is, if he can make a good start, certainly puts him in the right position, doesn't it? The 6, he's numbered slightly differently. He's numbered as 22 on our timing, but that is Daniel Stangerine, but he is...
I'm just watching Austin O'Man get his visor cleaned, I think it was. I think he might have had hit a fly or something on the way round, and has had to have a visor clean on the grid. But here we go. As we said, Harvey Bacon angled very much towards the inside. And there they are away, and Colby Patterson again with a poor start, drops to 4th immediately.
Connor Butler then.
Yeah, Connor Butler got a good start and has managed to take 3rd. Austin O'Man with a nice clean getaway and has gapped Harvey Bacon. But we've seen this through every single heat so far today. Austin O'Man gets a great start, gaps the pack, but then Bacon and Patterson come back. And immediately Patterson is up the inside of hairpin 2 and has taken Connor Butler for 3rd place.
So they're side by side, then down the back straight, but he will have track position and will have 3rd place. There he goes down the inside into the south bank corner at the bottom end of the circuit.
Should also say 10 minutes for this final rather than the 8 minutes for the heats.
So Bambino final then, 2 minutes longer. There's the rest of the pack, currently being led by Freddie Murray in the 91. He was at Fullbeck yesterday, taking part in their rookie race day, and here he is now up at Teesside in 5th place. Joey Swan drops 5 places at the start, down into 10th place. Looks like he might have had half a spin. He's currently behind Harris Barber, in front of the 6 of Dan Stangerine. So it's O'Man, Bacon, Patterson, Butler, Murray, Rye, Watson, Hugo, Barber and Swan then, the top 10.
And here we go. Hostilities resumed once again, as we've seen. So Bacon at the end of lap 1 was half a second back. It's certainly not that now, and Patterson was almost a second back, and again that gap has closed right up. So we've seen this all day.
It's like when they've got a target, it's quite easy for them to reel them in, isn't it?
It is, but overtaking Austin O'Man has proved very, very difficult through the day. So I'm intrigued to see what Harvey Bacon can do this time, because he did actually manage to overtake O'Man in the previous heat, but was almost immediately passed back.
We've seen this certainly a lot with the Teesside, where it's fairly comfortable for 2nd and 3rd as long as they work together to sort of reel in Bambino, the leader. Getting past isn't quite his thing, and we saw earlier, didn't we, Tom, that the pace dropped by about half a second once they closed up onto the back. And if you have a look at the best times on the live.alphatiming.co.uk/SGP, Colby Patterson half a second quicker than Austin O'Man, who in turn he's a quarter of a second faster than Harvey Bacon. However, the faster driver of the 3 is at the back of the train.
Yeah, we've seen that Colby Patterson is, as we said, has set the fastest lap throughout the day, and it seems to be the quickest driver, but just doesn't seem to be able to get an overspeed once he catches the back of them to actually make the pass. So again, I'm really intrigued to see what's happened, what's been said between the 2 heats to make the difference, and see whether there's been some coaching go on to get Colby through this these 2 in front.
Bacon then, nose to tail with Austin O'Man in front. Not sure though, as we mentioned with Bambino, it's a completely different ball game to the rest. We don't see many of them dive down the inside here into hairpin number 1. They normally try and line it up down the back straight out of 2. But they're all just following each other's lines. So it's not like Bacon's gone wider to try and maximise the run. He will cut to the inside. But we saw earlier as well, Austin O'Man does have a good straight line speed, and that's helped by the fact that he's gone a lot wider outside of hairpin number 2. But already they're white lining it down the inside, and we're not even at half race distance.
Yes, indeed. And as you say, it is that drive off of hairpin 2. And again, we'll see it here off of hairpin 4 that O'Man gets. And although Bacon and Patterson are clearly much quicker, they just can't find a way through. I'm trying to figure out the secret myself, David. I'm trying to figure out what they can do differently to get them past Austin O'Man, who's just positioning his car exactly where he needs to. And in fact, identical lap times. David's just pointed on the live timing, 1 minute .149 for Austin O'Man and Harvey Bacon. Now, they were running, Harvey Bacon and Colby Patterson are able to run 1 minute flat lap times, and Austin O'Man is only really able to run a 1 minute 4. However, with Bacon pushing him along,
he's pushing his way through on the inside. He's on the grass. Sorry, Tom, down the inside. Yeah. Bacon moved to the inside. The door was closed firmly by Austin O'Man. Harvey Bacon was on the grass. Credit to Bacon, he kept his foot in on the grass, didn't he? There must be some traction down there. It hasn't rained since yesterday morning, so it must have dried out enough for him to get some good traction. Down that back straight, he was on the grass for most of it. O'Man closed the door. But once again, we saw there Harvey Bacon cutting in very early out of hairpin 2 and getting alongside, rather than sitting in the slipstream and popping out at the end of the straight.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see now whether Patterson can actually do an opportunistic move and take advantage of these two fighting. Because he's right there, and the pace has dropped right down. So they're 1 minute .7 over the line on the previous lap. So that's well, 3/4 of a second off of Colby Patterson's fastest lap of the race so far.
O'Man goes defensive this time, straight out of hairpin number 2, so he doesn't even give Harvey Bacon the opportunity to get down the inside, so goes defensive early. And now Bacon will have to think of a plan B.
Oh, there he goes.
3 wide almost, as Patterson almost gets alongside Bacon. It's a long way round there in a Bambino. And Harvey Bacon slots back in behind
and again,
Austin
it's just
O'Man.
Fantastic racecraft from O'Man. Just positions his car exactly where he needs to be.
You're right, and he switched it up, hasn't he, halfway through. As soon as Bacon made that move on the back straight, the following lap, he defended in exactly the same way to stop that move from happening. So Austin O'Man driving superbly in the number 16. There's a back marker in the way. That might stop them going down the inside. He's behind Jake Gibbon, pops into the slipstream, pops back out again. They're going to catch Gibbon as they go down the back straight. I thought they were going to have to all go round the outside down at South Bank. So Jake Gibbon making his first appearance here at Teesside. Once again, not spooked by the front runners, which is commendable for the youngster. He only turned 5 on Thursday, making his racing debut here at Teesside.
Patterson with a good run there up the inside of Bacon, but as we saw on the previous lap with Bacon on O'Man, the shorter line proves to be the strongest line by a long way, and even with the overspeed that Patterson had and still has, he's still not able to get past.
No, we've widely said it throughout the day that Colby Patterson has quite clearly been the quickest driver. However, in terms of that, being the quickest doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win, as Bacon comes out of the corner, gets a little bit of a twitch on coming out of hairpin 1. Will chop to the inside early, Willie, from Austin O'Man. He does, but O'Man once again defends, and he's in the slipstream. He can't pull out though because Colby Patterson's on the outside. He's going to try and run all the way around the South Bank, but it's even further around there than it is over start finish.
Yeah, absolutely. It's but it is carrying that overspeed again. Is he going to have a look at... Oh, I thought Patterson was going to have a look at the inside there into 4.
I think he might do in about 2 minutes' time. 2 minute, 2 laps then remaining for our Bambinos. 2 minutes on the clock, but it's a 1 minute lap, so they'll be getting the last lap board next time round here on this Teesside National Circuit here in Middlesbrough for round 3 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. It's our first final of the day, and there's going to be where's the first trophy going? Will it go to Oman? Will it go to Bacon? Will it go to Patterson, who has been the quickest driver but has struggled to get out of 3rd place for most of the day?
Lap and a half to go here. Oman again feeling the need to go way over to the right hand side to force Bacon round the outside, and in fact that's given Patterson the slipstream and through. Colby Patterson moving up to 2nd place there, smart thinking. And now he's trying to go round the outside of Oman, and that's going to give Bacon the run.
So Bacon goes right round the outside. Will he try and keep his foot in? That's the line that I think more of these drivers need to be taking round there.
And he has indeed, and look at that. It's given him the inside line through the dogleg as they start the last lap.
Back markers, Tom, coming into here. We've lost them on the screen, but it looks like they've managed to get all the way through the back markers.
Very
pleasing
cleanly
to see, because now we still have a nose-to-tail battle for the lead with Oman, Bacon and Colby Patterson. Nose-to-tail through the chicane sections. They head down towards hairpin 1 for the final time.
And into hairpin 2. Who's going to get the better drive out of hairpin 2? It looks like Austin Oman at the moment, but he's being pushed along now by Harvey Bacon.
So Bacon, who won all 3 races and the final here at round 2, has only managed to win 1 of the heats today. Can he snatch it in the final half a lap? Round hairpin number 3 for the final time. Takes a different line this time. Will he get the speed out the final corner? Looks like Colby Patterson might actually come through for 2nd place. They'll be side by side. Let's see it sorts itself out of the line. Austin Oman wins the first final of the day then from Harvey Bacon and Colby Patterson. A very deserving podium. All 3 of those drivers have been in a class of their own throughout the day. 4th place on the line will go to Connor Butler, will it? Let's see, he's going to come through. Chased down by Edward Rye for 4th and 5th respectively. Then we await 6th place. The 11 of Buddy Hugo comes through. His best ever result in Bambino sees him cross the line in 6th in front of Freddie Murray and Joey Swan, Alfie Watson. And then we await Harris Barber to complete the top 10. He comes through in front of the already lapped Riley Murrow, Daniel Stangreen, Jake Gibbon and Ethan McClellan. Bambinos once again serving up what for us, Tom, is only going to be the starter for these finals. We've got 5 more to go, and those 5 are going to have to go some way to beat that Bambino final. Unbelievable racing. The first final of the day, though, goes to the 16 of Austin Oman.
Yeah, really good driving all day from Oman. As I said, he's just managed to position his car absolutely perfectly. Made it really, really difficult for Bacon and Patterson to come past him. Really enjoyed that one, and we are going to move on very swiftly to our Junior Pro Kart final. So congratulations once again to Austin Oman for the Bambinos. Here we go with your Junior Pro Kart final grid. So winner of all 3 heats so far will be Max Shields on pole position in the O plate. As you can see, 150 points, a clean sweep all day so far. Alexander's Mallard will go off of P2, followed by Lennon French, Harvey Still, Caitlin Frame and Ben Hogarth. We're just having a little bit of a sticky grid. Bear with me a moment. Here we go. Right, Kieran Savage, P7. Christian Oblag, P8. P9 will be Sebastian Pereira, and 10th, Jacob O'Connor. P11, Sophie Pawsey. P12, Joe Arnold. And finally, P13 will be Lewis Mallard.
I wasn't sure there whether we had a technical issue or whether we needed to put 50p in Darren. Turns out it was full technical. Temperatures rising here at Teesside. The commentary box door opened.
Yes, we've just had to open the door to the sweat box because to try and get a little bit of fresh air in while these guys grid up. But yeah, looking forward to a really good Junior Pro Kart final. We've had Max Shields, here he comes in the Iron Man helmet, has clean sweep the day so far. He'll be hoping for a nice, clean, easy Sunday drive here, but I think Alexander Mallard and Lennon French and Harvey Still as well have all got different ideas on that.
Still, once again, has that car aggressively pointed towards the apex of the chicane, and he used that to full advantage in the previous race, moving up from 4th to 3rd, although it was short-lived. He was back down into 4th place almost immediately by Lennon French disposing him. And this one, for me, needs to be an unbelievable start from Lennon French, because he's got to get through and past Alex Mallard if he wants to dent Max Shields' hopes of increasing his championship lead, which was only 8 points going into today. The green is down, then we're away and racing. It is a good start from French, but it might not be enough to get round into second place from Alex Mallard. It's not, and as they squabble it out, we've got Kieran Savage beats Christian Oblang, has spun as well. So Kieran Savage, who's podiumed here at Teesside, as Lennon French sends it down the inside of Alex Mallard into hairpin 1. Mallard's going to try and return the favour right round the outside. French is going to go down. This one isn't done yet, as they'll be side by side down the back straight. French will have to run round the outside. Mallard track position. Let's see what happens. A little bit of contact between them. Mallard's going to come back down the inside. The person that's enjoying this the most, Max Shields, he might as well be rubbing his hands together at the front of the pack. They're handing this one to him on a plate.
Yes, indeed, and as we've seen before, they're squabbling away for over second place. It's just going to leave the win open for Max Shields. All he's got to do is keep those 4 wheels in line now, and he should be able to gap this field a little bit unless they start working together.
7 tenths already the gap from our leader, and Max Shields well on his way to a clean sweep. At round 2, Lennon French had the measure on Max Shields, and I'm fairly sure Shields was quite worried about that at the start of the day. Nothing, though, that any of them at the moment can do about our O plate. Out at the head of the pack is Maximus Shields. The 12-year-old from Wetherby is showing the rest of the juniors the way. Round hairpin number 3 they go. As it stands then, it's Shields, Mallard, French, Still, Frame, Hogarth, Pawsey, Pereira, O'Connor and Arnold, the top 10.
And as they come across the line, it's Max Shields, yes, indeed from Alexander Mallard. But as I was pointing out to you, David, it looked like that gap had closed between Mallard and Shields, and Mallard in fact did set the fastest lap of the race and closed up almost 2 tenths there.
Is that what that dancing was?
That's what the hand signal was. It was the closing of the gap, and if he can get a little bit of a nudge from Lennon French down the back straight, and indeed from Harvey Still as well, I think they can start to make inroads into this gap that Shields has built up.
Certainly so. So there's Mallard closing in, but also behind him Lennon French pushing him along, and French, as you've seen, doesn't need an invite to go down the inside of Alexander's Mallard. Those two of them battling it out on the opening lap. Over the line they come. Shields grabs a 10th back though, but it's still not enough for him to feel comfortable here in this 12-lap final. So 2 more laps than the 10-lap heats. We are 1/4 race distance already. Shields, Mallard, French behind them in 4th place. Harvey Still. This is his first season here at Teesside. He's been within touching distance of the podium at every round here at Teesside. He still is. The problem is in front of him, Shields, Mallard and French have some very experienced drivers in front of Harvey Still. Drivers that are very seasoned to racing here at Teesside as well.
Yeah, still doing a good job today, actually. He's really been impressive. And
fastest
we've just
lap
seen
of the race.
Lennon French in 3rd place. Both Mallard and French closing the gap to Max Shields, but only half a tenth. That gap is still 0.688 of a second from Shields to Mallard, so Mallard will be picking up a slipstream from Shields, but it won't be much. He needs to close up maybe another 1 or 2 tenths to really get the full benefit of that.
Yeah, and Harvey's still behind. He's trying to push Lennon French. Lennon French once again washing out halfway round South Bank corner and then just going very wide. I'm not sure whether he's deliberately going wide to try and maximise the line into hairpin 3.
Well, hairpin 4, you could see the amount of understeer he got actually, because he was putting on huge amounts of lock and the front end just washing out.
Max Shields then, fastest lap of the race, opens the gap, but only by a fraction to Alexander's Mallard. The gap then still only 1.3 seconds between the top 4, and with only 3 steps on the podium, Harvey still does try and need to get past Lennon French at some point during this race. As you see, French does seem to be struggling with the handling of that 120 today. Certainly round the South Bank corner, seems to be washing out halfway round, understeering as well as we see Sophie Pawsey up into 7th place in front of Sebastian Pereira.
I'll tell you a fight I'm really enjoying watching is Kieran Savage and Christian Oblak. It might be the fight over last place, but I can tell you these two are going at it hammer and tongs. I've been watching them out of the commentary box window while we've been also watching the footage on screen, and those two are going at it. I think they're doing about 3 overtakes a lap.
Yeah, they had that spin, didn't they, on the opening lap. Savage was beached on the curb on the inside, then Oblang was facing the wrong way later on round the corner, halfway round the national loop.
And we've got still looking very racy here in 4th place, closing up again on Lennon French. The gap just toing and froing, a bit like an accordion effect. One's quicker at one part of the circuit and the other's quicker on the other half of the circuit, and it's it's brought Harvey Steele back into the game again. I think if he can give Lennon French a push here and the two of them work together over the final 5 laps, they could bring this towards Mallard and Shields. Mallard setting the fastest lap of the race on that last lap and took 3 tenths out of Max Shields. So another lap like that and he'll be right on the back of Shields.
It's just at the right time as well, isn't it? 4.5 laps remaining, so we're well beyond half race distance. Shields has a look over his shoulder to see where the chasing pack are. The gap is still 4 tenths, but it is being closed in, and Alex Mallard, 3 tenths on that previous lap, really now closing right in on the back of Max Shields. Once again round hairpin 3, Tom just seems to gain a couple of kart lengths as well round there. Shields though seems to be quicker out of hairpin 4 and opens the gap up over start finish. Still looks to be around about 4 tenths of a second. It is just 4.04. Still only 1.2 between the top 4 of them. The rest of the pack is closing up once again. Still and French still there in 3rd and 4th respectively. French very late on the brakes into hairpin 1, closes the gap, but that does sometimes compromise the exit round there, and they'll open up the gap down the back straight once again, very evenly spaced, 1 down to 4.
Yes indeed, and Alexander Mallard did actually have a slightly slower lap on that previous lap, although as we can see he's now right on the back of Max Shields, and they're again using that different line, but Lennon French is right there as well, so that gap was 1.1 between the top 4. I think it's going to be a lot less than that now, and in fact it is, it's 0.8, so less than a second covering the first 4 here with 3 laps to go here in your Junior Pro Kart final.
Alex Mallard very late on the brakes once again into hairpin 1, closing up under braking right onto the back of Max Shields. Max Shields misses the apex of hairpin number 2, leaves half a kart length, and then now nose to tail down the back straight as they head towards South Bank. We know Alex Mallard is very quick into 3.
I was going to say Max Shields has had a look back there and he's just got a face full of 99.
The ice cream.
The ice cream, and there goes Mallard up the inside. And there's French as well, giving a bit of contact to Max Shields as well. He thought he could get through as well, but not quite enough room. And Mallard takes the lead with 2 laps to go. What's Shields got in response?
So Mallard makes his way through into the lead then, with Max Shields still close behind. And how can Shields respond? Has a quick look down the inside, but that's just because Mallard takes such a wide line. Savage and Oblang have made their way past Joe Arnold for 10th and 11th place respectively. Down the back straight then, 1.5 remaining. Will Shield try and dip out?
Yes,
as he does. And looked like Mallard saw him as well and gave him a little bit, but down the inside, Max Shields is coming through,
and there goes Lennon French.
Will Alex Mallard manage to stick it out, or will he get hung out to dry? Shields returns then to the head of the pack. Behind them, Lennon French and Alex Mallard go side by side, not for the first time today either. Last lap board is out.
I think that's going to give it to Shields. I think the gap's going to be too big now because French and Mallard were duking it out over second place. That's going to give it once again to Max Shields, but 3/4 of a lap to go.
So Alex Mallard, we know that he's late on the brakes, certainly into hairpin 1. He will certainly be on the brakes late into hairpin 3. Shields once again wide on the apex of hairpin 2, but then chops across. It's balked Alex Mallard down the back straight. Lennon French is going to come through into second place. Harvey still smells his podium as well. Down the inside round into South Bank. Is there anything that Alex Mallard can do? He's run inside the top 3 all day. Harvey still might snatch a podium from him out of the final corner. Mallard's going to get side by side out of it. Maximus Shields and the O-plate will come through and win. French gets second, and Harvey still, for the first time, will step on the podium here at Teesside at the expense of Alexander Mallard, who was running the top 3 all day until the last 150 metres of this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit.
Yeah, fantastic opportunistic move there from Harvey Still. Just followed French straight through into South Bank on the last lap. White lined it around the inside of hairpin 3 and hairpin 4. Mallard there with a thumbs up to both drivers, saying well played. Good driving from all of them, and to be fair, it was pretty clean as well.
Brilliant.
I think that's why you're getting thumbs up, because I think they all enjoyed that one. Even Max Shields, despite losing the lead at one point, almost immediately got it back and took the win. Clean sweep all day for Max Shields.
Superb from Junior. I don't think anybody would mind if we knocked a 4th step on the podium up for that one, because it's just unfortunate that one of them had to miss out. And Harvey Still with that fantastic. And do you know what, Tom? I'm going to call Junior Pro Kart today. There's been some real standout performers from people that we haven't really seen that much of. Sophie Pawsey in the 77 finishes 7th on debut in Junior Pro Kart. The first time she sat in that kart was Friday. Qualified well and practiced well yesterday, finishes 7th. Joe Arnold finishes the day in 12th for his first time here at Teesside, but finishes within 15 seconds of the leaders. And we know, Tom, how quick these leaders are in juniors. We see them practicing on a Saturday, with going out with the seniors. Yeah, and they keep pace with the seniors as well. The lap times are there as well. And even though Joe Arnold has finished at 12th at the bottom of the pack, to be within 15 seconds of the leaders, and we know how good they are, what a performance as well, all the way down the pack in Junior Pro.
Yeah, fantastic racing again, and Junior Pro is definitely one of my favourite categories here at Teesside. Love watching them, and we will immediately and very quickly go into your cadet final. So your cadet final for round 3 of the Sprint Series at Teesside will be headed by your O-plate of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Clean sweep for the day again for Jared Fox-Whiteley. I say again, I mean again as in another category that's had a clean sweep through the day. Thomas Potter, P2. P3 will be Ben Adrian, P4 Leon Barlow, P5 Tom Holden, and P6 Lewis Goff. P7 will be our top female in cadets, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. P8 Daniel Minto. P9 Larry Price. P10 Addison Smith. P11 Kyle McLean, and P12 Melissa Adrian. P13 Amy Peacock. P14 Harris Ali. P15 Kian Logan. P16 Jensen White. P17 Ben Robinson, and P18 will be William Howard. P19 Joshua Sullivan, P20 Mason Dinsdale, P21 Sam Hayes, P22 Sam Robson, 23rd Oliver Watson, and 24th Cody Lamb. Holly Swan, Zach Turner, Joseph Yao, Ollie Carter, Ethan Charles, and Mason Webster round out your top 30, with Samuel Yeadon rounding out your cadet grid, followed by the Micro Maxes, which will set off at a 5-second interval after the start of the race from Sebastian Corking and Riley Buckton-Young. We're about halfway gridded up onto the start at the moment.
Top 20 are got themselves in. Yeah, top 20 are rolling themselves in. Just having a quick look as well at the social media feed. And, Gemma Still has been on, saying well done to Harvey for his 3rd place in the junior pro karts.
Yeah, well earned that, I think.
Yeah, Vicky Carr's been on as well. Really enjoyed watching that one. Proud of Lennon French. I think he's probably had to work as hard as anybody for that 2nd place today.
Yeah, I'd agree with that as well.
Working his way through. Final few runners then. Cadets rolling themselves into position. Micromax at the back of the pack as well. They'll go on the 2nd green flag. It's like Gladiator, isn't it? Cadets, you will go on my 1st flag. Micromax on my 2nd flag.
Yeah, we got it.
It's been a long time since it's been on the telly. I just wanted to explain it for our younger viewers.
YouTube it, kids. Here we go. Green flag up in the air and away we go. Jared Fox-Whiteley from Thomas Potter. Oh, and actually Lewis Goff probably got the best start of all.
He did in Heat 3
and
as well,
in fact
didn't he?
goes round, oh, it was in P3 at one point. Is he going to hold it in P3? As we come into the wiggles, are we all going to make it through? We got one round backwards, a full 360 from the 28.
Oh, Joshua Sullivan's off as well. The 13. I think there was a driver going very slowly in the middle. Joshua Sullivan drops a wheel on the grass and he spins all the way down to the back of the pack.
That was Daniel Minto who did the 360.
Well, good for him though. He's still facing in the right direction, and to be fair, still in the middle of the pack as well. So we'll wait for them to come round for the first time, and we'll call it. Looks like that's Price and McLean going side by side. So as they come through then for the first time, Fox, Whiteley, Potter, Goff, Adrian, Holden, Barlow, Stansmore, Wilson, Price, McLean and Addison Smith complete the top 10, with Melissa Adrian and Amy Peacock in 11th and 12th. There's a move down the inside there.
That's
Ben Adrian, Tom Holden. There's a yellow flag out with looks like Holly Swan and looks like that could be the 33 actually. Ollie Carter. They're hooked up on the outside of the national loop.
So Fox Whiteley, as per for the day, has gapped the field on the opening lap. It was 0.4 over the line at the end of lap 2. It's going to be 0.7 of a second. Ben Adrian and Tom Holden we saw doing the double overtake on Lewis Goff, who got a flying start. But as we can see, we've now got Adrian and Holden right on the back. And in fact, Holden moving through on Adrian, almost took Potter as well.
Yellow's out again. Jensen White off on the grass at the D chicane. He's going to rejoin at the national loop. And
that's Thomas Potter as well, giving the old follow me and give me a push, otherwise Jared Fox-Whiteley's going to get away. And I have to agree with him at this point. The three of them need to work together, or four of them in fact need to work together to catch up Jared Fox-Whiteley, otherwise this is going to be game over.
Retirement, Tom, for the 85 of Holly Swan. She pulls the 95 then into pit lane.
Slight gap now to Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Leon Barlow. They're about 6/10 off the back of Lewis Goff. That's Leon Barlow there with his super fast red wheels. Sebastian Corking, I'd like to point out, starting 32nd on the grid, is already up to 19th.
Working his way through then, the Hondas, we've mentioned already, the Micromax karts are around about about 1 second a lap quicker. It looks like there's been an incident on the outside of the national loop. Looks like Mason Webster, there was another kart involved with that as well. All of them now facing back in the right direction once again, which is good to see.
So your battle for second rages on. They are line astern, and they do seem to be, relatively speaking, working together at the moment. Interested to see what Tom Holden's plans are. Are they to work with Tom Potter and push him along to catch Jared Fox-Whiteley, or is he just going to send it as soon as he gets an opportunity?
Half race, well, almost a half race distance then, 10 laps in this final.
Just seen just at the back of that shot, I think that was Leon Barlow going past Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and in fact it was.
He's then up into 6th place. And so Fox, Whiteley, Potter and Holden, the usual top three we see here at Teesside, but we also then Ben Adrian, Lewis Goff, Stansmore, Wilson and Barlow are always there or thereabouts, although it's been not many of them managing to make the step up. But right at the minute, Ben Adrian, right on the back of Tom Holden, he thinks there's a podium to be had here as they head down towards hairpin 1, just doesn't elect to send one down the inside.
4.5 laps to go already, so we're already well over half distance here. Sebastian Corking setting the fastest lap of the race in his Micro Max, and he's in 19th place.
Ben Adrian then all over the back here of Tom Holden. He's another driver, Tom, who I think's got the pace, but I'm yet to see him try a move down the inside. See, there was a late move down the inside of Tom Holden rather than straight lining it out of hairpin 4, out of hairpin 3 down the inside. And Ben Adrian might need to, not that we want to see aggressive driving, but might need to turn this one up a notch and just throw one down the inside of Tom Holden and see what the outcome is here, because there's a podium at stake for the 48.
I think this is just going to be a scrap for second, because, oh, there we go. In fact, Tom Holden has had enough of this and gets past Tom Potter.
They've realised, I think, Tom, that they just cannot reel in Jared Fox Whiteley today. He's been in a class of his own at the front of this pack, and now they're going to squabble about second place. At the minute, Holden and Potter will step onto the podium. Behind them, Ben Adrian ready to pick up the pieces, but also ready to try and move. Will he go down the inside? Doesn't again into hairpin 4, but Thomas Potter goes wide in the 38. Still has enough pace to go right the way round the outside, though.
I was going to say, I think with 3 laps to go, Thomas Potter needs to see what kind of pace Tom Holden's got for a couple of laps and just sit in the slipstream, see whether he can bump him along and maybe close the gap to Fox Whiteley. But we shall see how, you know, what's in his mind. Doesn't look like he's ready for a lunge just yet, but we've seen Tom Potter can be the last of the late breakers as well, and he will have this car fully sideways if he needs to get the inside line and make an overtake. And
there he goes down the inside. Tom Holden actually left that door open quite a lot more than we thought he would, but maybe Tom Holden's realised, like he did on the previous one, it might be better being in 3rd place on that final lap rather than in 2nd place and be open to attack. Ben Adrian tries to get alongside Tom Holden now. There'll be 2 laps remaining because Fox Whiteley's a 2nd down the road and is onto his penultimate laps, all setting their personal bests. But it's now whether Tom Holden sends this one down the inside of 1 or whether he realises that it's all about on the last lap and then the checkered flag beats everybody else. Down the inside he goes. There's a little bit of contact, is there, between the two? No. Thought there was, but it looked like it was just the camera angle between the two. Behind them, though, Tom, the rest of the pack is coming to play. Goff, Barlow and Stansmore Wilson. Don't count any of them out for a step on the podium.
And Holden's back up the inside of Potter again, coming through South Bank, so he's a mirror image of what happened on the previous lap.
So Fox Whiteley will come through in a moment and he will take the last lap board. They might just as well, Tom, get round this without catching up onto the back of the pack. It might be just a straight battle, as the rest of the pack seems to be far enough down the track, certainly for our 2nd place battle. Fox Whiteley might just catch them. Here they come then through the chicanes. What's going to happen? Ben Adrian once again sits behind Thomas Potter. Leon Barlow goes down the inside of Lewis Goff and up into 5th place. He's still got 2 more places to make up if he finally does want to step onto a Teesside podium here. I think this one is in the hands of Fox Whiteley. Who's going to take the final 2 steps on the podium? Holden at the moment, followed by Potter, with Ben Adrian in behind. And Potter tries a half move down the inside. That one didn't work for him in the previous round. Ben Adrian's going to try and go down the inside. That's another half move for them. Barlow and Goff slot back into position. The checkers out. And Jared Fox Whiteley clean sweeps the weekend from Tom Holden and Thomas Potter. Ben Adrian, Leon Barlow, Lewis Goff, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Sebastian Corking comes through all the way up into 8th place from the back of the pack. Kyle McLean, Larry Price and Melissa Adrian complete the top 10 in our class. Daniel Minto, who spent some of that race facing the wrong way, finishes in 12th place.
Brilliant action again from the cadets, and you can see the respect between the 2 of them. Look at that, Fox Whiteley and Tom Holden. Big fist pumps, big thumbs up, well done to each other. But a clean sweep of the weekend for Jared Fox Whiteley. And in fact, he only, I think it was only about 3/4 of a lap. He didn't lead this entire weekend. So brilliant driving from Fox Whiteley. always made a good start, managed to gap the pack, and they just couldn't catch him. So well done to Jared Fox-Whiteley.
Fantastic then from our cadet class, and as you say, Fox-Whiteley, the driver of the day in the cadets. Really nobody got near him, and in the end he won by a gap of 1.6 seconds from the rest of the pack. So they make their way round. It might take a while with this being the final actually to get all of these cadets off, because we have to remove the transponders from either the floor tray or the back of the seats here from all of our cadets, so it might take a little while to get them off the track as the final few make their way round. And then they'll queue up to go over the weighbridge here at Teesside. Mason Dinsdale there in the 24, helmet off already for him. Sam Robson, Riley Buckton as well. The 888 of Joseph Yao coming through. He's not had the easiest of days. Issues in qualifying with the throttle cable for him. And then it had a problem spinning one of the earlier heats as well.
So 3 to go, David.
Certainly is. Next one up, Junior Rotax.
Not going to lie, I'm a bit of a shame there's only 3 races to go. I've really enjoyed it here again today, as always. So the grid for your Junior Rotax final will be Gracie Mitchell on pole, clean sweeping the weekend. Another one who's clean sweeping the class so far. Followed by Lucas Jex, Isaac O'Shea, Harry Pullen, Bella Franklin and Alfie Wallbank. Ben Ficini, Oliver Buckton, James Robertson, Vincent Bailey, Lucas Miles will be your Junior Rotax grid. Then your Mini Max is headed by Lizzie Mentier, David Mack, Catherine Potter and Ollie Poole. They will go off around about half a lap behind your juniors. So your juniors are just coming round hairpin 4 now, the final corner, or the final proper corner, and about to get going. And side by side, it looks like a very even start actually. Gracie Mitchell with Isaac O'Shea and Lucas Jex around the outside, but Bella Franklin's going to force her way through into 3rd place. She had a pretty poor start in the previous race with what looked like a throttle issue, or the plug had oiled up, but is already through to 3rd place in the final. Lizzie Mentier getting a good start again, and they will go single file already in your Mini-Max class with Mentier from Mack, from Potter.
Nice good start as well from Mini, all side by side. It looked as well like David Mack was going to get a run all the way around the outside, but he didn't manage to get through into position in that one, as our leaders in Junior come through then for the first time. Mitchell, O'Shea, Jex, Franklin, Ficini, Pullen, Warbank, Buckton, Miles and Robinson, the top 10. And it looks like Lucas Jex has managed to find a way back in front of Bella Franklin. Now he's just got to try and find a way in front of Isaac O'Shea and see if he can close down Gracie Mitchell, because we know at around about half race distance, Gracie Mitchell generally just checks out and moves away at the head of the pack.
Did you say this is Lucas Jex's first ever time at Teesside?
It is.
Well, I think that's a good shout for driver of the day then so far. I know it's early and we've still got 11 laps to go, but I mean to be in front of the resident that is Bella Franklin in the Junior Rotax on debut is a pretty good showing.
The thing as well here at Teesside is, whilst when you look at the track layout and you think, well, it's just 4 hairpins and a dogleg section and a big looping bend at the end, it's not an easy track to get everything hooked up. We often say that there's 2 halves of this track, as Jex makes the move down the inside of O'Shea. O'Shea leaves him half a kart width, which isn't enough actually for Jex to get through. But as I was saying, Tom, there's 2 halves of this track, and it's very, very uncommon, as everybody keeps overtaking and ruining my point. We don't find many people that are perfect at Teesside. You're either good at one end good at the other, but it's not an easy track to hook everything up at the same time.
It's because there's the super fast sweeping hairpins and then the super slow tight hairpins. You've got to get the balance absolutely right. As there goes Jex up the inside now of Isaac O'Shea and takes second place. He's now going to try hunting down Gracie Mitchell, and as I say that, there goes Bella Franklin up the inside of O'Shea as well. So O'Shea 2 places down in 2 corners. He's going to try and fight back up the inside of Bella Franklin.
If this was a
Doesn't
computer,
quite get it done.
Yeah, if this was a computer game, Isaac O'Shea would be pressing the return button to restart this lap again because he's lost 2 places in half a lap.
Lucas Jett setting the fastest lap of the race as well. 2/10 faster than Gracie Mitchell there. Already gapped Bella Franklin by half a second as well.
Now it's a case of reeling in the number 11, who has won 7 races on the bounce now here at Teesside, all 4 at round 2. And the first 3 here today is that's Ben Ficini, Alfie Warbank, Oliver Buckton, all running nose to tail.
And Jex is there. Wow, look at that closing up under the brakes. Really late, great control. Just that concertina effect brought him right up onto the tail of Gracie Mitchell.
Now we've got a battle on, haven't we, here? For the top step on the podium at Teesside.
And again, fastest lap of the race for Jex, another 1/10.5 quicker than Gracie Mitchell was going. Now, the question is, how are the tyre pressures? How is the engine temperature? How is that water temperature going to hold up for Jex? Has he gone too early? Has he set the car up to be really good at the start of the race and not so good at the end? Let's find out, David.
Oh, off Tom, we've got Bella Franklin and we've got Isaac O'Shea as well, off at hairpin number 1.
And Franklin's, is she missing the nose cone?
Yeah, there's a nose cone gone as well. Isaac O'Shea's on the grass. I think Franklin's going to try and drag that one back round to the pit lane. But Isaac O'Shea and Bella Franklin, the final step on the podium, has just been vacated.
And if helmets could speak, if you could see what Isaac O'Shea was saying or thinking under that helmet, if looks could kill, David.
Yep, there's a marshal and a nose cone on the outside, so yellow flag needs to be out there, and it is.
That'll be the end of Bella Franklin's day, I can imagine.
Yeah, because there'll be a mechanical flag if she's going to come round. Their arms up anyway. There's a mechanical flag waiting, but the
she's
front
coming in.
There's a puncture on that as well, and that certainly wouldn't have made it to the end anyway.
Meanwhile, battle is still. Oh, there we go. That's Jex up the inside of Gracie Mitchell, and that's the first time Mitchell's lost the lead all day. She's going to fight back immediately, but Jex has got the line.
Lucas Jackson leads, and he leads when it matters in the final. 5 laps remaining, and for the first time today, Gracie Mitchell doesn't lead in junior Rotax, and it's the newbie to Teesside. Lucas Jex in the 86, making his way through. And now, Tom, this is the time when we've said that normally Gracie Mitchell's kart comes to her and she moves away towards the head. She's got a good run down the back straight, not enough though to get alongside Jex round the south bank corner and towards hairpin 3. Will the number 11 come to Gracie Mitchell when she most needs it in the final with 4 laps remaining?
I'm really looking forward to this one. Jex has not managed to pull away from Gracie at all. Gracie pumping in her fastest lap, or her personal best so far. Jex still holding the fastest lap, but only by half a 10. And Mitchell here holding it tight round hairpin 1. Following the line of Jex through 2, will get that slipstream. Has she got enough pace down the straight to get a look up the inside? Not this time, maybe into hairpin 3. Regardless of how this one turns out, I genuinely think Lucas Jex is a great shout for driver of the day here, because first time at Teesside and he's leading with coming over the line. 3 laps to go in the final of Junior Rotax. In your Minimax, we haven't even we've been focusing on this lead so much that your Minimax grid field, should I say, is Lizzie Mentier from David Mack from Catherine Potter, and Ollie Poole in 4th place, but there is only 0.4 of a second separating Mentier and Mack, and only another 0.3 back to Catherine Potter as well, so those 3 are nose to tail.
13 runners then remain of the 15 that start in this junior and Minimax amalgamated class, with Bella Franklin and Isaac O'Shea retiring after their incident on hairpin number 1. Franklin back in the pits, O'Shea in marshal post number 1. Penultimate laps begun then for our race leader, and Gracie Mitchell closes up round the national loop and through the D chicane as well, but it's still 0.2 of a second between the two leaders. And Lucas Jex in the 86, who moved to the head of the pack with 5 laps remaining, now has to hang on for a lap and a half from Gracie Mitchell down the back straight and heading towards South Bank. Not close enough to make a move, certainly not close enough, I don't think, to make a move down into 3 unless it's a lick it and send it type of move. There is, however, a back marker. They're going to catch up onto Ollie Poole as they come out of the corner. Poole, I think, moves to the inside. He's allowed Jex through. Gracie Mitchell's going to go all the way around the outside, but that's going to cost her a couple of tenths as Jex sets the fastest lap of the race on the penultimate lap, and when he needs it most. Half a second now then between the two leaders.
Yeah, we're looking at the battle for the Minimax win. So this is Lizzie Mentier in front of David Mack, who's on your screen now, the number 16. 0.4 of a second the gap.
Leaders then in our overall in the junior class are round hairpin 3. We'll catch up with the minis in a few moments' time. Out of the final corner. It's been a debut, and it's been a debut to remember for Lucas Jex. Both hands off the wheel, takes the victory from Gracie Mitchell. The final step of the podium will go to Harry Pullen, with Ben Ficini getting past Alfie Warbank on the line. Oliver Buckton gets 6th. Lucas Miles will come through in a few moments. He will come through in 7th. He's going to hold off James Robertson.
We look at
Vincent
your mini
Bailey
Max
coming through as well. A much improved performance as well from Vincent Bailey. He's going to finish within 30 seconds of the leaders at the start of the day. He hadn't got through without being lapped. The leaders, though, in the minis come through. Lizzie Mentier, arm off the wheel, well before the checkered flag as well. She takes the victory from David Mack. Catherine Potter completing the podium in our mini class.
And just coming in front of the commentary box, that's Lucas Jex. First time at the circuit, first ever win here at Teesside. Fantastic result for him, and he should be very, very proud of that. And with the exception of our 2 races left to go, Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Kart, I think he is definitely going to be my driver of the day. What about you, David?
Very difficult to argue with you, and I don't like to argue with you, Tom. You're a thoroughly nice gentleman.
So, moving swiftly on to our Senior Rotax final. And there will just be a slight delay between our Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax race because Isaac O'Shea needs recovering on the back of the recovery quad. But in the meantime, we will go through your grid for Senior Rotax.
Daniel Kell with his 3 heat wins and a maximum 150 score will start on pole position alongside the number 3 of Max Prentice. Max Martin and Tyler Jex will share row 2. Paul Swan and Lee Bell, the leading 177 runner, on row 3. Ashley Savage and Tom Reeve row 4. Emma Brown and Lauren Taylor complete the top 10. Chris Crowther and Christopher Stoves on row 6. Row 7 sees Zach Bolton and Chris Dark. The grid completed by Jake Simpson and Andrew Freeman, 2 drivers who have suffered retirement throughout the day, as have Zach Bolton and Chris Dark. So hopefully we'll get all of them out and we'll have a full complement of 16 runners.
Sorry, I had to mute myself a moment there because I lost my mic muff.
I did that in the last round and then you lost it completely. The track's clear, Tom.
We do have some fun.
We do, don't we? Darren's looking at us like a disapproving parent.
That's our producer-director, Darren Hassan, bringing the images to you from Alpha Live. We should also give a quick shout-out to our cameramen and women, and all our marshals as well, who do a fantastic job here at the circuit.
Drivers out then onto circuit. Daniel Kell, the pole position sitter. He will control the pace round for this rolling start, the penultimate race of the day.
And we should point out as well that Dan Kell is another one who's clean swept the weekend so far. So going to be really interesting to see whether we can have a bit of an upset here or not. But most classes have had a clean sweep so far of races.
All been still very close though. And now, let's see whether anybody can get the run on Daniel Kell as they come over start-finish. The green flag is up there side by side. The power is down and we're away and racing. It's a good start from Max Martin on the inside. Not enough, though, to get down the inside of Max Prentice, who looked to cross-check right and hold on to second place. Who's that in the background? That's Tyler Jex going all the way around the outside. He slots back in into fourth place. There's a lot of drivers carrying a lot of speed in later on, further around hairpin number 1. They've all managed to get it stopped, though, and managed to make their way out onto the back straight for the first of 12 laps here in the senior Rotax final.
Yeah, Dan Kell feeling the need to go defensive at hairpin 1, and that's actually let Prentice stay in his wheel tracks really. But I'm looking at, or rather we are looking on the screen at Ashley Savage recovering from that puncture that he sustained in heat 2. And he's going to be coming through the pack on the right behind the 95 of Paul Swan. We look at Prentice and Martin resume hostilities, the battle of the Maxes.
Only got 13 runners though, Tom, in this final, so we're certainly missing a few. As
that's Paul
Savage.
Swan
Oh, and they get hooked up as well.
I think that actually started from a mistake from Paul Swan. I'm not sure that Savage actually had much to do with that until he was trying to come up the inside. Paul Swan got all crossed up on the entry into hairpin 1. And that's backed the pack up, although Savage has received a contact warning for it.
So missing 3 runners. Looks like we're missing Lauren Taylor, Chris Dark and Andrew Freeman.
Oh dear.
Pretty much all of the Rensport team missing from this final. Now Dark had a retirement. I think Freeman's not had a trouble-free day either. And we saw Taylor earlier, who, Tom, you picked out, looked to be struggling as well. Physically, We've got 2 drivers off. Tom Christopher Stoves is one of them. And it looks like the other one could be the 65 of Jake Simpson on the outside of the national loop. And unless they get cleared, we're going to have a yellow flag situation round at least half of the circuit. Because both drivers, Tom, out, and the Rotaxers are falling away. That's 2 down, and they've been dragged out of the way.
The slowdown from the marshal as well to actually slow down. It would be double waved yellows if we had 2 flags.
Certainly would. So we've got 1 car on the inside. You're just about to see it. There it is. That's the 81 of Christopher Stoves. He's already out, and he's sat near our timing screen with his helmet off already. The other driver, Jake Simpson, he's on the outside, just up from our camera position.
So we're actually down to only a mere 11 runners now in our senior Rotax. So already dropping like flies.
Out at the front though, Daniel Kell has a 1-second lead. The battle for the podium between Martin, Prentice and Jex.
And that's because these 3 are battling, that's bringing Ashley Savage along as well. So he's only a second behind Tyler Jex now, and I'll keep an eye on that gap.
Yeah, I think Jex would quite like to double the trophy count in the family by the end of the day. 8 laps remaining then, and there he goes down the inside and provisionally onto the final step of the podium.
Yes, indeed, lovely move into hairpin 2. Classic Teesside manoeuvre. Nice helmet actually for Tyler Jex. Do like that with the rainbow effect, front to back. Good looking helmet.
One thing the Rotaxers are, they do seem to go over and above, don't they, when it comes to helmet design here in the Rotax.
It's all that extra money they've got to spend. As we know, the Rotax is not the cheapest class in the world. So
the opinions
you must be well funded to be running senior Rotax.
The opinions of Tom Butterworth do not represent those of Teesside Karting or Alpha Life Productions.
But that's why I'm here, is to give those opinions. Ashley Savage now is right on the back. As I said, it was over a second lap and a half ago. As they come over the line, it's going to be 0.2. So second, third and fourth separated by a second now. as Ashley Savage continues his recovery. 6 laps to go in the final. Is he sniffing a podium, David, do you think?
Well, it'd be a fantastic achievement if he did. To be fair, it's going to be a fantastic achievement as well if Max Martin can hold on, because he picked up that 5-second penalty earlier that dropped him from 2nd down into 5th, where he had to start heat 3 from.
You know, when things... I've just said, is he sniffing a podium? I don't really know what I meant by that. I meant...
What does a podium here at Teesside smell like?
Oh, well, I don't know. We'll ask Ashley Savage, shall we? Oh dear.
3, 2, 1, back in the room. Mechanical flag is out, Tom. I'm not entirely sure that's for. We've not got the confirmation here in the com box.
So somebody's going to get a top 10 by default. Paul Swan it is.
Yeah, because that is his rear bumper has departed at least one of the plugs and is dragging itself on the floor. On the 95, but he got himself hooked up early, didn't he, with Ashley Savage? Although that was on the other side of his cart, so has moved down the inside. 4th, 2nd place.
Up the inside of Martin. So that's 2 classic Teesside moves that we've seen from Tyler Jex now. The first one at hairpin 2, the second one at hairpin 4, and he is now 2nd. And 2 seconds behind Dan Kell. Let's see what he can do with 4 laps to go. Ashley Savage is right there again on Max Prentice.
Carries a little bit too much speed there into 2 and drops a couple of kart lengths, because I think he had a half a thought that he might be able to slide it down the inside of Max Prentice, but had to back out of the move. Will carry enough speed though round South Bank. Once again, Prentice goes wide and leaves half the door open for Savage. And now this might just be a battle for the final step on the podium. Jex has moved away 2 or 3 kart lengths. Max Martin holding on with 3 laps remaining for the final step on the podium. Dan Kell quite comfortably out at the head of the pack, 2 seconds away. As Prentice closes right in under braking on Max Martin. And Savage as well.
Yeah, Ashley Savage is right there. So
can almost reach out and touch the bumper as Prentice gets down the inside. He's got the nose down inside what would effectively be like the rear quarter panel of Max Martin and moves through into 3rd place. Savage is coming as well. Martin's going to try and return the favour. Contact between all 3 of them at some point during that move. Prentice, Martin and Savage, the running order as they come out of hairpin 4.
And Max Prentice was so busy tapping his helmet to tell Max Martin to think about things that he bumped over the inside curb and nearly lost it. That's what happens when you one-hand it through the dog leg in a senior Rotax. But they are status quo at the moment, as exactly they were on the previous lap. Same positions. Jex is slightly gapping Max Prentice still. Prentice in 3rd place, followed by Martin and Savage. And I said he was gapping them, but actually Prentice is caught right up on the back of Tyler Jex through those last 2 corners of the lap.
Yeah, I thought Jex was just going to pull away then at the head of this battle for 2nd place, but he's being kept honest and is still going to have to work for that step on the podium.
And the last lap board is out as well, so Dan Kell with a 2.8 second lead over the line. Looks like, barring a mechanical problem, is going to sweep the weekend here at Teesside. Not that we want to commentators curse him, of course.
No, but the question now, Tom, who's going to get on that podium with him?
I think it's... Oh, there's Savage as well, up the inside of hairpin 3. Not quite, he's going to get the run into 4. No, it's going to be Dan Kell taking the win in senior Rotax from Tyler Jex and Max Prentice. Max Martin taking 4th place and Ashley Savage a close 5th place. Tom Reeve is going to get 6th, and your 1st place in 177 is going to be Lee Bell. 5 and a bit seconds clear of Chris Crowther. And Emma Brown will take your final podium spot of the 177s. So good action today in senior Rotax as well. Enjoyed that one, especially the battle over 2nd place, which was eventually taken by Tyler Jex. And again, is that Tyler's first weekend here as well? Wow. So the Jex family with a win and a 2nd place from their first ever appearance at Teesside.
And to be fair, Tom, we had so many retirements there. We've got 2 to be collected that the recovery quad might get 10th if it just does another lap with these 2 karts on the back of it.
50% distance, David.
Oh, of course, sorry. Rules and regs.
We have our final race of the day coming up, which is our bumper grid Senior Pro Kart. We better get it started early because it's going to take us about half an hour to read out the grid. Here we go. And we've actually barely mentioned our Jewel in the Crown 24-hour race today, have we?
No, we have not.
We do have a world record attempt taking place as well during the 24-hour. World record attempt for charity, I should add, as well. And 3 very worthwhile charities, which we will be promoting a lot during the 24-hour. But Ian Williams is going to be doing a solo 24-hour distance record in a go-kart attempt during the British 24-hour. So please keep up with that.
And that, Tom, will be just after the next round here of the Teesside NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series, which will be on Sunday the 25th of July. And then shortly after that, 2 weeks later, will be the Jewel in the Crown, the prestigious British 24-hour race, live here from Teesside Karting on the 24 Karting Facebook page and Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel. We will be covering all 24 hours, including half an hour at the start as we lead up to, for me, Tom, what is quite possibly the best sporting event, or best motorsport event in the country.
It's if you've never taken part in a 24-hour race, it is probably the most exciting and brilliant and feel-good event you will ever do. It is just superb. For me, it's like a music festival, only the music is 4-stroke engines just pounding round, 100 of them for 24 hours, and you can hear the low rumble of them as they head out onto the grid. So let's, without further ado, count you down the grid for your Senior Pro Kart final for today's round 3 Sprint Series at Teesside Autodrome. So pole position will be taken by another clean sweep of the weekend so far in class by Connor Lucas. Aaron Alexander P2. P3 will be Asher Blythe. P4 Kieran Lambert. P5 Jack Morris. P6 Mark Tate. 7th will be Sam Tugwell. 8th Jess Alexander. 9th will be David Brown, and rounding out your top 10 will be Connor Jupp. Then we have Dan Bugard and Jake Richardson, Thomas Braid, Danielle Gardner, Connor White, Steve Nichols, Josh Eden, Brandon Truman Reddish, Joe Burrell and Philip Pavlik round out the top 10. Then Simon Doughty, Brandon Jennings, Darren Lowe, Mason Barker, Thomas Lowther, David Brewis, Joe Grinsell, recovering from his what we think was brake failure in Heat 3. Callum Booth, Craig Harrison, Paul Rye are your top 30. Gary Hall, Scott Blackburn, Jordan Guy and Harry Burrell, Adam Wood and Dan Fulsham. Paul Turland in 37th, Ross Jordan 38th. 39th will be Stuart Smith, then Jonathan Allen, Andrew Bayliss and Josh Mitchell.
So Tom, I'm going to dip into the live stream comments for the final time today. Fears has been on and says, good pair of commentators today, but we do this every month, so that suggests that we've improved.
Oh, maybe we just sound different from last month.
Just going to have a quick look, Tom, out the window. It looks like Joe Grinsell is on the grid and is gridding up, so whatever it was that caused his kart to go off and him to jump out and then take a drive in the recovery quad into the position, then he's managed to get that fixed and he is back out and gridded up. Just seen Tom out the window as well. Aaron Alexander roll his kart back and just change the angle of that number 38 towards the apex of the D chicane.
I don't think it's going to help too much, to be honest with you, because he's about 4 foot back of where he needs to be.
He is a little bit further back than what he should be, actually. I can see some non-racing pro karters out the window as well. Well, final few runners making their way into position. Josh Mitchell in the 260. He rolls with his orange helmet into position on the inside. So we are about to go racing. The final row is now into position. Marshall at the back gives a wave to the front. The final race of the day is about to go green.
Green flag up, green flag down, and away we go. Good start from Lucas. Aaron Alexander swept across as we thought he was going to do. Takes second place, and that's Bolt Tasha Blythe.
Blythe's over the mound and on the grass. We've got a couple of drivers spun. David Brewis has won. I think the 266 is another one who's spun out. That's Ross Jordan on the opening laps, and some issues. And Jess Alexander, Tom, off on the outside of the national loop, the GP plate, having won that at Lark Hall. This will be the last meeting that she gets to wear that one. The 77 off as well. Adam Wood at hairpin number 1. This start hasn't gone quite as well as heat number 3, but big issues for one of our front runners in Jess Alexander.
Yes, absolutely. She's been at the front of the pack most of the day. Well, I say front of the pack. She's certainly been inside the top 10 most of the day. So that's a real disappointment for Jess, and she's going to have to fight her way back through. So over the line we have Connor Lucas, quarter of a second in front of Aaron Alexander from Kieran Lambert, Mark Tate, Jack Morris, Sam Tugwell, Connor Jupp, David Brown, Asher Blythe and Dan Bugard.
Just having a quick watch of the delayed replay in here, Tom, and it looked like it was about a case of 5 into 1 just didn't go for Jess Alexander, and she was on the outside and just got sent off. She's already making her way through the tail end of the field, as you would expect from somebody of her talents, but at some point the progress will slow down, possibly around about somewhere like 25th, 26th, and she'll not be able to pick them off at 1 per corner that she is at the moment. Field's going to come through though. There's a marshal at hairpin 3 with a flag in his hand, and he's holding something, so I'm not quite sure whether we've got an issue down there, but looks like he might be going to collect something in a moment. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on what's happening down there, but we're already 2 laps into this 12-lap final. Yeah,
Connor Lucas again, a couple of tenths quicker than anybody else out there at the moment, has set the fastest lap of the race. The only person in the 46s, he's done a 46.887. With Aaron Alexander only managing a 47 flat on that last lap, so he's now extended the gap out to 4 tenths.
He's a boring driver though, isn't he? And I mean that in the nicest possible way, but he just goes out at the front, just does his job and goes off into the distance. And
yes, indeed. And
doesn't make it that entertaining.
What I'd like to point out is Asher Blythe has dropped well outside the top 10 on the opening lap and has caught back up now, just overtaken the 55 of David Brown up to 8th place. But Connor Jupp has come out of nowhere and is in 7th and with the lead pack. Connor Jupp is our 2020 IARMY X30 World Champion.
And he's going down the inside of Sam Tugwell there into hairpin number 2. And as we said, Tom, not the easiest track in the world, this Teesside Autodrome circuit. It's a difficult circuit. Asher Blythe's going to try and come down the inside. Contact with Sam Tugwell. As Tugwell closed the door, Tugwell's trying to drop 2 places, but luckily they both end up facing in the right direction. Asher Blythe goes down the inside of Sam Tugwell. Tugwell closed the door. And we've seen drivers get spun full 360 down there at South Bank. Both drivers end the day facing the right direction so far, at the very least.
Yeah, so Connor Jupp now up to 6th place. So actually, he's had a bit of trouble, I think, today. He's been in and around the final parts of the top 10 and high teens, but really seems to have been coming on song and is now 6th place in the final.
Didn't qualify too well though, did he, Tom?
No,
outside the top 10, and that's we've seen here at Teesside. We saw, let's use round 1 for example. Danielle Gardner qualified in the top 3, ran top 3 all day. Round 2, qualified well outside the top 10, ran outside the top 10 all day. Very difficult to come through here. We saw the top 27 split by 1 second in qualifying. It's an incredibly tight pack here.
Yeah, absolutely, but I think Connor Jupp is now showing his class and showing why he is an X30 World Champion by making it count when it counts. When the points and the trophies are on offer, he's right there. So he is only in 6th place at the moment, but there is a chance of a podium here if he can keep it together. So it is Connor Lucas, 8 tenths now in front of Aaron Alexander from Kieran Lambert. Mark Tate has moved his way back up to 4th as well after his exploits in Heat 2. Jack Morris in 5th, Connor Jupp, Asher Blythe, David Brown, Sam Tugwell and Connor White, your top 10.
Mark Tate has had a good day, hasn't he, Tom? So at one point he was facing the wrong way with Connor Jupp T-boning him in Heat 2. You know, both of those 2 drivers will compete in the British 24-hour, both for Team Tate. Mason Barker picks up a contact warning. with half race distance to go. Not for the first time today either. Mason Barker's had some issues. Not his best weekend so far here at Teesside. He is currently down. I think he's having a quick look at the timing. He's outside the top 20, I believe, is he?
Yes, he is well outside the top 20, unfortunately, but I'm keeping an eye on screen here. We've got Kieran Lambert looking very racy on Aaron Alexander.
Teammates in the BPEC series, racing for Full Send Racing, both drivers 15 and 16 years old, and now battling it out together for the same piece of tarmac for positions 2 and 3 on the podium. So 5 laps remaining then. Lucas, Alexander, Lambert, Tate, Jupp, Morris, Blythe, Brown, Tugwell and Connor White. The top 10. Leader in the 40s class is Steve Nichols. Paul Rye in the 66 leads the novice class up in 66. He's really growing into that number 66 car. We will see that one and a number of other drivers who are racing in 66, 166, 266, 366, 466 in the British 24 Hour in about 6 weeks' time.
And they're all running a novice plate as well today, so that you can spot them fairly easily. I believe they're all running.
They are. I got some team notes actually, and one of them, Stuart Smith, he's put himself down as the National Egg and Spoon Race winner.
Oh, has he? Oh,
yeah. So
for him.
Probably his greatest achievement, I'd imagine.
Cracking.
Commentary's
Mark Tate setting the fastest lap of the race.
In
fact, that's immediately beaten by Thomas Braid in 12th.
I was about to say, Tom, commentary's paid for, jokes are free.
Yes, indeed. But yes, Thomas Braid setting the quickest lap of the race, and he's in 12th. Half a second almost behind Jake Richardson in 11th.
Connor Jupp has found a way past Jack Morris then and into the top 5. In front of him will be his Team Tate teammate for the British 24, albeit Jupp will be in the number 1 machine with Tate in the number 2.
Shout to Jess Alexander as well, because she was well down into the high 30s after her spin and is already up to 26th. And on pace with Connor Lucas, in fact.
Yeah, what was the best lap of 46.6, which puts her 2/10 off the fastest lap of the race. Although Tom Braid has actually set the fastest lap. Tom, that's a set of 10th quicker than anybody else, and driver down in 12th, flying.
Joe Grinsell up to 15th as well, another recovering driver. We've got a yellow flag out. Who's that off the track there?
Dan Fulsham, I think, in the 112. He's off onto the centre green. The yellow flag back in now as Fulsham rights that kart and will rejoin the race, albeit well down the order now.
Another one recovering well, and now right in the mix is Mark Tate setting the fastest lap of the race, and you can see why. He's now right on the back of Kieran Lambert. He had a half spin and dropped down into the high teens, I believe it was, on certainly the mid-teens in heat number 2. Recovered through in heat 3 and is now right there for a podium place. Qualified P2, I think.
Yeah, he was well up there, wasn't he? Alexander, I think, got pole position. Tate was alongside him. Connor Lucas off the front row. Lap and a half remaining then here at Teesside. This is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th respectively. There's a gap then back to Connor Jupp and Jack Morris. Morris managing to stay with Jupp after Jupp got past him, but Jupp hasn't been able to close in on these drivers in front of them. Last lap board is out then for Connor Lucas, Alexander, Lambert, Tate, the top 4. And now it's a 3-kart battle for 2 steps on the podium. Alexander and Lambert have been there all race long. Can Mark Tate spoil the Full Send Racing party by stealing a step on the podium from Alexander or Lambert on this final lap? Down the back straight they go then for the final time. Lucas has already got a gap of over a second to the leaders, and looks like Lambert might be trying to go down the inside. Does he? No, not close enough, as Alexander takes a wide line and chops across. Mark Tate, will he send one down the inside? Lambert has half a move. Will that compromise his exit? Connor Lucas, though, through and to wins for the 12th time this season from Aaron Alexander. Kieran Lambert gets an outright podium. There's a number of drivers on the grass on the way through. Let's see what happened there. Sam Tugwell was on the grass. I'm surprised it's actually showed him up that he's on the checkered flag. I didn't realise the timing loop went all the way up to the tyre wall. So Connor Lucas, Aaron Alexander and Kieran Lambert the top 3 overall. Mark Tate will get the 3rd place trophy in the Pro class. Kieran Lambert, Jack Morris and Asher Blythe on the podium for the Clubmans. Steve Nichols wins the 40s class. And let's have a quick look, see who we can find out who's going to take the novice trophy home here at Teesside. We've got 9 of them running, and the novice trophy will go to the 66 of Paul Rye in his first race here at Teesside in his own car. A fantastic result for Paul, finishing 28th overall. What an unbelievable race once again for our... Looks like Sam Tugwell might have stopped to just say hello to the start line marshal. He almost said hello to him about a lap ago. So once again, Tom, unbelievable racing here at Teesside. 24 races, and I don't remember a boring one between them all. Another fantastic day here at Teesside.
Yeah, loved it as always. Certainly my favourite event to come along to, and very much looking forward to the 24-hour now as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's not many IKR events that are put on better than this one throughout the country. And the developments here in recent months at Teesside, but obviously the big screen, the new dummy grid as well, really stepping the venue up, and the grids as well, Tom, are coming with it. Another one where we're getting over 130 entries here at Teesside, adding around about 30 or 40 on from what we were getting this time last year. And we will be back in a month's time on Sunday the 25th of July. And we'll then be back 2 weeks later for the British 24 Hour. So plenty of karting coming up here at Teesside. Plenty of karting as well on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So if you have liked what you've seen today, do give them a like and subscribe. It's Super 1 at Clay Pigeon next weekend. But until next month, where both Tom and I will be back for another fantastic day's racing. Thank you very much from us all here at Teesside Karting for joining us. Do hope you've enjoyed it. From myself and Tom Butterworth, we'll see you again.